Howdy, howdy, folks. Blades, don't worry about it. We're just getting started. I'm going to be building my Game Jam stuff. We're going to do the critique starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. It's great to have you all here. Welcome in. We'll get started in just a few seconds after the ads. Hey, you want to sing too? You want to go outside? Okay, all right. There you go. Hello, everyone. Welcome in today. It is so great to see you all here. Welcome in, Super Robai Bros, Agent Technology, Jack, Tiny Devil, Mothman, Blades, Karazast, Super Robibers, Karazast, Blades, and Blades. Welcome in, Super Robai Bros. You redeemed a hat. Oh goodness, I'm feeling like taking back this whole number, which has been stolen from me for so long. Blades, and yeah, no worries. The plan is at 3 o'clock, we're going to start in with anyone who's here. We're just going to go first come, first serve. Whoever is here and submitted, we'll start diving in. And then if we get to the end of the list or to the end of our time and people still aren't here yet, then I'll just start diving through the rest of them. And we'll make sure that we get the timestamps out for everyone that needs them. So, welcome in, everyone. It is so great to have you here. Whoa. That's not good, Rayhan. Hope everything's okay. Ooh. Boy, how. Called my cell network provider, complained about the internet, and apparently they do have a network problem. They told me they'll send someone out to check it out. Oh, nice. Very cool, Alex. That's great. You're fully okay? That's good. That's good. In also good news, I was getting ready for the day. My daughter came down, knocked on the bathroom door. Thought, oh boy, she's gonna have to run in, use the potty, what's going on? Open it up, and she is in a full princess dress tutu thing, holding this out, saying, I got this for you, Daddy. Come on, camera. Give me the zoom. Give me the zoom. It's a tiny little blossom that she picked out. Come on. Come on. There we go. Tiny little blossom that she picked and wanted me to have. I thought it was the sweetest thing in the whole entire world. There you go. That's my morning so far. Oh, goodness. Hey, I don't know if y'all knew this. There were 17 submissions for Fox Hollow Jam. 17! Look at that number! 17! Oh, and someone played Kiwi Quest. What did they say? Seems interesting. We'll definitely like to see more developments on this. Yeah! 17 gauntlet submissions. Check all these cool things. I just looking at them activates my dopamine receptors so much. Like, oh my gosh, look at all these things. I love all these dinosaurs, all these caveman things. This is such an unexplored theme. These, you know, cellular things, primordial games of I love all of this. I'm so excited about it. There's a banana for some reason. So excited. So excited. Put it in a book to dry. Oh, I may, Garazest. I may. That's a good idea. And I'm just astounded, to be honest. It's incredible. We didn't really know what to expect going into this whole gauntlet thing. And boy, has it been really rad seeing what everyone's been working on. Super freaking cool. That's crazy. Yeah, competition is fierce for real. For real. Pug is my favorite. Well, you got 2 different versions here. It's amazing. Good work, everyone. For real. Eat the banana. So, I need to make a quick document that has all of these listed out so that we can make sure that we are putting these in the gauntlet track. I'm going to go into my folder here. We're going to title these out. Game Where You Crush Cavemen. Thank you for putting Gauntlet in your title. Those of you that did, it is very helpful. I didn't like say to do that, except for in the Discord as it would be nice, so don't worry if you didn't. It's something that I have learned for next time. Ice Station Primordial 1 Pong Crucible Edition. Golf Pong, The Caveman's Hunt, Primordia, Tonru Acid, which cracks me up every time. Primordial Jungle. Guys, oh, and I'm so glad Captain Coder also misspelled Gauntlet, because I did that a billion times writing this stuff out. Don't add my and job. Oh, okay, it's for the casual track. Cool. Is this in the same universe as the last game you made, Alex? That's incredible. Mine is in there, but the description says casual and growth track. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Blades. Thank you for that heads up. Yeah, this is why having the name is going to be helpful for us in the future. We have Primordial of Neuroba Gauntlet. It is. That's incredible. Mothman's game isn't for the Gauntlet. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Good for you, Rayon. Didn't put it in title, just in description. That's fine. Yeah, because I didn't say to mention it or anything, so totally fine. Yours doesn't have any screenshots. Mine has one bad screenshot, so you know. As I said before, having strong lore and story makes the game look more interesting than it is mechanically. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So we've got Eon Traveler. And then Eat the Banana. And Moon Hollow Gauntlet. Which is not going to be eligible for any prizes. Just getting all of these written out. Okay. Gauntlet. Submissions. Okay. Rad. Done. Recorded. In the books. Mine has one amazing screenshot. Tiny Devil. Where's yours? Oh, yeah. I love this screenshot. Oh, so cool. I want you all to know how difficult it is right now to not dive in and start playing these today. It's incredibly difficult to not just throw myself into that. Zaft, hello, welcome in. So many people submitted last minute. Yeah, for real. Rayhan, that is... Simon needs to understand that is not how rating works. And also, if he wants stuff like that to happen, he shouldn't be pushing people who follow him to go beg for it. He should be having a grown-up conversation with the other person. That should be happening behind the scenes. Okay. I adore Simon. He's doing a lot that kids his age are not doing. I respect it. This is a learning opportunity for him. Okay. Played all the non-download ones. Some great concepts and amazing graphics, sounds, and music. Amazing job, everyone. So cool. Thank you for playing them, Tiny Devil. Yeah. Super duper rad. I'm so excited. So excited. Simon's amazing. That's definitely not the way to go about getting raids. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Rad. So, there's that. We are going to be doing our critiques at 3 p.m. Eastern. We have, as of right now, 7 different responses. 7 people that have signed up for critiques, or rather 7 projects, because I think one person signed up twice with 2 different projects. So if you are interested in having some feedback on your project, being eligible for that most growth category, make sure you sign up there. We'll just go for however long we need to in order to get them all done. How long is 3 p.m. Eastern? It is what? For 6.5 hours from now. 4 hours from now? No. What? It's 6.5 hours from now. What time is it? Eastern. That's not right. This is saying Eastern time is 1 hour ahead of me, but that's incorrect. Yeah, there we go. Google has it right. These websites are wrong. All right. Oh, it's because we're not in standard time. We're in Eastern time. Excuse me. We're in Eastern time. So it is 10:38 Eastern time right now. So 1, 2, plus 3, 5. Okay. 4.5 hours. I'm dead wrong. 4.5 hours. You're all right. Eastern time is 2 hours ahead of me. Right on. Me too, Blades. Time zones are hard. Time zones are hard. Going after his 5-6 views just to get raided by you. It's going... Oh, shoot. Yeah. Yeah, this is a learning opportunity for Simon. And that's the last I'm going to say about it, because I don't want to bring any, negative attention to Simon or anything. Simon's a great kid. But any other talk about that? We're just going to ignore it. If it keeps going for too long, we're just going to do timeouts. That's going to be the end of it. My prime sleeping time. Yeah, sorry, Karzest. So, that's the thing. If someone is not going to be there, we can do their critique earlier in the day if people would like. If you're not going to be around, but you are going to be there early, like right now, and you're in the critique session, speak up. You could say, hey, I'd like to do mine right now. We can go in and jump in and do it. That's fine. As well, if you can't do it, I've had a couple of people say they're not going to be able to be there at the time, and they will, we'll get timestamps out for the bot and ship those out to them. Yeah. What is sleep? Robibros, you're a young fella. You shouldn't be talking about what is sleep. You should be enjoying the sleep while you can. Zaft, you wouldn't mind doing yours early? Sure. Let's do yours. So Zaft has submitted a prototype. Sleepwalking right now. Presenting a prototype of higher fidelity. Will there be a way for me to play it? Yes. Okay. What are you hoping to get feedback on? Ways to make the game more fun? Is the game understandable? What would help? Without having more time than the gauntlet, what could have been different? In other words, do you see areas that could have been given more priority? Are there changes that wouldn't increase dev time but make the game better? Given 2 times the time compared to the gauntlet, what would you do with the second half? Of course, I'm more than happy with general criticism. No problem if it's harsh. Y'all always have interesting points. Okay. Let's take a look here. Let's turn our music off, because in critique mode, we observe the game as... We're going to go right here. Submissions. Zaft. Primordia. Ton Roasinid. So we're going to be looking at, what is the current state of it? Maybe look at, maybe this isn't adding a tremendous amount to the experience, and maybe something over here would have added more. We're going to look at those sorts of things. Said that I challenged Foxhollow to raid me in 14 days, or I'm going to raid him with 100 viewers. I don't know how is he going to do that. That sounds like a challenge I want to lose, Rayhan. All right. Performance and web builds. When seeing a type of particle for the first time, there might be a small hitch to load the shader for it. Hopefully it shouldn't affect the experience of playing the game. The game pre-renders one of each type of material in the title screen, so that should mitigate, if not completely eliminate, the issue. However, this can be highly browser dependent, hard to predict how it's going to behave. So this is, to my understanding, Zaft, and this is from my knowledge, not a critique thing, this is essentially pooling, right? This is the benefit of pooling. all art is done using just shaders, even like the squares and stuff. That's crazy. Not quite pooling. Okay. Okay. I still need to do a dive into what pooling actually is. So we can move. We have a pull mode. We have a push mode. We can absorb. Love the keyboard and you know what? I'm going to use a controller on this because I think it would make it a lot easier. I'm going to use a controller. Debug controls used at your own risk might make the game crash. Okay. Full design doc here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Lovely, jubbly. And then we've got updated 19 hours ago. I wish I could get a full exact timestamp, but that's okay. So we're going to run the game. We'll do a run through where we just kind of get our first impressions, and then we'll do more of a, let's actually evaluate it. Nice animations at the beginning, makes it feel very dynamic. This waviness really communicates a lot of intention. Mad respect for that. Someone's literally recruiting people just to raid you with 100 views. That sounds like a good thing for both him and me. Pooling is instantiated once and reused forever. Isn't that what he said they're doing? Or is it just that I'm loading the shaders in? Not necessarily the same thing. I don't know. Cool. Made by Zaft with Coffee, Neovim, Godot, SFXR, Reaper, and Dinosaurs. Volume slider is a little bit low contrast, especially that inactive state. I can kind of assume, because it's at 50, that I can drag it up. I like that you've got the tick sound, so I can kind of get an approximate estimation of how loud this is going to be. That's good. Title screen is a little bit rough. I mean, this is, for my ego, this is cool. I love seeing this so big, but for your project, I would not necessarily see that this is the title, because there's so much visual weight everywhere else. The title kind of gets lost. Okay. So, we have L1, R1, and then what? What's our absorbs? A? Or X, rather? So we can pick these things up, and it feels like they just cascade out. Like, really hard to get them lodged in there. And I believe I read in your design doc that you get a combo for more stuff. So you kind of want to maintain things in your gravitational pull, but they can bump into each other. Oh, current event, locked in absorb. Lore-friendly name. Wow, that's really strong. Locked in absorb sounds incredible. Yeah, is there a reason for me to worry about this combo meter? Oh, we're locked in push. So I'm kind of just stuck here at the moment. Current event none. Okay. Hey, start for the pause. Nice. Oh, prodigal son, you got it. Dino coworkers are the best. Will the stream be going on for the 3 to 5 p.m. critiquers at a separate stream? It'll be going on straight through, Agent. Yeah, but we can put an announcement out on the Discord if that would be helpful for people. It's strong unless the particles are bad for you. Okay. Play a background music, then it's really dangerous. Start resets. Start resets? Okay. I'm glad we weren't in there for too long. Good to know. Don't. For the hats, do not try to bust. Oh, particle name hydrogen, universe level required light. Cool. I didn't see that last time. Was it just not showing up before? I swear that was not there. Particle name helium, universe required light. Okay, cool. You can use the encyclopedia to pause. Oh, that's a button. Oh, okay. Cool. Super robot. Y'all are just trying to troll me. But Zaft taught me his secrets. He taught me the real way to pause. All right. Cool. So we get the name and the universe level, and we get the little visual, and that is not... Yeah, that's not a static square. It's kind of like wibbling around and stuff. It might be a square base, but then with some shader on top. That's cool. Play music. Nah, I don't want to give control of the music over to people. If y'all troll me this much with hats and you troll sundown with water like everyone does, I'm not going to trust people with music that could get me banned. No, thank you. GDD requirement is going to be interesting. Yes, I have one for Aoki, but it took 2 years to put together, and drums mainly did it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Okay. Oh. So that's a bad thing we just hit. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we want the, like, big garbage piles. Okay. I thought they were compacted trash. Particle named gold. Universe required metal. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Yeah. This is my biggest thing is, like, how do I keep things in the Oh, do I degenerate over time? Particle name iron. Okay. Oh, and then we get reset. Okay, cool. Carbon. Oh, we're in gas now. Wait, that seemed like it was supposed to take me back, but I think I went forward. I think I went to the next stage. Because now I have gases instead of just metals. Ugh, avoid the pink. Avoid the pink. And I'm not seeing any metals anymore. I love all the background effects that are happening. It is so cool. It's making me want to force you to make like a 40K game where you're sailing through the warp because these are so cool. Okay. So I'm not getting any new particle encyclopedia entries. I don't know if that's because... Let's see, can I do those? No, that's still not good. So it needs to be the bigger ones. No! Suck! Alright. 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 Simon fans. Oh, shit. Okay. It's a simple, cozy game, so the GDD will be brief. Yeah, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. The GDD is just there to help us understand what it is you were trying to build. One event that makes you lose mass. Okay. You went so fast backwards it launched you forward. Good one is always the biggest one. Okay. So, all right, I'm gonna turn on debug. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. We were in... No, we were in metal. Okay. We'll start off in metal here. But didn't I do metal already? I thought I did metal and then gas. Okay. Ooh, even bigger. Are these just purlin noises? This texture? Rocks. Oh no! Locked in absorb. My hubris. How painful it is. Okay, we're out of locked in absorb. Oh, these are all positive ones now. Okay. Well, let's just go eat. Insane cheating. Skip through gas super fast. Okay. Rocks are Voronoi. Cool. So now we've got... What? What is this going to be? Oh, and it's moving around. Cool. Planetoid. Cool. I love that. I was going to say, these kind of look like oceans and land masses, but I don't know if that's going to be where we're at yet. Yeah, it is so hard to get more than one thing in your sphere. Ooh, look at this. Stars. Oh, wow. Oh, shoot. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I can actually still absorb in push mode if it is in my radius. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. Oh, we have, what, are we galaxy spanning now? Whoa. This is some impressive shader work, my friend. Where are we at now? Universes? Holes. We're Eating holes. Holes are as big as rocks, is my main science lesson I'm taking away here. You've become a universal level cataclysmic singularity. Primordial events will happen within these volatile conditions, creating entire universes and potentially one day, dinosaurs. There we go. Okay, is that the end? That's the end. Okay, very cool. Very cool. This was really cool, Zaf. Thank you for sharing. I'm gonna play through it again with the keyboard now, because I did it with the controller. I'm gonna do it with the keyboard. There's another one if you go all the way up to stars and you're at a rock level and crash into a planetoid. Didn't I do that? Like, is there a way for me to progress past this? Oh shoot, isn't that what you were not doing? I can't command the ship to shoot when it doesn't exist. Okay, so this is the end. This is the end. Hey, courtesy of Endo, good to see you. We're going into ads. We're going to do the ad, and then we'll come back, and then we'll play it with keyboard controls, and then we'll kind of start diving in a little bit more. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Woo! Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Are You Bad Enough? Bad Dudes remix. Incredible. My life is a gauntlet. The other ending is the dinosaur extinction ending. So, how do I get to the other ending? I'm very unclear as to how I would take an alternate pathway in this game. Gauntlet was a good challenge, especially when joining late. I'm super impressed you got something out there, Incredibro. Really, truly impressed. The Gauntlet, the coding art sounds was great. Not sure I'd stream an entire game jam again, though. Tiny Devil, you joined the ranks. You joined the ranks of game demonstrators. It is a different experience, isn't it? It's totally different building something on your own versus trying to, like, be entertaining in front of a crowd while building something on your own, right? Okay, so I can hit start, escape. There we go. Start. Doing it on stream is brutal. It really is. Dev is way easier. So we have shift, alt, and space. Okay. So I'm wondering if the key to keeping things in your orbit is just going really slow. It locked in push as soon as I picked them all up. How dare they? But we can still jam the absorb button and still grab them. All right. So it seems like this is kind of a game of patience, which is kind of fitting. Like, you kind of just don't want to move at all. You want to just passively accrue things. You know, just very slight movements, if any. Ooh. Nice! That was a big one. That's actually why I switched to playing games instead of dev on stream. Understandable. 100%. I feel like I was being bad at dev and was not being entertaining. Yeah, I understand that. It is very difficult to maintain things. Ooh, what is this? Literally skipped a whole stage because of the combo. Wow. Yeah, the combo seems very powerful. It's kind of just like, how do you actually, especially in the later stages, when you can't kind of Venus flytrap it very well, right? You have to... okay. So we're in Star. What do I do here now at Star to get the secret ending? Locked in push. Like, it almost feels like I kind of want to push things together to try and just not maintain them in orbit, but just absorb them super fast. Try to get a planet? Oh, shoot. Too late. Daniel Pancake, you got it. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. No, wait, hold on. I know I can, like, go down in stages, right? Can I eat so much bad stuff that I become eligible for this again? All right. So we are in Light Universe? Did we cycle all the way back through? Maripon, you got it. Good to see you, Maripon. Hope you're doing well. Every time I open up your stream, I suddenly remember that I too wear a hat. You grew too much. Grab 1 star, then a planet. Debug is not happy if you open it mid-run. Oh, really? Star, planet. Ah, you've become the asteroid that caused the extinction of dinosaurs. You got it, Robai Bros. The universe will carry on and your actions will be remembered in legends for eons. Incredible. Super cool. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to the beginning here. Let's talk feedback. You were wanting to know what are some things that like added to the experience a lot and what are some things that maybe weren't as much. First off, the keyboard controls are pretty awkward, especially compared to the controller. That L1, R1 worked really well. The Alt and Shift, like I'm doing the claw for Waz, and then like it's this really awkward Shift and Alt and space. Highly recommend the controller controls. Keyboard is just it you know, you get this whole thing. A cool menu with a banner? Yeah, a cool menu with a cool banner, I might add. So that's a quick note on controls. The effects here, incredibly impressive. For the time that was given and everything, really impressive. And I saw where this came from the very first version that you did, where it was hard to like figure out what was happening. You did a good job differentiating the different sizes of things to absorb. And I think that's all really powerful. Whoop! I love the concept. It's a really cool little experience. I think it has a ways to go before it's like a great game, right? If we take this to, once again, this was done in 3 days, right? Totally understood. But if we take this to Octalysis, let's take a look at what we've got here. Oh boy, we've been doing a lot of analyses, you guys. Okay. Bring this here. And then grab our Octalysis. Here we are. So, epic meaning is like, you know, it's like kind of there. You kind of want to see what progresses over time. That's kind of fun. You want to see the increasing stages and what is happening next. Empowerment is kind of like over here because hitting those combos is so hard. The speed up as things are running through, it feels almost more like chance than skill if I'm able to get stuff really in. And I've kind of gotten better, like, okay, so just go really, really slow. Like, don't move at all, kind of counteract their momentum. But then, even still, like, it's, I don't know. There we go. It seems more about timing than it is about juggling. And you have such a cool mechanic in there of things bumping into each other and that kind of push your luck sort of concept that I wanted to see more of that. The meta strategy is to only absorb one type of particle per stage of the universe because later universes don't spawn particles you didn't absorb before. Oh. See, that's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed by absorbing things that is now what is going to get spat out next time. And now I'm remembering that in your GDD. But also, I would have just assumed if I absorbed 2 types of particles, each of those would be 50% of what gets spawned in. Not that if I only absorbed 1, that's half the amount of particles. I wouldn't have guessed that. Are you a black hole? You're a... What are you, exactly? You are... primordial particle in the early universe. So you're just gathering around all sorts of matter and stuff, right? Social influence, you know, I mean, it's not a whole lot, but that's fine. Unpredictability, kind of high, especially with those events. You drove that up. I like the idea of the events. The push event just kind of felt like, okay, I'm on timeout now. Like, I don't get to have fun. I don't get to engage with the mechanics very well until I realized, oh, I can still absorb even if I'm pushing as long as they're in the sphere. So then I kind of just started ignoring the push. Avoidance? Yeah, you're avoiding those smaller particles. I think that's good. This kind of ties back into empowerment, though, where you're so slow that it feels really difficult to... Like, when you are, you know, if we're way up here... Oh, dear. Let's try this again. If you're way up in the later stages, trying to... like, building a combo is hard enough, and then you're trying to build a combo without hitting the other things. I like the concept of needing to avoid grabbing other stuff, but the controls are so wonky, and the particles are so rare that I feel like I can't, you know? It definitely was 90% of the time, I'm just going to do it one at a time. Unless I get like a group like this, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go for it, you know? And like I said, then it feels more about timing than it is about juggling things. Scarcity, not a whole lot of scarcity here. The worst thing that happens, I mean, there's plenty of resources. There's an infinite amount of resources. There's no time limit. Debug tools do be debug tools for real. You're a dinosaur menace. You're a primordial particle with aspirations of being a you know. You're only a primordial particle in your part-time until you're able to get the dinosaur extinction menace off the ground. Ownership, it's pretty much the same no matter who you are, and that's fine. Accomplishment, when you get a combo, it feels fantastic. That screen shake that you have, the big wipe that happens on the end of the stage, all that feels good. I'm going to put it about here. So this is, in my opinion, kind of the shape that we have. So, what are some things that I feel maybe could have been focused on? Tightening up the controls, and maybe not even tightening up the controls, but I don't know if it's a thing of deciding what sort of experience you want people to have. Like, I just keep going back to this really cool 3D space juggle mechanic, right? That exists, and I want to interact with it, but I kind of feel like I can't in a lot of ways. I don't know, maybe it's just early on you're not supposed to. But that's the feeling that I get, is like, I want to juggle things, and maybe I can only like juggle when I get bigger, and I just need to be more patient. But yeah, even just moving slightly throws you into things. Oh, and skipping stages, now that I understand, if you don't absorb something, it doesn't carry through to the next round. That incentivizes skipping stages really heavily, because then you're not absorbing that entire stage's worth of stuff. Okay. So in my opinion, there needs to be some more player feedback as to what is actually happening here. We need to know, first off, I think the like universe level, your mass and your player rock and everything, I think that's important to just have on. I don't think that should be a part of the debug menu. I think that should just be there. Also, look at this combo I got going. That's the other thing, is I don't know if it's going to calculate a net growth or subtraction, or if a subtraction instantly makes it bad. And that's where having this UI would be helpful. Because I think the effect for going up and down a stage, I think, is maybe the same effect. If they're not the same effect, they feel like the same effect. And that's what I'm getting at with like more player feedback as to what their actions are doing. It could be like maybe this is the intention with the encyclopedia, but having some sort of oh, I know a good analog for this. Hold on. I know a good game we can look at that solves a similar problem but in a different space is Rollscape. We bring this up. Rollscape is a very clever game about rolling dice. You roll a dice, you move a certain number of tiles. There are black and white tiles. You can upgrade those black and white tiles to give you points. Those upgrades cost money. That cost points. They cost points. So you're constantly rolling to try and get further along to upgrade your tiles so you get more points so you can buy more upgrades, and you're trying to cross 1,500 tiles before your rolls run out. You can't really see it down here, but there's a number that says this is how many rolls you have left. So what they do here, which is the thing that I want to focus on for your project, Zaft, are these things up here. You can look at these, you can hover over them, and it will tell you your light tile. This is a light tile. You have a 50% chance of spawning a light tile right now. And these are the calculations that are going into a light tile. I think you could copy that exactly. You have your universe information up here. So okay, hold on. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing this. So if I take this, let's go to our analysis page here. We're going to drop this in here. If I kind of mask this out, and we'll just do that. What you could do is, hold on, let me grab some images of these things here. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. You could have a list of all the particles that you are accruing, right? So I'm only going to do a couple of these. Oops. Nope, darn it. A couple of these. But you get the idea, right? You can list these out, and then, and this is where it's a little bit weird because you don't have the mouse involved in your game at all. But you could have some sort of tooltip, and if you wanted to keep it sans mouse, you could come up with other ways to deal with this. This is just a quick thought. Have a little tooltip here. Merge, change color. Let's go light because the background's pretty rough. This is iron. I know that's not iron. I know that's the stage above metal, but I don't remember what to do. +1 mass, right? And then you can have the same tooltip for gold. And now this is gold, and this is -1 mass. So I understand, okay, this is a minus, not a like toggle of a flipping. This is I can accrue many things and then combine them all. As long as I have more of the good stuff than the bad stuff, it's going to come out all right, right? And then you can start duplicating these for everything that's in there. And as you add new stuff, then you add in a new little entry over here with a nice little particle effect, nice little shader, because I know you love your shaders, and that's a good feedback for the player to say, look, this is all here. In fact, you could even do what Rollscape does, which was my original thought. Then I thought, well, I don't know how to do this. Now I do. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 20% spawn chance. Right? You can explicitly call this out. And then you bring in this one, and then you do the same thing, right? So now the player has a way to visualize, this is what's happening. You could even combine your cool encyclopedia into this, right? Where we have our encyclopedia. This screen, I think could be combined. I don't know that we need this. You could have your universe level required. I mean, this is a question that I have. What is the universe level required communicating to the player? According to my understanding of the game's mechanics right now, which is weak, my understanding is universe level required determines this. It determines if you can or cannot absorb it. So just tell them what they can and cannot absorb. And even it could be that you could find another visual way to communicate this is good or bad without having the subtraction, right? You could play around with, we're going to say there's this red sort of effect over it, or it is kind of wobbly, right? Like if I just make a weird shape to kind of make it look unstable and unappetizing. You could take in human analogs of what makes someone not want to eat a food and then apply that, right? Remove the stroke, add the fill. Oops. Add the fill. The stroke. Suck. Vector 3, add the fill. Let's try this again. All right, maybe I need to make it white, black? No, suck. Why are you not masking? Anyways, you get the idea. Why is my vector being so weird? I don't need to bring it forward, right? You don't... Where's your fill, bro? You, like, don't exist. Stroke works? Why is fill not... Figma? Figma? What are you doing? Anyways, do something like that, right? I'm spending way too long on this. This is my idiom. Anyways, you get the idea. Did anyone see my walking animation with the guy wearing blue visors? Yes, agent. What's the process of getting a Gauntlet game critique? You just submit at the Google form. It's right here. I'll send it out again. Copy. Just send it out. Just sign up right there. Now, it's not going to get you eligible for the most growth prize unless you also submit it for the casual track. But, you know, do with it what you will. What's the hat count? We're at 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks, Alpha. Loving the new layout? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Prodigal Son, you got it. Hat number 5. Womp. Okay. You can do the same game for both paths. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you'll probably want to, improve on it and submit it, a later version. But yeah, you can do the same game for both paths. Absolutely. So that's an idea. It's not necessarily the best way, but it's what's coming to mind right now. A really good analysis would let's go wide. Let's think of a bunch of different ways to communicate this, right? I kind of like that idea of communicating wibbly wobbliness. I know you have size doing that, and the size works pretty well. The size does work pretty well. This is probably with extra time, you could add even more effects to indicate stability. And like I said, I would look to what makes food appetizing to people, because that's the perception people are going to come at this with, right? They're not going to look at it as a primordial particle. They're going to come at it from a human perspective. They're going to try and apply those same analogs. Increasing empowerment. It's tricky. I think the biggest problem I have, I'm gonna take the point of I'm gonna discuss problems rather than solutions, because you're the designer, you'll figure out the solutions. The problem that I have is it feels very random when I do or do not get combos, and I'm not understanding the rules around why sometimes I can get it locked in, and other times it just explodes out of my radius. That's my biggest problem with the empowerment right now. And I'm beginning to understand that the meta for this is going to be only absorbing a specific thing. So you increase the odds of your preferred thing coming in, right? Now that starts to make sense. The first couple times I played, I was like, I don't know. I think I'm just going to smash whatever I can. But if I can tilt things in my favor, where I'm only seeing to a great degree, got it, to a greater degree, the things that I can eat, now all of a sudden I can conceptualize it. Because if in this sort of a situation, I'm never going to be able to get a combo, right? Unless I'm able to figure out what the calculation is and say, it's okay to have some of these smaller things as long as you have enough big things. So maybe even a health bar or something. That's what the mass feels like to me. That's your health bar. But then it feels like eating one thing that you shouldn't instantly throws you down to the next stage. So it seems like you have to build up to this point, but one mess up takes you all the way down a stage. So having some sort of push and pull on that, I think would help a lot. I like the idea of distorted wobbly feedback for the unstable ones. Okay, cool. Alpha is a paid actor. Pistachio chips. Oh, dear. And then I think the other big thing for me is accomplishment is a little bit low because there's not a lot of constraints. This feels like the sort of game that you could just eventually win no matter what. It's almost an incremental game. And everyone knows I'm a big fan of incremental games. Oh dear, that locked in absorb. I'm a big fan of incremental games. But I think where incremental games get their sense of accomplishment is investment over time and seeing big number get big. And this is, you do get to see the increase in stages, and that's pretty cool. Maybe we're not zooming out enough to really communicate that. There was a game that I saw someone play recently that does that in an interesting way. That may be another example. Who was it? Was it Indie Buffet or no. It wasn't. It was the speedrunner. It was the speedrunner who played the game where you like are a cat, a robo cat, and you eat things. It's like a Katamari experience. I'm looking for it right now. I don't even remember the dude's name. It was someone that got recommended to me recently. And they're like ridiculously huge, and I don't know why. Not Ludwig. Shoot. Who was it? Speed. Easy Speezy. This is the one. All right. Thanks for lurking, Prodigal Son, Alpha. Appreciate y'all. Oh, and we're in ads. Shoot. I'll find this. And then we'll come right out of ads. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. So I found the video. It's right here. Easy Speezy, world record for Tasty Planet Forever. This is a very silly game. We're gonna watch a little bit of this, and you're gonna see that you start off eating these little particles, right? And then eventually, you see we also have our stage indicator up here. See all this? This is stuff we can learn from here. And this says 3.52 centimeters. It's going up and up and up. Nom 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 nom. 100%.
I think this is a safe place to be serving food.
Now we're starting to eat cockroaches. We're getting a little bit bigger. We're getting attacked by mice. We can't eat the croissants yet. It's going to keep going, keep going. I'm going to speed it up. You can see you start to grow a little bit more. And there, right there. Let's bring the playback speed down to half. So you start to grow. All right, we're going to mute him. You start to grow. And there's different stages of growth. So when you, for the analog here, I think, is your mass, right? As your mass gets bigger, you get bigger. And you have that, right? So having a tween on there to communicate that growth, I think would be good visual feedback to the player. But then, when we get to going to the next universe level, right, which is the next analog, we're going to see that here in just a second. Come on. There, right there. See that? Right like that. That transition effect with the camera zooming out. And I don't even know if it zooms out. Like, you look at it and it looks like, yeah, there's like 2 different cats on the board. So it's like, it's bringing in a new level on top of the old one, sort of a thing. But they do that all the time to communicate, getting bigger and bigger and bigger until you are starting to eat people. And then you get even bigger and you start to eat all different sorts of people. And then you start getting to the point where you're eating the chairs and the tables and then all of these restaurant equipments and and you can see the size of the player is constantly shifting in relative to the size of the screen. So as they get bigger within that same universe level, the player gets bigger and bigger. Once again, what you have, you can maybe even accentuate that. I don't know, it's difficult because you have this risk-reward system, right? Of trying to get these combos while not getting the weaker stuff. But then have that good, tasty transition where all of a sudden now you're eating bigger and bigger things. You're eating the parasols outside of the building. You start to eat cars. I think that would really sell that movement. Not only making it juicier, but also communicating state to the player a little bit more. Incredibro, awesome, very cool. And then eventually, you know, you start eating the trees, and then you start eating the... So it starts to get really, really satisfying. The tricky thing is, like you see here, they've stopped spawning in people because it's so small that it's not worth it anymore. I don't know if you do that in here. Because, like, yeah, I'm not seeing the initial particles, but I don't know if that's just because maybe I skipped them or something broke or something. But if you're doing that where you are despawning the much smaller things, then I think that would be smart. Especially if you're going to have as harsh of a consequence as immediately going down a full stage. So anyways, this was a thought I had of, like, how do they communicate that size differences? We can talk about constraints here. They do a couple of different ways to make your constraints. They do something similar to you here where they say you have to only eat the pink macarons. And that kind of lessens your score, right? But score is the main constraint in this game. Your score is what people are trying to hit. I don't know what I'm trying to hit here other than the end state. And if all I'm trying to get is the end state, I feel like I can kind of just get there if I'm patient enough. Like, it doesn't... there's not a whole lot fighting against me other than just me being a little bit bad. But even if I'm bad, I don't reset, I don't restart. I just go down a stage. Which, you know, may be good for a game jam because then people get to see the content. But in a full version, I'd like to see something else. Whether that's a protagonist, if stuff is too big for you to eat, then it will eat you and you have to restart. Or whether it's a time limit, and if you don't keep growing within a certain time frame, then you start losing pieces and they start flying away from you. So you do have to actually get good at this juggling mechanic. Something to force the player to actually master the mechanics, right? Scale going up is something I had in mind, even though it was my first idea, which kind of got ditched for the gauntlet because I made the decision to have a single screen in space, and that made the zooming out less feasible. Totally understandable, Zaft. Yeah. And to be fair, I think that's the sort of thing that could come after the gauntlet, right? That's all like polished stuff to communicate that a little bit better. Pre-gauntlet, I think having this by default is exactly what should be. And then introducing some sort of constraint. Well, first off, upping the empowerment, allowing the player to juggle a little bit better, I think would also be good pre-gauntlet to do some balancing. Once again, it was 72 hours. It's not a lot of time. So, that could come post. I guess to me, I'm feeling like I don't know what the main mechanic is you're wanting me to engage with other than absorbing. Absorbing I get 100%, and absorbing the right things, but then we seem to have this secondary mechanic of the juggling that seems kind of lost in it. And so it creates this sort of dissonance of like, I feel like I should be juggling, but I kind of like it's really freaking hard to get it right, especially, you know, doing a push your luck. I'm going to try and get a whole bunch of stuff going. Like I just got a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think I leveled up instead of going down, even though I had negative stuff in there. Okay, interesting. I think those would be good things to hit. Having also some sort of external constraint to the player would also be good, unless you want it to be kind of a cozy game, in which case then it starts going in a different direction, right? Where all of a sudden those penalties are probably going to be a lot lower penalties. The pace of the game is going to be a lot slower. Music would be a lot more important to help people vibe through, all that sort of stuff. Those are kind of my initial thoughts. Zaft, is this helpful at all? Have we talked about the things you were hoping we would talk about? Is there something else you'd like to bring up and draw some attention to? You unlocked secret unplanned ending number 3, apparently? What, where, there we go. Oh. What, where you get this screen, but there's still stuff going on in the background? So yeah, Zap, did we hit what you were looking for? That's not intended. There you go. Did we hit what you were looking for to hit? Is there something you'd like to talk a little bit more about? We kind of spent a long time on this, but I really wanted to give it a good effort because you clearly put in a lot of effort into this, and I wanted to respect that. This is helpful? Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good. For what it's worth, I love this. I think it's really cool. Super impressive, especially technically speaking. And a good indicator to me of like, oh yeah, this is what better scope looks like. What's your number one thing you would change to close it? Player feedback of what is their state and what are their actions. That's the number thing I would change. Number one thing I would change. Because the whole time I was unclear about, should I still be going for combos? Is it okay to bring in something that's like gonna hurt me if I have enough to balance it out? I didn't know. And then understanding if I'm going up and down a stage, that was a really important thing. Second thing would be making juggling more feasible. In my opinion. Those are the two things. If anything, I underscoped. I was pretty much done by Sunday, but I knew I wouldn't have much time yesterday. Well, there you go. That's not underscoping then. That's dealing with your time constraints. So, yeah. There you go. Anything else, Zaf? Anything else you wanted to bring up or talk about? Yeah, I would look for ways to boost that empowerment, boost that accomplishment, communicate things to the player a little bit more. And I think it's in a really good state. Okay, right on. Cool. Thanks, Zaf. Thank you so much for building this. If anyone wants to try that out, that is what's its title? It's Primordia? What's his name? Primordia Tonruasanid. Not dinosaur. So there you go. There's Zaf's submission. Zaf, thank you so much for building something and submitting it within the harsh constraints of the game jam. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. What I'm hearing is it needs a collectible card game. And things need to evolve. I mean, I guess you actually kind of do have evolutions. But, you know, your planet you need to be able to have some roguelike elements. And then, you know, you need to be able to, like, set up matter barriers that if you absorb something coming through that matter barrier, then it gives you different elements. So if you get like an oxygen barrier and then you absorb some hydrogen through it, it becomes water, and then you get water in your little planet. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So that was our first critique. Like I said, we're going to start these officially at 3 Eastern, which is in what, 3.5 hours? If anyone wants it, if you're not going to be around for that and you want us to tackle your critique earlier, speak up. I'll interrupt whatever I'm doing and we'll go do the critique. So, okay. Right on. Super cool. All right. Let's dive in here. We've got 7 more of these to do today. I can't guarantee we're going to spend as much time on all of them. There was just kind of a lot to talk about there with Zafs, because there was so much built. But we're gonna get, I promise I will get through all of these today. Can we do Incredibros? Absolutely. Let me find your submission here. There we go. Found it. Okay. Incredibro. What stage of project will you bring a prototype? Will be, okay. What are you hoping to get feedback on? How to improve the game? What's the correct approach, maybe? Incredibro, help me to understand a little bit more. When you say how to improve the game, is there something in particular you've been seeing that you're like, I don't know, I'm not really feeling this, or I like this, but maybe I'm not hitting it hard enough? What sort of feedback are you looking for in regards to improving the game? What is it that you're feeling? And I'm assuming as well that your submission for the Game Jam is what we're going to be looking at. Golf Pong. Okay. While you go ahead and type out your response here, let's take a look at what we have written out. Called Golf Pong. As the name suggests, it's a combination of golf and pong. Developed in 4 hours. 2 hours were spent writing a brief GDD for it. Download link below. Ooh. There we go. Let's download that. No thanks. Let's get that PDF. And hopefully this will not completely brick my computer. I'm trusting you, Incredibro. You're a presence in the community. I'm trusting you that this is not going to eat my face. 2-bit art is always a winner in my heart, or 1-bit even. Yeah, I love that. So this is a classic 2D arcade game with a new twist. Golf Pong challenges you to score as many points as possible by putting the ball in the hole. The game captures the essence of classic retro games down to the resolution, which is 160 by 144. The game spawns randomly generated obstacles every time you score a point. It's a perfect combo of golf and ping pong. Randomly generated obstacles every time you score a point. Okay. Inspiration is Pong, sure. Key emotion for Golf Pong would be nostalgia with a twist. Tension and precision. Okay. Emulates the primordial age of video games. Yeah, I think that totally works. Retro chiptune sound effects, some modern polish. People enjoy retro arcade games will be your target audience. Your core loop is prevent ball from falling, score points by putting ball in hole, spawn new layout, prevent ball from falling, okay? Real-time horizontal paddle movement is your primary mechanic. Bounce off objects in the paddle is your secondary, that the ball bounces off of things. And then the obstacles, you'll spawn 5 random obstacles, okay? You're going to have a VFX every time the ball hits something, and then your audio, UI style. Okay, great. Awesome. I feel like I understand kind of what the game is. We'll see. Okay. Let's dive into this. Let me turn off the music. Let's check this out. Boop. Input randomness is the random information or element brought into the game. Okay, so random levels created every time. So your level generation is your input randomness. Right on. Okay, so we got left and right on A and D. Space to start the game. Ooh, big splash. Whoa, that is a dust kick-up effect. Okay. Got it. That was satisfying. I'm not gonna lie, that felt pretty good. The abnormal shapes create kind of an interesting final score 1. Oh dear. So I instantly failed, which then led to the game feeling sorry for me. Oh dear. So sometimes it seems like it spawns under your paddle. And other times it spawns directly going into the hole. It's pretty hard. Okay. Is that going to hit it? Nice. What's the high score you've ever seen anyone do in this? Nice. I feel like the area 2D for hitting the hole is a little bit bigger than the sprite is, which is good. That feels good. Shoot. There's a little bit of a sliding. 5 is the highest score you've seen. Oh dear, oh dear. There's a lot of RNG in here with how those placements can work out. Whoa! I broke your game, Incredibro. I'm gonna refresh. Oh! Shoot! Okay. All right. So one thing I'm noticing is I am laughing a lot. That is something to take note of, right? Oh dear. I think I broke it again. Let's refresh. So that is something to know. I'm laughing a lot. This is an interesting combo of input and output because even though technically there is no output randomness, due to how difficult it is to make the ball go exactly where you want it to go and the bizarre shapes that are present for the obstacles, it feels very random. And that's a really interesting observation. That randomness doesn't have to actually exist in order for that feeling to exist. There it is, the bug. Yeah, for 4 hours of work, this is pretty darn impressive. There we go. And that reset our final score. That little bug that was still showing up. Oh, no! Darn it! I really want to get past 5. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'm trying to pay attention to this dust effect and how it behaves. Okay. Oh, come on. That was so in. There we go. That'll probably just be safe, yeah. Ooh, where are you going to go? You know, I would describe this less as golf pong and more as golf breakout. Like, if we were doing a Steam page for this, I would definitely say, don't try to appeal to pong, appeal to breakout. Because that multiplayer aspect of pong is such an important part of it that if you're just, especially if you're going upwards instead of left to right or something, this feels a lot more like breakout to me. And I think that's what people will key into a little bit more. Granted, you're not actually breaking anything. Good night. And then from a game design perspective, moments like that are a little bit rough where it's like, okay, I just have to wait for a long time. I don't know if there would be a way that you could kind of account for that and give some control to the player, but makes sense, but theme. No, I hear ya. I hear ya. Breakout is also quite primordial. It's pretty primordial. Yeah, depending on how things work out, you can spend a long time doing nothing. There we go. Darn it. It's so hard. This is surprisingly difficult. Darn it. Could use a tilt mechanic. Yeah, something like that. Or power-ups or something. Oh, man. I don't think I'm going to be able to get 5. I came close. I got to 3. I got to 3. Oh, that was pretty close. Okay. So let's go to our analysis here. Once again, Incredibro, is there anything specifically you're looking for feedback on? Or just general? General feedback. The more specific that you're looking for thoughts on, the more we'll be able to actually provide something in a direction that you would like to go. If you're just looking for general thoughts, we may skew based on what you're looking for. Okay, all right. Epic meaning, I mean, it's an arcade game. Not a lot of, you're not, saving the world. You're not rescuing your child from a serial killer like in Heavy Rain or something. You're just getting the ball in the hole. That's fine. Empowerment, this is a tricky one for me. There is a bit of a slide on this, I noticed. So I'm going to tell you when I stop holding. Stop. And you still, you skate along a little bit. That removes a little bit of that empowerment, which is not a bad thing, right? It's just an analysis of what is the topography of the game. I'm going to put it somewhere a little bit lower than mid, because technically you do have a lot of control over where things go, but it's very difficult to gauge that control. So if you wanted more empowerment for the player, you could have sort of a trail that when this is getting close, like somewhere below this part of the screen, you start to see a vector saying this is how it's going to bounce, and you can kind of judge based off of that, right? Social influence, I mean, not a whole lot. I mean, there's a little bit because there's a score, right? You can say, I want to get a higher score than my buddy. Hey, buddy, can you beat my high score? So there's a little bit there. Unpredictability, very high. Not only because of that sliding everything, but also because of the really clever use of abnormal shapes that create really awkward bounce targets. I would want to see a lot more of those, to be frank. Lots of weird shapes because this is, for me, is where the game kind of really lives. It's in dealing with these bizarre shapes, and then if you can, use them for your benefit. And you feel like a god if you manage to say, I'm going to bounce it off of the roof, and that's going to hit it. It's so hard to do that. If you can predict it, it's really great. Avoidance. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to avoid the ball falling down. I'm going to put it kind of in the middle. I guess it's a little tricky, right? Because at the beginning, you have very much so no avoidance. If you haven't gotten anything in the hole yet, it's fine. But then, if you're on 4 or 5, you're going to be way up here, right? You're going to be freaking out way more. Scarcity, there's not a ton. There's not a time limit you have to hit this in by. There's not so many bounces that you get before your paddle breaks. Thank you, Daniel. There's not a whole lot of scarcity built in outside of just the scarcity in your empowerment. Ownership, my version of the game is pretty much the same as everyone else's. And accomplishment feels great. Feels really, really strong especially when it's not just random and you're like, I'm going to hit it on this super steep angle and it's going to go exactly where I want it to go. That feels great. So, given that the emotional experience you're trying to hit, right? The emotional experience you're trying to hit is nostalgia, but then also tension and precision, okay? I would recommend looking at ways to enhance that precision and enhance the nostalgia. I think you're hitting a lot of nostalgia at the moment. You could amplify it even further and these are bad ideas, right? These are not necessarily things you would want to do. They're just ideas. But what if we took this screen and then we added in a little skeuomorphic Atari controller down below that moves according to your input, right? So when you move left, the joystick moves to the left. When you move to the right, the joystick moves to the right, and it kind of wibbles and kind of creates that sort of a feeling. You could house it inside of a Pong arcade machine housing. if I can grab a good picture. So, oops. Put it inside here. Ooh, yeah, and get like the screen warp effect and everything and scan lines. And then what am I doing? Because I think this is going to resize it if I drag here, right? Oh, no, it's not. I mean, it kind of does. What's going on? I just want the crop. There we go. Control. You know, crop this in so it's not 90% unused space. But there are other games that do this sort of an idea, right? So those are maybe some ideas to boost that sense of nostalgia. Skeuomorphism. Not that control, you need a paddle. Yeah, I didn't, you know, this was just slightly before my time, Tiny Devil. So, yeah, whichever one it is, you know, you get the idea. Oh, and we're in ads, too. Oh, shoot. All right, we'll be right back. We'll wrap this up. Incredibro, the game is just upscaled GB resolution. Oh, nice. If there's anything specifically you want us to target during the ads, throw that in the chat, and we'll take a look at that specifically before wrapping it up. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. So, what can I do to make this an addictive game? Maybe add power-ups. Okay. Mothman with the clearing of the hats. Oh, you got it, friend. Woo! Deflated hair. Nice. Thank you, Mothman. So this would up that nostalgia effect, right? I do think adding in a sort of, let me grab let me grab a good screenshot here. There we go. Adding some precision to this, right? Right now it is technically precise, but it feels really imprecise. So if you do something like this, well, let's just do that. Right? We're going to change that to be white. In fact, we're going to change it to a gradient, and we're going to put this in the middle. We're going to put another one over here. This is going to be 0, and then this is going to be 0 and white. Right like that, right? If you do something like that, then all of a sudden you get a lot more precision out of it. You're able to kind of predict where things are going to go, and you have it fade out so that you don't see perfect information. But I think this would be a good way to improve on some of that precision. Alternatively, like Zaft was saying, probably having some way to deal with it when it gets into a little bit of a frustrating state where it just kind of bounces back and forth between a bunch of different obstacles and it's going really slow. Some way to adjust for that, right? Because this is different than other blockout games, where blockout games will... The topography of the map changes so heavily due to objects getting removed. And there being quite a lot of obstacles. And so it creates weird rags that the ball can clip onto and make interesting unpredictable bounces. So whether that's a tilt mechanic or something that, is if the ball is going too slow, a little goblin runs over and picks it up and throws it at something at random, or, I don't know, something, right? How long do I have to still submit something for review? You can do it right now. We've got, woo! Technically, the critiques aren't starting until 3, but just some people are in chat early, and they aren't going to be here later, and so we're just doing their critiques now. So you got plenty of time. Yeah, I think to Agent's point, having some different biomes and different obstacles would be good, because then I'll want to, especially if they get different as your score improves, every 3 levels is a new biome, right? Then I'm going to be really incentivized to see all the biomes. That's going to make it a little more addictive, right? You could add in some epic meaning. I don't know that that's really necessary. Adding in some sort of avoidance might be nice, too. Some sort of constraint you have to go against, unless you really want the score to be the end factor. And then, situations like this. Oof. Then I think getting that high score is the scarcity, and I think that works. But then you'd have to probably up your social game. So you'd want a leaderboard. You'd want some sort of recognition to the player. Like, hey, you got 5 bounces. Or 5 score. That's incredible. Way to go. Good job. Or you only got 1. Funnily enough, I'm coming back to this a lot today. Rollscape, when you get a game over, let's see if anyone has taken a screenshot of that. That's a bummer. When you get a game over in Rollscape, it pops up a little window that says, you got this score, but your high score is this. I know you can do better, or some little quip at the end, right? Like your power must have gone out, or the cat must have jumped on your keyboard or something, right? And that gets that player to be like, oh, well, I'll show you. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna do it, right? That would be another way to kind of increase that sort of social influence, and it would be with the game in a way. Making the trees or houses destructible is definitely an option. I think you would need some way to maintain the randomness. Like, if you can just blast through all of the obstacles, then all of a sudden it just becomes destroy the obstacle and then try and maneuver it so you hit the thing. In my opinion, destroying all of the obstacles would hinder the game. I think it would remove the tension that you're trying to hit. I think there could be some destructibles, and that would increase more uncertainty. But I wouldn't want to see everything, right? Play on an old CRT. It'll do that trail anyway. Make it personal. Got it, yeah. Power-ups definitely could be interesting. You'd have to find a way, I think, that makes the power-up boost empowerment, not remove empowerment. So the tricky thing is if you run into a power-up and then it instantly has an effect, and you don't know what to expect from that necessarily, that could probably feel bad. But if it adds it into like a little box, right? It's like, oh, I have my power-up up here now. And it is, you know, a lightning bolt, and it's going to kind of zap my ball and make it do, or I don't know, or a magnet or something to draw it towards the hole, give the hole a little bit of a gravitational pull, something like that, right? And I can activate that when I want to. Now we have more empowerment, right? That's another thought. That might be too much. And yeah, you may very well be right. It might be too much. It may ruin the inherent simplicity of the concept, because that's another thing. And then you also got to consider what form factor you're doing it for. If you want to capture that sort of hyper casual kids playing this under their desk at school type sort of crowd, or moms that are waiting in a line or waiting for the water to boil, or that are or a dad that is just feeding their kid and they just need something to waste their brain away a little bit, then you're probably not going to want stuff like this. And you're going to put it on a phone, right? That's going to be a totally different experience than doing it with a controller or with a mouse and keyboard. And you'd want to adjust the design for that environment appropriately. Loot Locker was pretty easy to work with for an online leaderboard for free. How to use that for a previous jam. Oh, cool. That's nice. Dan's leaderboard. Okay, I haven't done any of these things. I've never done a leaderboard. So that's an interesting point. Yeah, that should like go in our resources channel or something. Okay. Cool. Great. Takes 30 minutes to implement. Wow, that's impressive. Okay. So those are my thoughts. Really for me, it's about, and all of the stuff that I talked about in specifics, they're just like ideas, they're just random thoughts, and you're probably gonna have, oh, that's maybe an okay idea, but maybe it would be even better if we took it over here, or oh no, I don't think it would be a very good idea. It's gonna kind of interfere with this other design desire, whatever. At the end of the day, what I would recommend is trying to really boost up the feeling of empowerment and boost up social influence. If you want this to be addictive in that way, right? Then that's what I would do. Because if you don't have enough empowerment, people are they're just gonna feel frustrated when they play it, and they're gonna give up playing. And then the social influence is what's going to make that way more addictive in a broad market sense, right? Now, you may not want to make a broad market game, in which case maybe you don't need social influence, and then you just have to hammer empowerment super hard, and then probably build in some extra scarcity or avoidance or something. Maybe build in some ownership, have hats or whatever, right? But a lot of it would probably come down to empowerment. If you're wanting to go like the Spire route, you want to build a roguelike. You want to build something that people love playing because of the mechanics inherent to them, because there's so many options and variety, then yeah, you got to go hammer empowerment super hard. And then as you empower people to get further and further in the game, that's when you need to start amping up the scarcity and the avoidance and everything. So those are the kind of the two different routes that I would see going if you're looking for an addictive game, right? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, anything else you'd like us to discuss or not? Oh, yeah, and then once again, biomes. No matter what, I think that would be a huge improvement. You just swap out sprites. That's all you got to do, and I think that would instantly make people vie for those higher score amounts just innately. Gosh dang it, I keep coming back to this. Rollscape does this. It's such a good game. It's such a simple concept. It starts off looking like this, and then as you get further along down the line, you start getting cool backgrounds based on the choices that you make of which direction to take, because you eventually reach a splitting point where you have to make a choice. Which route are you going to go? And then it starts to look like this sort of stuff, right? And like it really compels you to go forward and is super rewarding visually. So, Rollscape is a really good role model here. Roll. Okay. Can we even still submit to the feedback? Yeah, you can still submit to the feedback, Cubus. Yeah, just go jump in the forum, submit it. We'll get to it. I know, right, Kirsty? This was made in 4 hours. This is very impressive. The other thing as well I might do is tone down this dust effect a little bit. It's pretty noisy. And it's a little hard because you can only work with black or white. You can't do shades of gray or anything with your current art style. And that's fine. But maybe have it be a little bit smaller or disappear more quickly or something. Because it's, especially starting out, it was like, oh gosh, is something exploding? Like it was much more of an explosion than a dust kick-up. Perks of being unemployed. Yeah. I hear you. Okay. So that was Golf Pong. If any of you want to go play Golf Pong, try and beat that 5 high score. See, look what I just said. If any of you want to beat that high score, go play Golf Pong. See, there's your social influence, right? There's your accomplishment. That's the core thing you got to chase if you want the score to be there. In my opinion. All right. So I think that's going to be it for Golf Pong, unless Incredibo comes back with anything else they want to talk about. Is there anyone else in the chat that wants to get their game critiqued right now instead of during 3 to 5? Because it would be great to get these things kind of squared away before then. I'm not going to lie. These are taking a little bit longer. I'm glad we're spending as much time as we are on them. But also, we have like 8 submissions plus, and I can't spend an hour on each of them and do them all within 2 hours. Unfortunately, Euclidean space-time forbids me. You're so welcome, Incredibo. Thank you for submitting. And I think you made something cool, and you made it in a very impressive amount of time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for building and bringing it. Hit you hard today. Oh boy, employment. It does do that, doesn't it? Side note, Fox, I launched a YouTube short you looked at. I changed the intro and it's performing better than all the other shorts. Awesome. Step away to pay attention to this AWS tooling training. All right, best of luck with AWS, Prodigal. We're rooting for you. Hold on, let's check this out. I hate how it mutes it automatically. Stop muting it. Stop it. What if I scroll down and then up? There we go.
Spells make a huge difference. When
yeah, no, I think that was a really good opener. It's less visually impressive, but I can read it a lot better. That's great. Super rad.
That you cast spells make a huge
way more legible. Way more legible.
It grows in size and power. When Water Sphere touches an Earth spell, it explodes into fairies that heal you. But we don't care about that, because every time Water Sphere touches a lightning spell, it explodes into splashes. So let's abuse that. This is Scattershot. When Scattershot touches a lightning spell, it creates a tiny thundercloud. So let's...
You know what just dawned on me? Another good plant for the fairy spell. Instead of saying we don't care about it, another option could have been But that's a combo for another day. Today we're, but we're not going to look at that today. But do you have thoughts on how to combo that fairy spell? And then you get people in the comments and you're racking up that watch time, right? Yeah.
Plus Scattershot, plus Water Sphere.
Yeah, that's rad. Cool. Endo, I'm so glad that it's performing so well for you.
Cast spells make a huge difference.
I'd be curious to see what your watch percentage is. I would be so scared to put this in here. I feel like as soon as you have something like that that says the short is over, people are going to scroll away, and then you get tanked in your impressions. The spells are very cool. Yeah, the spells are very cool. Definitely go play Scholar of the Arcane Arts. It's freaking rad. It is a really good game. And you all know me. I don't necessarily say that very lightly. I think the mechanics are really, really good. Drops pretty quickly when that pops up. Yeah. There's a big trend right now, and it's been going on for a while, where you end your short mid-sentence. So people don't get to the end of the sentence because they are still following you along for that sentence, and then it cuts and goes back. And if you get people at over 100% watch time, YouTube loves that. So something to consider, maybe having this embedded somewhere else, and once again, you can't have it at the end. You can't have it at the end because then they'll feel it's at the end and then they'll leave. That's cheating though. I know. This is the weird thing that YouTube forces you to do, right? The algorithm, you have to game it. You have to game. Don't become that which we hate. And you don't have to do that cutoff in the mid-sentence. Like, I think Jordan does that in a good way where it's just kind of a bit of the comedy. It's an extension of the comedy routine. But if you can find a way, and that's what looping was all about, right? The looping trend was all about getting people to get over that 100% watch time. That's fine. There's plenty of ways to get people above 100%. My goofy dance video had like 150% watch time that went pseudo viral, right? Something like that's because then it loops in the order you cast spells. You can. I mean, it's a way to do it. It's a little bit. I mean, it will get you over 100%, but it'll probably get you to like 105%, and then people set up. Polygon, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you so much, and thank you for everything you do for this community. Oh, appreciate you, Polygon. Thank you. Best of luck with your meetings today. So yeah, that's the YouTube funness. Oh, cool. Right on. Yeah. That's super great, Endo. I'm so glad you're seeing some success. That is incredible. Way to go. Way to go. Okay. Oops. I think someone asked for let's see, who was this? This was Agent. Yes. Go look through the Ornithopod Expert GDD. Yeah, let me bring this up. Okay, so we have 9 submissions now. Okay. Let me pull this up. Agent Technology. What are you hoping to get feedback on? Staying close to the theme and design principle, how to make our project more eye-catching and entertaining. Lovely. Let's take a look. Okay. And you sent this to me on Discord, right? You sent your GDD. Yeah, there it is. We're going to open this up. We're going to throw it over here. Okay. We're going to leave this up for a little bit. I'm going to zoom in. I need to take a really quick bio break. I'll be right back. And then we'll dive into the Ornithopod. Cheers. Welcome back. Yeah, two nerdy nerds. Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out, by the way, two nerdy nerds. Yeah. Can you believe we got... I think the total ended up being 14 gauntlet submissions because 3 of these are not for the gauntlet. Super crazy. Absolutely wild. Okay. Ornithopod. Let's see. What is this next tab that I've opened? Oh, yeah, we can close that. Okay. The Ornithopod expert. Okay. You are a scientist trying to survive hungry dinosaurs who try to eat you. I'm glad we're clarifying the dinosaurs are hungry and they're trying to eat you. Now, in reality, if we were going through like a GDD critique, then I'd probably say, yeah, you'd probably just say survive hungry dinosaurs. That's enough. Don't have the time to jam. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Tuner. You guys got to work on release. Absolutely. Thanks, Daniel, for the hydrate, by the way. Yeah, you guys are cruising through on release. When's your date for Super Cat Cafe? What's your next milestone you're hitting? You are at the top of the building and need to make your way through each floor until you find an elevator bringing you down to the next floor. You find a gun and try to find a way out of the lab without being injured or eaten. Okay, so this is Jurassic Park. Cool, right on. The emotion my game is trying to capture is suspense. Since every floor is random, you never know what is going to pop up or what you'll come across. You should feel like each time you play is a new experience. Okay. Adventure, roguelite, dinosaur, prehistoric. Definitely, by the way, for Steam, do include dinosaur as a tag. Like, if you have dinosaurs or pirates or robots or ninjas, 100% have those as tags. People do search for them. Steam demo in the next couple weeks. Next Fest in October, release in November. All right. Woo! Wait, hold on. When it releases in November, are you going to have pumpkin spice lattes available? Is it going to be like pumpkin spice everything? Target audience, 12 and older. Okay. That matches suspense. You know, hard to have suspense for a bunch of like 8-year-olds, right? Dinosaur robot ninjas. Yes, go make that game and make $1 million, Cubus. The ultimate game. You're a dinosaur piloting a train going on a fishing trip. Oh, shoot. That's just a reskinned Dave the Diver, right? Excuse me. So, Godot, Clucky, and Wick Editor. Okay. Core loop. Kill enemies. Don't get hit. Find different pickups. Move through the lab. Kill enemies. Okay? So, I'm expecting right out of the gate, I'm going to start shooting dinosaurs. Your primary mechanic is combat. It is real-time. You have dodging. Okay. This could be fleshed out a little bit more. Secondary progression. Movement through the lab. Pickups will keep you alive. Get through waves or one-on-one battles with enemies. Okay. I'm curious how that plays out. Tertiary equipment. 4 inventory slots for 4 categories. Weapon, healing, armor, and attachments. Buffs, nerfs. Can only hold 1 item of each category, but can swap with stray items. Okay. If we don't have pumpkin spice lattes, I guess something went wrong along the way. Oh, shoot. Chewed on it. I'm going to remove that early access card at the end of the next short. Let's keep experimenting until we get 1 million views. Awesome, Endo. Yeah, I don't think you'll be sad removing that. Have you been seeing in your Steam page people coming over from YouTube and jumping on? Because that's the other thing. Like, if it's resulting in actual sales for you, you know, that's something to consider. But like I said, you could probably sneak that in earlier into the short so that people can still find you and have it like in the description or a comment or something so people can still find it, even if it ends up not being very explicit there. There's definitely been purchases from it. That's awesome, Endo. That's so cool. Congrats. If people are commenting, what game is this? That's engagement. Yeah. No, that's true. It's true. 100%. Systems. AI, enemy, complex. Part of main gameplay loop. Okay. From this complex AI, I'm expecting more than just like runs at you and bites you. I'm going to expect they're going to try and like hound you into corners and stuff. Pickups, items, med Ks. They add different effects onto the player, such as gaining health or increasing health. Hit point value expands. Okay, so increasing your max health. Weapons, melee to pellet-based to help advance player through the game. Okay. We have ads in just a second. By the way, Agent, is there a playable version for me to check out, or are we just looking at the GDD and talking about the GDD today, in terms of making your project more eye-catching and entertaining? Are we just looking at the GDD, or is there also a prototype? It's fine if it's just the GDD. I just want to know what to expect. Hand-drawn 2D simplistic figure, flash-based animation, exaggerated body language, different genres of art incorporated. Okay, curious. Style inspiration, Madness Combat by Crinkles. Oh, wow. Look at that. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the crosshair on the face and everything. Newgrounds! Yeah, man. Yeah, with the disembodied hands and everything. Yeah, no, I had a misspent youth on that sort of thing. Just no, you don't need to be sorry at all. Just the GDD is totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah, right, Endo. Okay, let's go back down to where we were. VFX, damage indicator when the player gets hit, and when hitting, when the health bar goes down, picking up objects. Sound effects for the guns, enemies, and player getting hit, sure. Characters, main character is named Doc Turret. Mentality is a little unstable due to work overload. Narration. Whoa, you're going to narrate it too. Death screen paired with retry interaction. Okay. And the area that surrounds the player will be dimly lit and combined with lights and shadows not already built into the tile map. The appliances around the player run down, a reminder of the busy environment that used to flourish in the building. There are also more dark areas for using your senses or just squinting your eyes in the game. Okay, cool. So that's the GDD run through. We're in ads. We'll be right back chatting about it. Okay, so let's chat about the ornithopod, the ornithopod expert. What did I wait 5 effing minutes just to listen to Nickelback? That's incredible. And no, you get the best reviews for the stuff you make. Oh my gosh, that cracks me up. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That just shows you've actually been making stuff and putting it out, though. I bring out the comedians. Oh man, I've gotten some comments on my YouTube recently. Fun. Okay. So Ornithopod Expert. There's not quite enough detail in this GDD for me to really understand what this game is going to be. I understand that there's going to be shooting, there's going to be punching, there's going to be dodging. There's going to be enemy raptors, and there's going to be, like, power-ups. If we're going to, like, go over a GDD and talk about, from a design perspective, how can this be improved, then we need to have a lot more things detailed. With a prototype, you can be a little less detailed because you can show people what it is. And for what it's worth, I'm not saying that's the right way to do it. I definitely feel the better way to do it, if you have the time and the resources, is to go heavy on documentation early on when it's cheaper. So, what I would want to see is, what are the different weapons? What are the healing items? What are the armor items? What are the attachments? How do you view these things connecting with each other? I put something in the resources channel of a combat designer doing this massive, I mean, it's a freaking textbook of how do designers work through combat mechanics. And this would be a really good read, Agent. It's super long. Like the scroll bar you can see over here, it is huge. But you can see how people like that are really in the industry and that are AAA, when your time is just combat design, how do you spend that? How do you detail it out so you can communicate it across the team? And this would be very, very helpful for you. And he gets into later on, like, one of the big things that you end up doing as a AAA designer is when you say dodging, right? When we say dodging, you're going to detail out how many frames that dodges and how many of those are iframes. And how does it feel? Is it going to be a consistent speed all the way through, or do you roll really fast at the start during your iframes and then you have a slow roll off, right? So those are all things that could be described. Not necessarily necessary for a game jam, but just kind of providing a broader vision of all the different things that could be discussed in a GDD. We say combat, and then it's real-time and dodging. I need to know what kind of combat is this. Is this... And I still don't have an idea of, is this top-down? Is this a isometric 2D scroller, like a Newgrounds experience, right? Where you just move left and right and jump up and down? Is there any platforming in this? I know we're looking for a doorway, but here's kind of my concern based on the game so far that's being discussed is you are going to have a level, and then you will have an objective. This is your door, right? This is where you're trying to get to. You spawn the player in, and they have their, gun or whatever. And then there is a raptor. This is a raptor. This is what raptors look like. So that's a raptor. So you have your raptor, and you're just going to walk up, shoot it, and then walk to the door and enter. And that's not enough, like, obstacles or constraints to create all that compelling of an experience, right? The closest thing I can actually think to that does something like this would be Silent Hill, like the original Silent Hill game, where they have their sort of isometric camera. You have your room here. Womp. And you have a doorway, and your character has come through a door right here, And then you have spooky nurse lady over here, right? Those are legs and hands. And the drama in Silent Hill comes from the fact that these are really scary, right? These are scary things. But you also have to decide, do I fight this thing? Because your knife sucks and you're going to lose health. And your bullets are very limited. So it's the scarcity in resources and in your combat ability that interplay with your health that create the drama of, do I fight this thing or do I not? And so that's what I want to see in this GDD. I want to see, what are your constraints? What is this game actually going to be? And like getting some example games in here would be very helpful, right? I think you do have an example, but it's for the visual style, not for what the gameplay is. So being told this is a 2D top-down, this is a 2D platformer, this is a 3D open world, you know, anything like that would give me a lot more insight. How is the combat going to function? Do I aim with the mouse and click to fire? Is it tank controls and I'm using fully keyboard? What is the envisioned experience there? Now, I know you said for your emotional experience, and I'm so happy you filled this out, you want to capture suspense, right? And you talked a lot about how lighting is going to affect things in the world, and I think that's great. It's a really good place. Tying in lighting with suspense is a classic banger, right? If you really want high suspense, then your lighting, for example, is a constraint on the player, right? You are saying, player, you don't get to see very well outside of this space, and we're going to determine what that is. That's a constraint. Ammo counts, health counts, stamina gauges. These are all constraints that affect the system in which they live. So let me go back to the forum and make sure I'm actually talking about what you were hoping to talk about. Make your project more eye-catching and entertaining. Yeah. I do think you're staying close to the theme and the design principle. There's probably ways to amp up the design principle even more. Like a randomly generated level works for the theme. That totally works for the theme. Or for the design principle. If you really want to amp that up, you could go even further. You could have more things be determined randomly. You could say, I think your power-ups are a really good example of taking that a step further, depending on what the power-ups are. Mario Kart, right? When you move over a box and you get the little roulette wheel and then you get your item, right? Now you have your input randomness, you decide what to do with that item. Make your project more eye-catching. It's a little bit difficult to say eye-catching because I don't have enough of an idea of what is this game going to look like, as I've been saying. You have some visual style inspiration here. I totally get that. But that is a graphical art style, and it has nothing to do with, like, composition or cinematography or... anything like that. So, especially without knowing, is this going to be, how am I going to be viewing this? What is the experience of this game? Without any of that knowledge, it's hard to say, this is what you can do to make it more, eye-catching. That being said, some easy things you could do that is kind of regardless of genre and what kind of experience you have. If you look up Cartoon Coffee, Cartoon Coffee on YouTube has a lot of really cool visual effect tutorials on how to do really cool visual effects, and that's always a great way to do things. But then as well, since you're doing this in the casual track, you can find Cartoon Coffee on itch. He has a bunch of free visual effects that you can use for free. And then he has these big paid packs you can do. But there's all sorts of free asset packs you can grab online. Cartoon Coffee has a free asset pack. If you could look up Kenny has all sorts of big asset bundles that you can just download and use, and they're free to use. So those are ways to improve the visual side of your game as well. Okay. Agent. I've been talking a lot. What thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns do you have? I want to say very upfront as well. I'm giving a lot of feedback. That is not criticism. It is feedback with the intention of supporting you, because I know this is like your first project, right? This is normal. This is where everyone starts. There's nothing to be ashamed of here at all or anything. You don't need to feel any sort of criticism. This is all, I'm so excited for you. Let's help you get to the next level. And I can't wait to see what you do when you get there, right? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Anything you want to talk about, or anything you want to maybe fill in some blanks for me? You can say, oh, this is the kind of game that it's going to be. And then we can get that extra information, talk about how to represent that. Anything at all. Man, frickin' Newgrounds. It's wild this is still alive. I remember back in the day when you could stay on top of every single game that was releasing. Like, you could do that. If you spent your day following games, you could know every single game that was coming out. It wasn't even all that hard. And now, 40 plus games are being released every single day on Steam. You're never going to stay on top of every single game, no matter how much you want to. Absolutely wild. Later admit to having a good time doing it. Okay. Did we lose Agent? Is Agent gone? Well, in any case, that's Ornithopter Expert. Those are my thoughts. As with all critiques, they're just my thoughts. And as designers, it's our job to take feedback and decide what is worth keeping and what isn't worth keeping. If you skim the other episodes, they have rooms that the MC continues through while fighting the opponents. Amazing. So yeah, that's the job of all of us as designers, is figuring out what is worth keeping, what is feedback that's worth keeping, and what's feedback that's not worth keeping. Right? So there you go. Agent, thank you so much for building this. Building something is a courageous event. Sharing it with others is even more courageous. And then sharing it for critique is even more courageous than that. And then especially doing it online in front of a live audience. Like, that is peak courage right there. I was thinking of open floors with rooms that have open door frames. Yeah, but like, what is a floor? Is a floor this? Is a floor this? Is a floor this, where you have your character and here's their gun sticking out, right? And then you have your doors. Is it like Binding of Isaac style? Is it Legend of Zelda style? Is it, you know, Batman on the SNES 2D platformer? What is this, right? What is this experience? That's what we need to know. Because that's going to completely change things, right? You can have, what's a good example of like a convoluted, like, yeah, like MGS1, right? MGS1 has different floors and levels, but that's going to be a very different experience than Binding of Isaac, right? Where you have this. Or Nine Souls. We just played through that, where you have different zones and you're going through the zone in a 2D platformer. Noida, yeah, and right, diving into that. that's all of a sudden a very different type sort of experience. You have a different zoom level, and you get a lot more information on the screen. Interestingly, they still use lighting as a big constraint for the player, but they also use a lot of other constraints for the player, like just knowledge and everything. Someday I need to figure out Noida, man. I struggle to understand Noida in the slightest. I do not know what the flow of the game in Noida is. I know you're supposed to be able to craft wands and do all sorts of cool stuff. I've yet to get to that point. I'm just in this beginning zone and like die, or I skip ahead to new areas and then get instantly murdered, and I have yet to figure out how to do any of these things. I have 200 hours on Noida. I also need to figure it out one day too. Yeah, it's one of those games that when I decide I'm going to buckle down, I'm going to learn Noida and have fun, I'm going to watch some guides. I'm not going to spend the time playing it myself. I do not have that kind of time. Okay. All right, thanks for your lurk, Tiny Devil. Anything else, Agent? Any other thoughts, questions, comments that you'd like to get discussed today? And while you're typing that out, is anyone else here that would like to have their critique submission handled right now instead of at 3 Eastern, which is in like 2 hours and a bit? We've gone through 3 out of 9 of these. So if there are some who are here, it would be great to have you. Okay. Rad. Cool. Unless I hear anything else. I'm gonna kick back. Sweeto, probably won't be doing the full jam, but I made Prime Ordeal. Wouldn't mind hearing feedback. Sure, yeah. If no one wants to go, maybe you check my puzzle game. Not part of the jam, though. I want to use this perspective. Okay, so yeah, kind of like a top-down. Sure. Okay. So we're going to have a top-down level view with lighting. A lot of your game, it sounds like, is searching for an exit, right? You say that in your loop. Find the elevator to the next floor. That is the thing that you are trying to get to. The raptors are the things that are preventing you from getting there. At least the primary antagonist. There are other things that are making it more difficult, like the lighting situation, right? But it sounds to me, with that being the experience, and suspense being the emotional experience, what I would be expecting to hear more in this GDD is what's going to make this more difficult to find the elevator? How big are the levels going to be? From how far away can you view the exit? Is it like you have to make visual contact? Is there going to be a marker on a map? Is there going to be a glow coming from the exit? What are the other obstacles that are going to make it more difficult? You have the raptors and you have lighting. Is there going to be any sort of wall obstacle or something you're going to have to find your way around? How are you going to maintain the player tension while moving through the level? Especially, what's going to happen if they found the elevator but they didn't know it? And they go exploring the whole level and they can't figure out where the dang elevator is. Now that suspense tanks. What's your plan for avoiding that situation, right? And that's the same thing we experienced when we played Still Wakes the Deep. Every time you die in a horror game, you lose your suspension of disbelief because now you don't care about dying because you reset. And now it's all about just finding the right timing to get through that next section. So what's your plan for dealing with that and maintaining that level of suspense? These are the things that I want to be seeing more of. In addition to that perspective thing, right? I want to see, is there intended to be like an ammunition resource limit? Is ammunition going to be scarce? Because you did mention melee weapons as well. How quickly is the player going to die? Is the player going to die in like 3 hits from a dinosaur? Or is it they get caught by a dinosaur and they're dead? Similarly, does a dinosaur die in 1 bullet? Or is it going to have a health bar that you have to hit down, right? These are things that would be very helpful in determining not only determining what is this experience going to be, and then how do we talk about it meaningfully, but also how do you build it? You know, if you had to hand this off to a developer, in fact, this may be a fun game show. Write a vague GDD and then give it to 10 different developers and see what games they build that fit the GDD. That would be a fun show to do. Or a fun jam, right? Take a GDD, make it overly generic. Not that I'm saying this one is overly generic, but that would be a fun thing to do. And have that be the theme. And then the design principle would be like documentation or something. That'd be hilarious. Double checking, assuming it's helpful for others too. If continuing into the normal jam with the same game, create a new itch page. Yes, because otherwise it's going to overwrite your old one, and then it won't be in the gauntlet anymore because the update dates will be incorrectly timestamped. Yeah. You love that idea, Endo. There you go. There's your next show idea. That would be a sick jam. Agent, I think different developers could take this any number of different directions. I do. Because, once again, we're not talking about how is combat actually played. We're not talking about what are the resources in here. Like, all we have in here is that dodging exists and it's real time. You can have real-time chess matches. You could play a chess match against the raptor, right? So, this is a skill that you develop over time. And it's a skill that comes by building something and putting it in front of people, and then seeing them take it in a wildly different direction than you ever expected. And that is creating 101. That is why my job as a product designer exists. And it's why UX is so important. Because we have in our heads an idea of what we're building, and until that meets someone else who is outside of our head, it's incredibly difficult to actually detail it out. So showing this to people, and this is a great thing you can do, and what you're doing right now. You can do this to people you know and say, hey, can you read through this and tell me what you, like, draw a picture of what you think this game would be? I'm pretty sure every single person would draw a different picture. And that would be very helpful in a lot of ways. Honestly, that's a really cool user testing thing. Usability testing idea. Should incorporate that. Because not only then do you see how are people interpreting what you've written down, so you can figure out, oh, where do I need to be more specific? But then you start to see probably what they would like to see, right? You start to see, and then if you notice a trend of people drawing a similar thing over and over again that they're saying, oh, I think this would be cool, then you start to think, oh, okay, as a developer, I can make sure I add that into my design document, right? Max Payne fits in that combat description. Yeah, absolutely. Moving through the lab, how are we moving? Are we doing, like, having that directional reference that you gave me of this sort of a style? That helps a lot. But before that, moving through the lab could be Mirror's Edge style movement. It could be turn-based. Or, you could have turn-based movement, real-time combat. You could have a grid that you're moving on. You could have verticality enter into it or not enter into it, right? So all of these things are things that you start to learn how to write out and detail as you get better at this. It's a skill. It takes time. And this is your first step. That's tremendously exciting. Or you could go the other route and say, I don't want to do all that. I'm just going to build the thing and then get feedback. And then you have to get really, 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 really good at building things really quickly, which is definitely another option, right? There's 1,000,001 ways to do anything. So you find the way that works for you. Zenless Zone Zero has turn-based movement and real-time combat. I've been seeing a lot of ads for Zenless Zone Zero. Like it's a mobile game, right? Yeah. It's a gacha game. Yeah. Bummer. I want a gacha game that doesn't involve your wallet. I love the concept of gacha games. They're so predatory. So, Agent, once again, this is not to be mean or to say you've done a bad job. It's to say this is where you're at, and this is how you take it to the next level. And that's it. That's all. Okay, we're going into ads soon. I'm going to take a quick break during those ads, and then we'll come back and we will take a look at... Let's see here. Suiodes. Yeah, we'll jump into Suiodes jam submission. And then Memphis, I'm more than happy to do your puzzle game again after the jam, since it's not a part of the jam. Vampire Survivors was built off the concept of slot machines. Really? Maybe the next big thing is a gacha game that's $2.99, doesn't use real money. Yeah, I do think there's something in there. I think there's something in there. The problem is gacha games also incorporate a lot of that social influence and incentivizing whales and everything. Like, there's a lot of business stuff around why those things are successful that would be difficult to translate in a meaningful way into a single player one-time purchase experience. Not impossible, but it would probably hit different emotional beats. I don't know. It'd be an interesting design challenge to tackle for sure. Okay, going in ads. We'll be right back with Suion's gauntlet submission, and we'll go from there. Thanks for hanging out. By the way, if you have submitted for critique and you want it critiqued earlier rather than later, let me know. We'll dive into it. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Sean, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, and Cricket sent out the shout out. How dare he think he can shout me out without me shouting him out in turn? How dare he? There we go. That monster. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, and Agent, feel free to follow up with any other thoughts or questions you have. Like, I know I have been where you are. I know it can feel demoralizing. I want to do everything I can to help it not be demoralizing, because there's no need for it to be. And I want to support in any way that I can. So let me know, okay? All right. So let's go to our submissions. We're going to check out Suion's submission. Or Suiode. Excuse me, Suiode. So we have Prime Ordeal. You've been teleported back in time. The only way back is to blast all the dinos you see. We're going to open up that design doc. Suiode, before I dive into here, is there anything specific you're hoping to see? Is there anything that you want, like, looked at or talked about? Maybe anything that you felt, like, I wanted to do this, but I don't feel like I quite, like, reached what I wanted to, and I didn't know where to go, or anything at all. Any specific feedback you'd look for. Oh no, we have to request the access. You got to open that up. You got to open up your design doc, Suiode. Okay. You're a paleontologist. On your latest dig, you found a strange new fossil, but your hands were greasy from the remnants of your Taco Bell grilled cheese burrito. All right, why is that funny? Let's talk about that real quick. You're a paleontologist. Professional. Direct. On your latest dig, you found a strange new fossil. There's a mystery. Okay. But, and we go from serious mystery to ridiculous. Hey, Captain Coder, good to see ya. How are you doing today? Thank you for that gigantic high. That is a huge high. I'm astounded by that high. Welcome in. So great to see you. So yeah, it is incredibly unexpected to swap from direct, serious, mystery to now completely ridiculous. So it's something that does exist, but shouldn't, right? That's why it's funny. Something that does exist, but shouldn't is either going to be super funny or super, super angering. And in this case, lands on funny. Hope everyone is doing well. We're doing great. We're going through a lot of people's submissions and going through a bunch of critiques and chatting with everyone about it. Okay, you got there we go. Nice. You got it, Suiode. Thank you. Prime Ordeal. Let's check this out. Like I said, any specific feedback you're looking for. Point and click shooter about matching up math symbols with their corresponding dinosaurs to clear them all out? Wait, so like prime numbers? Okay. Inspiration, Duck Hunt, and Tetris. What did you build, Suiode? What am I stepping into? I wanted to give the player the feeling of unraveling the level. Like when you can see the next 3 pieces in Tetris and make a plan for where they'll fit. Nothing specific, just get an idea of what works and doesn't. Okay, cool. The level will load, and the player will have enough ammo to destroy each dino if they don't miss. If they miss any shots or shoot the wrong dino, they will need to load a random symbol by pressing R. With more time, I would implement a timer that would count down for each level, and loading a new symbol would subtract from or speed up the timer. A timer that would count down for each level, and loading a new symbol would subtract from or speed up the timer. Okay, so basically, if you reload, you're spawning more enemies in, is the thought. And that's the disincentivization to reload. You don't want to reload so that you can stay on top of things better. That's interesting. I mean, that's kind of a very native experience to like a wave survival game, right? Reloading is dead time. You want as little reloading as possible because it's effectively going to do this, right? It's going to push out how many things you get to kill before the next wave shows up, and then you have more stuff to deal with. Okay, Godot and A-Sprite. It's a shooter. Target audience, people who are bored at work and want the smallest bit of engagement. Kids who want to practice their math. Okay. Kids, so I'm going to expect some amount of child friendliness for this. The player will subdue each dino. Subdue instead of kill, okay, by firing the correct symbol at them to complete their equation. They will have to look at what symbol is currently at the top of their magazine and find a dino that matches that. If the player misses one of their shots, they will have to load a random symbol from Lost and Found. There's currently no penalty for using Lost and Found. Once the stage is cleared of dinos, the player will be asked if they want to start the next round. After 3 rounds, the game is over and all dinos are extinct. Okay, I liked the prime. Originally, I was going to have a final boss like a T-Rex or some Leviathan that would start with a prime number and create some long equation that the player would have to unravel by shooting weak spots in the correct order. That's how the math and dinosaurs got combined. Okay, I'm still not totally understanding how these things fit together, but I'm getting kind of an idea, and I'm intrigued. So you have the player's magazine, okay. loaded with each dino's weakness at the start of the level. And then at the start of each round, the dino's max health is taken. A random symbol is assigned as their weakness, and a random number is used to come up with the rest of the equation. Okay, I'm still not understanding it from here, but maybe it'll make more sense when we get into the game. Once the player has confirmed that the symbol at the top of their magazine matches the correct dino, the dino will check that it was the right ammo type and fall asleep in mid-air. So we're making them fall asleep, we're subduing them, but also we're making all the dinos go extinct. Oh, shoot. Bow tie came undone. Come on, little guy. You can do it. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Cute art style. Okay. Made to be simple. Players should have an idea of how to play without reading any instructions. Okay. Okay. Great. Click to shoot, R to reload. Okay, let's dive in. Tonal consistency is not my strength. All right, let's check this out. I'm very curious about this. It's reminding me already of Algebra, if you've seen that little gem. Super Algebra, excuse me. Super Algebra, right? Where you have your numbers and then you assign them the operators in order to get the value of the enemy, right? Very, very cute little game. Okay. All dinos on the same stage will have the same total. Like they're all going to be the same number. Out of ammo, press R. Okay. Oh, and they're moving. Is there any sort of like time limit? No, they're just going to slowly bounce around. Okay. So here's one problem. They can overlap on things, and I don't know what... like, I can't see this guy behind, right? So that's a bit of a problem. If we're not going to resubmit for the casual track, are we allowed to submit for critique today? Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't want to take the spot of someone who's going to use the feedback. No, you can absolutely submit for critique today. 100% Captain Coder. Absolutely. It's just, you know, if there's not another submission for the casual, then it's not going to be considered for the most growth category. But that's fine. You can still get a critique. Absolutely. Okay, so I'm seeing numbers must equal 100. So this is our target number we're trying to hit. We're trying to change them into 100. So we have divide, divide, and multiply. Okay, so divide 900 divided by 9. I see the Duck Hunt influence. Incredible. And then multiply. Congratulations! You cleared the dinos in this area. You can do the same in the next area. Okay. I clicked because I didn't want to press R because R is bad. Can I press R right now? No, we'll play with it after we actually get through a run of it. So we're trying to get to 200, and we have an addition. So that's our addition. We have a multiplication, which is trying to get it to 200. 8 times 25? Yeah, that's 200. Subtraction. And then this is a huge number. 10,400 divided by 52. I'm going to have to bust out a calculator for that. But we only have a subtraction left, and that's 345 minus 145. That's going to be 200. So by process of elimination, the division is there, and then minus. Okay, last area. Lots of them flying around now. We're trying to hit 500. We have a multiplication. Let's hit... Can I shoot up there? Can I shoot? Once again, we're going to play with it later. Also, it's super spooky how these things have teeth. Like, I don't know if they're supposed to be, like, fangs coming down or teeth. I don't know. It's very spooky. These are spooky, ripped dinosaurs. Okay, trying to get to 500 with a subtraction. There we go. We have a multiplication. There we go. And then more subtraction. More subtraction, multiplication, and addition. There you go. All dinosaurs are extinct now. Great job. Okay, cute. It's a very cute little game. I want to kind of explore the edges of this a little bit. Can I click off of it? Yes, I can. And I can also just, like, have unlimited stuff. Okay. Cool. What happens if I click on the wrong thing? Shoot. Shoot. There we go. So there's no feedback for getting it wrong necessarily. Okay. Okay. Cool. It was based on a pterodactyl I saw at the Thanksgiving Point Dino Museum. Hey, Thanksgiving Point Dino Museum. That's near me. Sweeode. Hello. Paisano. How you doing? There's a large amount of Utah in the game development community. We were just playing Home Safety Hotline, and we saw they did a little live video of a hike, and one of the screen trail markers was for Timpanogos Caves. It's a pretty sweet pterodactyl. I wanted to make one for my entry, but ran out of time. Awesome. Yeah. Time is difficult. 72 hours is not a long time to make a full game. Queen Anne, how's it going? We're doing critiques. We're looking through people's submissions that are submitting them and talking about how to kind of improve them and what works and what doesn't. So, Sweeto, basics, I love the idea. I love the idea of bringing math into games. I think that is a lot of what is hitting like the mobile market with those ads of the whole like, oh, I need to like choose which, lane to be in is going to be +2 or times 35, right? I think it's a compelling concept that's widely approachable. There are some things about this that I feel are kind of fighting themselves. Like having these guys move around so slowly, in my opinion, I don't think it's adding anything to the game. And it just creates frustrations where like the UI starts to overlay on top of each other and you're not able to kind of view things. Unless you're going to bring dexterity in as a mechanic where these things are genuinely hard to click on. And that is a part of the game, like chess boxing, right? Where it's not just figuring out the math problem, it's also having to do the physical execution, in which case then we want to see that amplified in some degree. And probably maybe not even do a point and click, but you have to like drive a tank and blast them or something. I don't know. Some way to make it a little bit more difficult. How are you doing, Queen Anne, by the way? So I think that's kind of fighting against itself. If we go back up here, what is our player experience? We don't have like an emotional experience of this is what I hope people experience while playing. At least I don't think so. I do like this as a math practicing game in the same way that Super Algebra is, and I think it can be even more, right? Originally, I wanted each dino in their own specific area, but this was faster, sure. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I have to say, I wasn't looking ahead too much, except for that one time when like we got something like this, like the 93,500 by 87. I mean, that has to be a division, right? I'm not going to run the numbers on that. I'm just going to say there's no other thing it could be other than division. And I'm going to like look down and see like, okay, do I have the right symbols for it, The direction that this is going right now, it feels more like an educational tool than a game. Feels more like a way for kids to practice their math in a way that feels not frustrating than it is a game. So if we go to like Super Algebra, take a look at their trailer here. We can look at like, what do they do to make it feel like a game, right? Instead of just a math equation. And I think for them, it's a couple of different things where this trailer is so strange. You have a select amount of tools, so the scarcity is higher. There's no scarcity in this, right? And there's no uncertainty about outcomes. So in Primordial, you have exactly what you need. You are provided exactly what you need. And there's no, oh shoot, how do I combine these different tools that I have into a way to solve my problem? And so that turns it into more of just like a straightforward math game, right? This is just, okay, I just need to find the right one that fits it. If all of a sudden it were, I think the secret to Algebra is the mice, right? If we go back to Algebra, we have 2, 5, 3, 6. And this is, I think, determined somewhat randomly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't necessarily have a one-button click way to get to this. Like, if we go back to the trailer, you saw this. Like, this is a multi-step combo. So you have to do multiplication and then addition and then do this. But it's a little, there's some punishment. If you go over the value, then they get a rat on their side equal to the difference. So you don't want to go over. It punishes you for going over. So there's a little bit more, like, you have to really crunch the numbers. And maybe you don't have a way to avoid that. Maybe you do have to eat that extra hit because of abilities that you've taken and the layout of the enemy and everything, right? Ways that they have kind of modified this. PCW LLC, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Adding that to my wish list. It's really cool. Yeah, it's on my wish list. It's on sale for less than $5 right now. Oh, and they have a mega bundle for all of their stuff for $47. That's going to get you Shotgun King, Algebra, all of their cool stuff. This is a really cool developer I admire the heck out of. They're building a new game every month. And I think it's what everyone should aspire to do. These people are really good at making games, so they can do that. I can't make a game in a month. I have yet to make a game in 6 months of streaming game dev. I can't make a game in a month. These guys can, and they're incredible, and it's a good thing to aspire to. Okay. So that's kind of where I'm at, Sweeode, is it feels like this is trying to be an educational game. It feels like it's trying to be a just good, light game, like Algebra. It feels like it's trying to have precision in movement as well as math. And it feels like these things aren't necessarily tying into a way that reinforce each other, but they're kind of separating from each other. So that would be the first, like if someone handed this to me and said, hey, this is your project now, you have to do this. You are employee number 3456. Go make this a releasable game. I would say, let's define a direction. Let's define what Agent had in their GDD was there. What is the intended player emotional experience? They knew they wanted suspense. Great. We can hit suspense hard. Whenever we have a question of what direction do we go, we say, what is going to be most suspenseful? And we go there. Define a direction and then hit it hard. So if it's going to be educational, start making the problems a little bit harder. Remove more information. Create... remove some of this moving stuff, but then introduce more complex math. Maybe force the player to have to assemble different things as a subsection to bring them in. You can get really wild with that. If you want it to be more of a gamey sort of experience, like it's Super Algebra and how they introduce roguelike power-ups and how that you can deal damage and affect the numbers of the other person, affecting the numbers of the equation, right? You wouldn't want to do that in an educational game. You wouldn't want to change this 907 to a 3, but in Algebra, because it's a game, you can get away with that because you're not necessarily trying to teach a mathematical principle. You're just trying to solve the equation. Those are different things, right? I had a bit of a snag with the jam. I missed the deadline for the gauntlet, and I'm not sure if I have the gumption to keep on working this much for another 4 days. Thoughts on that? I mean, Anne, feel free to submit what you have, right? If you don't have the energy to keep going for the 4 days, don't go for the 4 days. Just submit what you have. We'd love to see it, and then maybe you submit it and then a day later you get a comment or you just feel up to it and you're like, you know what? I want to keep going a little bit more, and you just do a little bit more. It's a game jam, you're not committing to anything. You're not betting your livelihood on it. Like, it's fine. Just submit it. Recommend submitting what you've done, even if it isn't finished. Yep. Good habit to submit and get feedback. Absolutely. Maybe making it like a memory match game where the equation only shows up when you hover over them. Could be. Yeah. And then we start getting into Miller's Law, right? Where you can only keep 7 plus or minus 2 things in your short-term memory on average. So if you're going to do a memory game, you now have 2 numbers to keep in track, to remember. But you're also then basically you're going to solve that equation and you're going to say, I need a plus on this one. So you're going to go get the plus and put it on them. So you either need a way to make it harder to remember which of the things that you hovered over, or you need more pieces of information that the player can't reduce into a single operator and bring back. in order for that memory puzzle to really work, right? You need to have that 7 plus or minus 2 interfering with the player's ability to execute at all times. And you can't let the player reduce it to nothing, or else the game gets trivialized. If it's unfinished, doesn't that make my brand look worse overall? I mean, you could look at Bip and Bits, right? They do all sorts of game jams. And I mean, this totally depends on what you're looking for, Queen Anne. If you're trying to sell contract work or something, and you're sending people to your itch page, maybe there's an argument to be had for that. I think if you're doing contract work, though, you probably have your own portfolio website. And so you just don't put that up on your portfolio website. And then you make a vlog or a blog post talking about, this is what I learned for this, and you use it as marketing material to get your brand out and continue making content. But you just don't have it on your portfolio website. My 2 cents. Hello, I'm Public, and I'm new to the Twitch community, and I'm currently learning programming through various courses. Nice. It's nice to see such a thriving community of software and game developers. Yeah, PCW. People have really rallied around this, and you're in the right place, by the way, PCW. Foxhollowgames is, this whole channel is not about me building games. It is about, it is a charitable organization helping people enter the games industry. So I've been learning how to do game dev since November after 10 years spent in product design. And that's where we are. We're doing game jams to help people learn. We do interviews with, with industry professionals, both indie and otherwise. We do debate clubs. We've done one of those, trying to get another one set up. We do all sorts of stuff, critiques and analysis, all to try and help each other get better at building something impossible and then, entering that game industry, giving it a shot, trying something impossible. That is our catchphrase here. So welcome in, Public. That's great. Oh, that's true. You can keep it unlisted and have it as a part of the jam. See, I didn't even know that. That's interesting. That's great. We aren't supposed to use unfinished work to promote ourselves. I mean, you definitely can, right? You definitely can. That's the Gary Vee style. It's document over educate, right? So if all you have is your journey, start your journey. It reminds me of a student. I worked with a gal who was in an illustration program in a university. And she said there was someone who was going into accounting. They were going to be a tax professional. And they moved over to illustration because they were like, I am killing my soul. I need to do something artistic. You would expect someone that does that to have a lot of experience in art. But no, it seemed like this person had never drawn before in their lives. And they were terrible. They were the worst person in the program. But this guy said, I have a family, I have a wife, I have kids. I do not have time to mess around. So he started a blog with every single piece that he did, talking about it. Nurkmind with the raid. Hello, Nurkmind. Welcome in. We're sharing a story right now about we'll start the story over again. But welcome in, Nurkmind. It's great to have you. Biggs, hello. Tom, Jubin Jajoria. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. How is the stream? Hold on. Everyone always raids like 2 minutes before ads are gonna run. How was the stream, Nurkmind? How are the sewers? How are the rats? How's the cheese? Foolbox. Oh, hold on. Ryun, Wootsdev, Temptic. Hello, everyone. So many familiar faces. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome on in. It's great to have you here. Feel free to raid and run as well, Nurkmind. I know you hit it hard. It was cheesalicious. Incredible. So the story that we're sharing was someone that I knew that I worked with. She was an illustrator. She graduated in illustration. There was someone in her program that was an accountant, and they moved over from accounting into illustration because they thought, I'm killing my soul. I can't do this anymore. Walking the dog currently, so I won't be 100% here, but I'm listening right on. Well, bring the dog over for some story time. No, I hope you have a great walk. This person was horrible at art. They had never done art before in their life. It was a complete shift for them. And they said, I have a wife, I have kids, I cannot afford to be bad at this. And what he did was he started a blog and he put up every single piece of art that he did on that blog asking the broad internet for critique. And he would also enter any sort of critique group he could possibly find. He made getting critiqued his full-time job. And people were following him, and they would see him improve, and they got excited for him because they saw him improving. And so they were bought into his journey, and he started building a pretty sizable social media following as he was getting better and better, and people would come along and say, oh my gosh, I can't draw, but I see you couldn't draw either, and I'm getting better. You say he left the wife and kids. Oh, pigs. Oh my gosh. And by the time he graduated, he was one of the best artists in the group. And it's because he was putting imperfect stuff out there. So yeah, Fortune's favorite. Marketing based off of imperfection is absolutely a thing. It's absolutely a thing. If you can remain humble about it and you can demonstrate that you're really trying and pouring in effort, people will respond to that and they'll follow. By the time that guy graduated, he had a huge social media following and people were on top of any project he was doing. So he could start doing crowdfunding if he wanted to. He could leverage that for any sort of artist position, saying like, hey, I know what I'm doing. Look at all these people that are following me. I have this group. I can bring attention to your company. You know, all sorts of cool bargaining leverage for anything he wanted to accomplish later on down the line. I market around that we're all fools seems to work. Oh, Foolbox, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, no, we definitely all are. So, Sweeode, sorry. We got a little bit sidetracked here. I think I got everything that I had to say about this. And then, you know, obviously we could talk about artistic style and everything, but we're mostly just talking about mechanics for now. Did we talk about what you were hoping to get talked about? Is there anything else that you were looking at in this project and saying, oh, I'd maybe like, you know, now that you brought X up, I'd like to talk about Y. Anything else? This is the best strategy. I just don't market. Well, it's been working pretty well for... No, because that's not true at all. You definitely market. I've seen that overlaid. That's a form of marketing. When people are scrolling through the Twitch categories and they see your overlay, come on, they for sure stop and click in. That's 100% a market. That's the real secret strategy. Okay. Right on. You did add the brain in there, yeah. Don't tell him. Cool. All right, Sweeode. If there's nothing else, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Feel free to. Oh, okay. Here we go. Definitely, I think my main issue was pivoting a lot. Definitely helps to see how it could put all of those ideas together. Cool. Great. I'm glad it was helpful. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. You were pivoting a lot on the idea while you were developing it. And I think that's the strongest thing that I would take away from this experience is defining a direction and then just driving towards that direction. Apparently my avatar lures in people as well. There you go, Tempting. I mean, it's a very cute avatar, to be fair. Very cute avatar. I decided I didn't want to work in a factory for the rest of my career until I retire, and I really love the CNC programming side. Oh, very cool. I'm also very proficient in CAD CAM software, so that's a reasonable pivot to like 3D design. Yeah, absolutely. One of my hobbies is woodworking, and I've worked at a wood shop nearby here and had some fun there. So CNC programming sounds like a wild experience. It sounds really cool. Okay. We are going through critique submissions. Has anyone submitted for critique that is here? I see we're up to 10. Oh, geez. Has anyone submitted and would like to have their critique now? All right. Take care, Fortunes. Thanks for hanging out while you could. Appreciate you. By the way, for everyone who is unaware, Fortune's favorite is half of Riverwolf Games, who sponsored the very first Fox Hollow Jam. They were our sole sponsor for the first Fox Hollow Jam, and now they are one of our sponsors as well for Fox Hollow Jam 2. They're a big, longtime friend of the program here, and yeah, big thank you to Fortune's favorite for being an early and enthusiastic believer in what we're trying to do of trying to help people enter the game industry. So thank you, Fortune's favorite. In real life woodworking stream? Yeah, we could totally do that someday. Captain Coder, let's dive in. Captain, did you fill out the form here? Let me see. 7, 8, 9, 10? Primordial Jungle? Yeah, okay, here we go. So, generalized feedback and gameplay. Okay, then we're going to go general. If you have thoughts or comments or questions, you want us to zoom in on any specific part, you just throw it in chat and we'll zoom in. Not submitting for critique, don't like filling in forms. Doing the Lord's work. There you go. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Captain. On a research island isolated from the world, a group of scientists work to create a primordial soup in the hopes of understanding how life came to be. Hilarious. Unfortunately, they have unintentionally created a reverse evolution serum, which has caused almost all life on the island to devlove. Devlove needs to be an emote, by the way. 100% someone needs to make a devlove emote. Into a primitive state. You are the sole survivor of this mishap. Luckily, your pet chicken has evolved into a triceratops. Hilarious that you have a pet chicken and that it's also devolved. That's incredible. There we go. Yeah, let's get the devlove in chat. Absolutely. Quickly, you mount a turret upon its back. It's, just your handy scientific turret and set off for the helicopter pad. Good luck. This is amazing. Okay. Cool. So let's take a look at the GDD real quick. Primordial Smash. Looks like we've changed the name. That's fine. Alternative name ideas. Primordial Jungle. Triceracop. Gunrex, G-Rex from Two Nerdy Nerds. Hilarious. Okay. Shoot first, evolve later from Shaman. Amazing. Okay. Twin stick shooter inspired by classic arcade game Smash TV. Oh, okay. Takes on the role of a soldier riding on top of a triceratops through a procedurally generated jungle filled with creatures who have been devolved through a freak accident. The player must use their wits to strategically plan which route they will traverse. Okay, so we're going to have route planning in this. Collect power-ups on their journey through the jungle. Okay, I'm kind of getting a vision of like Slay the Spire map traversal or something. Or a shmup where you're needing to pick some routes. Why would you not use Triceracop? It's a lot of work, though, going from basically a blue-collar career to a white-collar career, but with CNC itself being essentially hybrid. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, PCW. 100%. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea to take that kind of middle route to get entry, and then you keep exploring from there. Absolutely. Okay. The maze is procedurally generated. Okay. Game loop takes place in an arena where hordes of monsters slowly pour in. After defeating a wave, the player receives a reward and then must choose which room to move to next. Okay, great. There's your pathing. Great. So it's more of a roguelike Slay the Spire map type sort of a thing. Okay. Using a radar, the player can plan their next actions by checking what types of enemies are and rewards are offered in each of the zones within the 6x6 map. Okay. So maybe more Binding of Isaac then. If the player survives long enough, they arrive at the final zone where they escape using a helicopter. Cool. Traditional directional controls, fire a projectile in any direction while moving, avoid enemies and kite them, okay. View the game map, divided into 36 zones on a 6x6 grid. That's a lot of zones. Displays how they're connected, as well as the types of enemies and rewards that are available upon completing. After clearing each zone, the player receives upgrades to their equipment, which improves their speed, attack cooldown, damage, and health. Planning the order to visit each zone is a crucial experience as the upgrades are necessary for clearing the more difficult zones. Speed boost, health boost, damage boost, attack cooldown reduction, piercing shots, okay, spread shot. Cool, love it. I love these last two especially. We have Neanderthals, Homo erectus, and giant bees. It's always bees. Attaches itself to the player and drains life quickly. Okay. 2D overhead view, early 2000s Flash style art. Great. Love it. Cool. I have a decent idea what this is going to be. Let's dive in. In 2020, I went from a 20-year career as a welder and fabricator and various other blue-collar jobs to being a freelance content writer. It's going great, but I'm overweight now. Wow, Beegs, I didn't know any part of that journey for you. I never would have imagined that. Wow, thank you for sharing. That's crazy. Good news, bees are no longer going extinct. Bad news, they're coming for us. Okay, this is what I wanted to check. This is why I checked the controls option as soon as I saw it. And when I was reading the GDD, it's like, it's a twin stick shooter. Can I use twin sticks? Great, I'm gonna whip out the controller for this. If only there was some way to hit them with an asteroid or something. Oh, it's up to you. It's all up to you, Zaft. Okay, so we can use the joystick to control the mouse. Okay, trigger. Okay, so right trigger shoots. So this is a little tricky because the cursor is not constrained to the viewport. So on the controller, I can like move outside of the viewport with the cursor. Maybe the controller is not the best way to do this. Wow, you're really inaccurate too. I love the animations when they get hit. It could maybe be a little bit lighter, but honestly, I'd rather have a heavier visual effect than a lighter visual effect. Because a heavier visual effect you can dial back from. A softer visual effect usually needs to be like redone. Right, analog should just fire. Okay. Materials discovered. Enhanced reload, increased firing speed, thick skin, increases health. Oh, okay. So this is a little minor UI gripe. Sorry, Captain Coder. This is going to be instructive for everyone, I think. Proximity. When you are doing things. If we had, let me grab this, and then grab this. Okay. And then we're going to make this color. Shrink it down, put it right there, and then bring this over. Shrink it down. So right now, this is kind of what we have, right? And I thought we found 4 different things. If we just change this spacing a little bit, then now I more implicitly understand these are related things to each other, not 4 different items or what have you, right? As well, you can do it with changing your typography. So like if enhanced reload, for example, were larger, and then increased firing speed were lower, right? You had something like that. Now that sort of information hierarchy is communicated more clearly because size will indicate that hierarchy, that this is a description of this, right? So just some little UI stuff. Typography is huge. Also, this is bad typography because it like fights with the title. Anyways, you get the idea. That's not saying that's the way to go, but just it's an idea. Okay. Oh, snap. Are we in ads? Is your mouse connected to the joystick? It is. Yeah. I haven't set it up in a specific way. Shoot, we are so in ads. Tried to do it by changing the font color. Yeah. And I understand that. I think if there maybe had been more setup beforehand of like this type of font represents this, that would help. And then also spacing as well would help. If you only wanted the font color, that's totally fine. I do think you need to bring in some more spatial relationships to communicate that idea. No debt, though, 100% paid for with grants. Nice. Also got refunds. Basically, got paid to go to college. That's awesome, PCW. Too Much Tomato. Good to see ya. It's going very well. Thank you for asking. We are doing critiques for the people that submitted both for the Gauntlet and otherwise, and having a grand old time. Thanks for coming in. It's good to see ya. I'd recommend using keyboard and mouse if the right analog is moving the joystick. That's going to cause some issues. Yeah. So, like, this is me moving the joystick right now, which is really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. It's crazy. So I'm going to use the mouse and keyboard. I agree, Captain. Okay. Great. So we've got good signifier saying, hey, you can go up or down. Great. I guess I should open the radar. Okay, here we go. This is cool. Nice little transitions. The rotation of the radar icon, sliding this out, the little bounce back there, and then the slide out of the secondary panel. That's all really, really tight. Really cool. Cool typography here as well. See, here, the spacing is pretty good. I would still want a little more spacing between the bottom of this and the top of the next section, so it doesn't have the same spacing here and here. But with this big, chunky header, it reads pretty well. It's pretty good. Is moving it on your whole screen, though, which is weird. Yeah, Captain. Radar is incredible. Yeah. Just indent. Yeah, that's another thing you could do, Sweeto. You could also indent. You're right. Indenting could also work. You're definitely right. So we have the bioscan, which are the enemies. Neanderthalensis and Homo erectus. Material scan, medical supplies. We can go there to heal. A laboratory. I don't know what a laboratory is. So it looks like we Oh, and then there's munitions as well. Okay, I want to see what the munitions is, and that's where the helicopter is. So we're just trying to get to there, but my guess is it's going to be a really hard fight, so we're going to want to explore around so that we are buff enough to take on the helicopter. Okay, and then we have some pathways that are traversable and some that aren't. Okay, I'm going to hold off on trying to do much more feedback. I'm going to just try and play through it and experience it to start off with. Okay, and then we'll get into discussion. Also, a full screen button in the bottom right of the screen. It's true. Unfortunately, I'm on an ultra-wide monitor, and if I full screen it, it will make the game about, you know, that. It'll be like a long spaghetti noodle of a game on the stream, unfortunately. But I can, you know, I can at least do that and make it a little bit more visual. Okay, ready. I'm so ready. I think I need to turn up the music. Wow. Okay, so my pathing in this is not so hot. Jeez. Let's try it again. Ready. I'm ready. Let's do it. Long spaghetti noodle game. That's another game jam idea. Okay. So I need to get more used to like aiming at the things that are coming at me, because we are a good amount faster than them. The problem is when guys spawn in and they trap me. So I need to be keeping an eye on not the things that I'm trailing, but on the things that I'm going towards. Okay, so you have more health and increased speed. I think I just gained a health. Let's check out what the laboratory is. I'd like to see what the munitions are as well. Can I go to the next screen while the radar's open? Yes, I can. Okay. This is the captain's game. Yeah, this is the captain's game. This is the captain's game too much. Tomato? That's a weird way to... Oh, dear. Just punch through. Punch through. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's why I'll never get an ultra-wide. Only designers would. A developer would never. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, okay. I think we're okay. I think we got ahead. I think we got ahead of everyone. So the wave spawning is crucial in this game. That was a very, very good design call. Without the wave spawning, it'd be super dull and boring. But the wave spawning makes the pathing matter a whole lot more. Okay, so we have regen, gain a health each zone, huge. Increase speed, also huge. Wow, this is an interesting grid. There's way less stuff on this one. Let's go get this laboratory and medical supplies. I'd like a hotkey for this. Is R a hotkey for it? Space? Tab? Tab. Got it. Okay. Just saw your message, Captain. For what it's worth, I did find it on my own just experimenting. That's what I was doing just there. Oh dear, we're definitely taking a hit here. Whoa, okay. Let them kind of catch up a little bit. Oh no! Oh no! Shoot! Speedy Dino, let's go! Come on! I can't believe we're making it through that. I do not feel like I deserved that. Okay, right on. Woo! All health has been restored? Yeah! Death animations are great. I agree. More. Look at our speedy dino. We're so fast. Medical supplies. Laboratory and munitions. Let's go for the munitions. We definitely need some munitions upgrades. Yeah, getting a much faster dinosaur is really, really helpful. Okay, get these guys so they don't club me. Creative use of recoloring and size as well to make a new enemy type. That's good. That's a classic thing to do, and I'm always so slow to remember to do that. But especially when you're operating under time and resource constraints, yeah, absolutely. Do a recolor, do a resize. You have a new enemy right there. Okay, area cleared. We got increased firing speed, and we got even more health regen. All right, let's go for more munitions. Can I go back up and do that room again? Okay, it's cleared out. Okay, got it. So let's go down to the right and then up again. So you composed your own music then. That's awesome, Captain. Muse score plus FL Studios. Nice. That's awesome. Okay. Once again, look ahead, not behind. There we go. Getting easier. We did take a hit that time, but we're regenning 2 per room, so I'm not really worried about losing 1 health. Fires more bullets with each shot. Awesome. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm looking for. This is crazy. How long did this take you? I know, right? Endo, not bad for 72 hours. Ooh. So I'm seeing that, like, I think 2 arrows can hit 1 guy. If I'm right about that. At least it felt like it. That I kind of had 2 arrows hitting the same person and therefore kind of losing out on 1 arrow. Yeah, getting that double shot is a big help. 24-ish hours of time. Wow. Increased firing speed. Okay, so we're gonna go. We're just gonna kind of snake our way over here. I wish we could have another munition. We are definitely firing faster, though. We are way firing faster. Whew, that was close. I wonder if you can get so fast that you get out of the way before they are able to do their attack animation. Can you get that fast? We got 2 speed boosts. We'll see. We're going to leave those medical supplies. I'm actually going to go... You could get very fast. More depth than half of the survivors' likes on Steam. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're going to go down and to the left. Where'd my dino go? Where's my dino? I think I'm outside of the game. Did I get so fast? Wait, there we are. There we are. I found my way back in. Cool. All right. Is that a keyboard shortcut to like replace you back in the level? Did you encounter that while you were building this? No. Okay. All right. Whoop! Get away from them. You were just beneath some trees. Well, that's what I thought too, but I couldn't move away from them unless the trees have like a blocking part of them. I couldn't seem to get away. Increase firing speed. Okay, cool. Need to add a shader to make it so the outline will show. Sure. Yeah, that would definitely be helpful. I'm feeling pretty powerful. I have yet to see the bees, but I'm feeling pretty tough right now. There we go. Surprised you haven't seen any bees. Yeah? Got piercing. Incredible. Let's go to the next laboratory. Should be easy for you now. All right. That's the way I like it. There are the bees. Oh, man. They've got a lot of health. Is that your voice doing the bees? Did you just go to your microphone? Yes! I love it. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's super great. I adore that. I really wanted to do some super silly sound effects for my game, but I just overscoped so heavily. I didn't have any time. Okay. So we got double... We probably have like 10 regen. We probably... As long as we don't die, as soon as we go into a new room, I think we heal all the way up. All right. I want to level up my dino. So this is something interesting that's worth noting. Originally, I was going to think, okay, I'm going to go through, I'm going to try and like just get to the helicopter. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm having fun with these upgrades. Like the speed upgrades and the piercing and everything and the multi-shot. Like I'm feeling like I'm having fun and I want to see how silly I get. So now I want to explore the whole map. And that's an important thing to note, right? We need a bees command. All right, munitions up ahead. So there's something about that, right? Of having the upgrades be meaningful in a way and powerful. Because when you start the game, it's very unempowering, right? More piercing, cool. You start off pretty darn scared of everything. And now I'm feeling really powerful and I want to live in that space for a little bit longer. Is this enough to like keep someone for hundreds of hours? No. But is it enough to keep me playing right now? Yeah, and that's important to note. Also, good animation on that. I just noticed that. That was nice. That was sick on the health. Needs a symbol to show areas that are completed. Yeah, we're gonna yeah. We'll talk UI in a little bit. Place a bee under a random hat. 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay was my goal. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've got it. In fact, if I were doing this casually and I wasn't doing this on stream and I was just playing people's game jams, I might go through a couple runs of this just to see how the different upgrades shake out. Not necessarily saying I want to see what upgrades there are, but I want to see how these things stack over time and what effects that have. Like, can I get 10 different spread upgrades and just, you know, be the stealth bomber from Bloons TD6, just be blasting everything on the screen constantly? That's what I would kind of be looking for. Can I do that, right? It's fun when you get super speedy. Yeah. More speed and another spread shot. We have 3. Yeah, we have 3. I had a run where I had 20 speed bonuses. So this is super satisfying, right? It's incredibly satisfying going from that spot of, oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to do this, to now, like, nothing can touch me. I am become death, the stomper of worlds. Behold my dinosaur might. More firing speed. Love it. Okay. And then I think we've kind of done everything else. I think we've gotten into all the rooms that we kind of can that aren't en route to the helicopter. Can I do this level without moving? I'm betting I can. I'm at the point where I can do this level without moving. We have so much regen. Like, I'm not even worried about taking a hit. It was a detriment at that point. Hilarious. All right, let's go off to the right. Game dev's first thought, how can I break the game? Well, and I don't even think that's a game dev thought. I think that's a very normal, especially for roguelike fans. I think they're looking immediately, how do I break the game? Ooh, look at these guys. If you watch, like, Retromation or something, right? People that are, or VDOT, the first thing they start saying is, okay, I think I'm going to go for crit hit because that's always a good way to break the game, right? They're constantly thinking, and how do I optimize this? Too powerful for the big guys. All the speed upgrades, and it doesn't even matter. All right, more health. Oh, I don't want to go. I want to get this last laboratory, though. Everything is fine. Yeah, cruising. Don't even need any of that speed. Exactly. More regen. Ready. I'm so ready. Give me an extra health. I want to be jacked. I'm ready. I'm going to just obliterate this helicopter. It's going to come try and get me, and my spread is so prodigious, my fire rate so rapid, that it inadvertently gets caught in the crossfire and detonates. And I have no choice left but to remain on the island as the dinosaur god king of Neanderthals. Sounds like there's a death sound effect for those bees. It's like a piece of electronics getting turned off or something. Oh, hyper bees. Uh-oh, look out. Ooh, we got the upgraded versions now. Okay. Area cleared. Primordial jungle. You race for the helicopter. Quickly, you strap your rusty pet chicken to the bottom and hope for the best. You can now return to the mainland and warn the world of the dangers of the primordial soup. Perhaps future scientists will think twice before trying to play God. Spoilers, they don't. Congratulations, you've survived. Oh, amazing. The Bee Gees chonkers. Okay. So I really liked this, Captain. This was a very fun experience. So I like the concentric circles, the ready. Those circles tell you, the player, hey, you're supposed to kind of walk over here. That was a really good signifier. Like I said, the death animation could maybe be toned down a little bit, like how high it goes up relative to the player. Could maybe be toned down a little bit, but I think it is really good. The art is good. I think that shader would help a lot. But yes, for general gameplay feedback. So I think I say this in every roguelike. The first area should be super short because really all you care about is your upgrades. That's the core of any roguelike type sort of experience. It's what upgrades do I get? So the first area, you're always starting off with nothing. Therefore, the core experience of the game is not taken into account. If you don't believe me, go look at Hades. In both Hades 1 and 2, they start you off with a boon because they want you to have an anchor to something to be excited about and to build around. As far as UI goes here, I like the hover state that you have. And this works, I think, for the most part. I do agree with you, Captain. You need some sort of indicator to say you've already been to this room. It would also be good to not have to hover over things. It would be good to have just some sort of iconography, like a little insect icon and then a little laboratory icon. So I could just at a glance see what it is. Now, if you do that, you're going to get a whole ton of icons on the screen. You're going to have to work really hard to make sure that it's not super visually overwhelming. Like, I get that it would be tough, but it's also kind of annoying to just hover over everything. If we take this into an octalysis, delete all this. How does this kind of shake out? Ooh, didn't mean to open it. Okay, there we go. We'll use green. Epic meaning? Kinda. I mean, it's kind of a cool story. You're trying to rescue your pet chicken and get out of Dodge. That's kind of fun. Empowerment feels really good. It starts off kind of over here, like on those first few rooms, and then you slowly over time transition to that green spot. And I think that's an okay place to be, right? Where you're moving the player over in that empowerment cycle. Social influence, I don't think this is going to be something that people like share around or want to see how other people did necessarily. Unpredictability, it's mostly in the map, right? And I understand that was like your whole thing for the input randomness is uh, allowing the player to kind of make those choices. Where do they go with that map? As well, the waves and where the waves spawn, also a lot of input randomness, lots of unpredictability there. Original plan was that you'd have to click to scan an area and have limited scans and gain more as upgrades. That makes sense, Captain Coder. Because that's what I'm going to get to in scarcity here in a second. Is, well, we'll get to it right now. There's not really any scarcity, right? I can go through and do that entire map, and as long as I'm staying alive, I'm going to just farm it all up, right? So if we were looking to improve this as a game, we could build in some amount of scarcity. So that's one of the benefits to the Slay the Spire map style is you're making choices where to go, but there is a limited amount of those choices you can make. So you could do something similar here that I think would be kind of interesting of you get to have 10 different rooms. And as soon as you hit those 10 rooms, the helicopter comes and you have to run over there. You get teleported and it starts. So then it becomes a matter of which rooms do I try to get to and what is the most efficient route to those rooms, right? You can see how even just a simple scarcity improvement like that changes the gameplay experience a lot. Avoidance, I mean, kind of. It's a little, I mean, you're trying not to get hit by the bad guy, but that's largely it. The bees were kind of scary, but once you get to a point, especially once you have enough regen, right? It's like, I took like 7 damage. It's fine. Like that, a countdown to the helicopter's arrival. Yeah, I mean, kind of like Dead Rising, right? Dead Rising did that. That was their way to build in scarcity. And it's also worth mentioning, highly polarizing, that type of scarcity in Dead Rising, right? So, as the designer, you have to figure out, what is the right direction that we take? What kind of scarcity do we want to build in or not? Definitely tone down the difficulty for a game jam, and I think that's 100% fair. Yeah, absolutely. And it worked because it got me to play through an entire thing. And once again, if I were just doing this casually, I'd probably go through again and see I want to get all the spread. I want to get a ton of spread. So you also had that kind of input randomness and also output randomness, which was interesting to see. You had input randomness in the map and the waves, and then you had output randomness in the upgrades that you actually got, as well as the firing arc of accuracy for your shots. That's also output randomness, right? So that was kind of cool to observe those two different forms of randomness kind of playing into each other like that. Found making challenging games in a game jam tends to be a bad idea. Getting a solid balance for a jam game is really hard. It is. And I agree with you 100%. If you're not going to have like levels that you can have them level select through and kind of browse through, yeah, go on the easy side. I agree. Because it's a game jam game is not necessarily about creating the best compelling experience. It's about kind of trying something creative, unique, and interesting. And if people are stumped by a wall of difficulty, then they don't get to experience the fun, unique, interesting thing. That kind of defeats the purpose. So, in my opinion. Ownership, you know what? There actually is some amount of ownership in here in the sense that my version of my dinosaur is probably going to be different from your version of your dinosaur. Is it wildly different? No. So that brings it down a little bit. I also think that if I were making the choices of what to upgrade, then ownership would go up because then it would feel more like my dinosaur instead of the dinosaur that was assigned to me as I explored rooms, if that makes sense. I think there's an emotional difference there. Accomplishment, pretty good. I'm not going to lie. It's when you start getting those upgrades and you're like, oh man, I'm mowing things down. You feel pretty good. So that's kind of our shape here that we have. I think it's a really fun thing. I think, like I said, there are some ways that it could be taken in order to maybe push some of these areas out a little bit more if you wanted to. Not that, you probably would because it's just a game jam game. But if someone were to see this and say, oh, how, as a thought experiment, how could we develop it further? I think those would be good ways. And then we talked about the UI improvements that could happen, especially in the radar of making it so you don't have to hover over everything. And also the doors with that black outline. I almost wonder, I want to try something real quick. If this will, because there's just a lot of really high contrast all over the place that makes it very visually noisy. And I'm curious if we can maybe do something to ease that a little. Oops. If we just have this be green. Like, is that going to be enough? to alleviate that. Then we'll rotate this. Put you right there. Right there. Duplicate, and then come back over here. Yeah, I think this is doing what I was hoping it would. Where we are really reducing the amount of high contrast things in here. And I think it's going to make it way more readable. Delete this. And then we grab the vertical, or the vertical ones, copy and paste. Especially when there's this many map connections, right? If there were a lot fewer connections, this wouldn't be as big of a deal. Oops. Up and then up. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes it a lot more legible in a lot of ways. Did you consider choices? Oh, the doors are that way for time purposes. Sure. Yeah, absolutely, Captain. Absolutely. My games are generally hard, so I really toned it down for the jam. Now I think it's too easy. Did you consider choices? It's just a white square that I've used in 40 different places and then applied an albedo to change the color. Wow, super cool, Captain. That's awesome. Originally wanted to make it so you could make a choice at the end if there were multiple items, but I ran out of time. Sure, yeah. They look even more like walls now. Could be, Alex, yeah. And there could be ways to improve it. Like, we had it earlier where it was just this without that black outline at all. And I think that kind of makes it feel a little bit more like a break of, right? A break in. So, there's definitely ways that that could be explored, right? Makes my eyes happier, yeah. So, there's a lot of information in here. There's a lot of information. And it would be very hard, like I said, to have all those icons in a way that doesn't feel really distracting, right? So if we have like this for Neanderthals, and then this for the bigger Neanderthals, and then we have this for bees, and then we have this for giants, and then we have iconography down here for like upgrades. This is your laboratory, this is your health, and then this is your munitions, right? Like it definitely gets, if you had these in every square, it's gonna be pretty noisy, right? So you'd have to find some way to do it. You could maybe not do, and this is scope creep, 100% scope creep, right? But you could have different colored backgrounds of like, oh, this is a Neanderthal room, and it has a laboratory in it, right? And then you kind of use different communication methods to get that idea across, instead of using these icons repeated all over the place. All just thoughts and ideas, thought experiments. So the choice of upgrade could also be tied to which direction you exit towards. Each exit gives you a different upgrade. That could be interesting. I think it just straight has to be empty with no lines to feel more like a path. What has to be empty with no lines? I'm not following, Alex. So, anyways, interesting stuff. The arrows were a really good signifier. I thought the circles were a really good signifier. It's just a volume toggle. Oh, okay. I expected that to be a toggle on-off. It's not. It's just an open. And there's a lot of flair here. A lot could be done aesthetically to kind of make it more harmonious, but I am not an artist, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. But if you backtrack, you lose the upgrade. Yeah, this was a really fun submission. Captain Coder, was there anything that you were hoping to get feedback on or you wanted to talk about that we haven't brought up or discussed yet? Pick a different upgrade path, but you sacrifice progress? I could see a game based around that. Green rectangles at a glance, I assume they mean blocked path, but if it was empty or had a hole in it, I feel there's a pathway there. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, do something like this, right? Like that. That's what you're saying for a doorway. I mean, I could see that. I could see that working out. You died. It's what I wanted to do, but it felt like I was going to take a significant amount of time compared to what I did. Yeah, that's totally fair. Totally fair, Captain. What's the story? Nice. Created by Pixel Saga. Nice. Cool. This was awesome. Captain, thank you for building this. If there's nothing else you were looking to get kind of feedback on, we're going to probably jump into the next person's. So if you're here and you have something for the jam, you'd like us to take a look at it for our critique, let me know. Thanks for playing it. You're very welcome. This was awesome. I really enjoyed this. Like, genuinely, it was a good game. And that's surprising for a jam. Especially a 72-hour jam. Just what you thought of the music and sound effects. The music was a little repetitive. You know, after a little bit, there's a loop, right? Overall, I thought, like, I didn't feel the need to tone down any of the sound effects. I'm listening for the shot sound effect, because I think there's pitch modulation on the groans. But I don't think there's any pitch modulation on the arrow shot, on the bullets. That would probably be nice. Probably having some sort of sound effect on the area cleared would be nice. Maybe shift into a different music section. But I mean, obviously, it's 72 hours, right? We're doing everything. So, you know, it's totally understandable. But I think the music and sound effects largely fit together. As far as thematics go, I think the sound effect for the gun, like, you have this kind of interesting dichotomy. You have science, and then you have the primordial caveman, right? And so you have the science represented in the music, and I think that's clever. And you could even drive that further, right? You could have the chiptune, techno, house music, beat stuff, and then have, like, some drums playing in the background or something. That'd be kind of fun. And then you have the sound effects, very guttural, very primordial, but then you have this bullet that's going, and it doesn't fit into either of those camps. So maybe that one, you know, if we're looking at stuff to kind of improve, that could be one to make it fit either into science or primordial, probably science, because it's just a turret, right? We're not saying it's like something you cobbled together from what the primordial people have done. The bees are the best sound effects, yeah. Critique sign-up should have a field for the prototype and GDD link. I agree, Cubus. I agree. I was thinking that today. I totally agree with you. Wouldn't mind being next if no one else wants to. Okay, let's do it, Alex. I take a critique if I don't have to fill in a form. Yeah, we can do it without you having to fill in a form, Tiny Devil. That's fine. I removed pitch modulation from the shots. It sounded weird to me. Interesting. Interesting, Captain. And that's the other thing, right, is, like, feedback is just feedback. And it could be, like, how many times do we get feedback as game devs where we're like, yeah, that's actually not a very good idea. Or there's additional constraints. You know, the classic UX thing is, oh, I'm going to redesign boarding passes because boarding passes are all terrible. Look how cool I can make it. And then there's no understanding of, like, the constraints of the printers that they're using, the corporate structures, and all these other things that affect why the boarding passes are the way they are. So that's really cool. Would have loved to make different music. After I finished it, I felt it didn't fit well. Oh, just the track in general you felt didn't fit well? Didn't have 3 more hours to write another song. Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, so that would kind of be my only thoughts on the audio. Those would be my only thoughts on the audio. Okay, right on. That was Primordial Jungle. You can play that right here. We're going to send this to both Twitch and YouTube for those who are watching. Captain Coder, thank you so much for building this. My goodness, I'm still shocked you had enough in the tank after hosting and participating in your own game jam to go do this one. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gigantic emote. Incredible. Okay, right on. Let's go ahead and jump into Alex's game. Let's see, Alex, which one is yours? And then we'll do Alex's, and then we'll do Tiny Devil's. Those are the cues that we have. Alex, did you fill out the form? Let me see here. Yes, you did. Okay. Critique for the incident investigator, not duty of the shaman. Okay, incident investigator. Let's do it. Oh, that's right. You did both. Okay, let's go to Duty of the Shaman first. And then in your form, I don't think you put anything in there specifically for what type of feedback you're looking for. Oh, art style, game feel, and polish. Okay. Art style, game feel, and polish. Let's do it. Run game. You are a wise shaman of a prehistoric tribe. Your task is completing rituals for the good of all in your tribe. Press buttons in the sequence that they appear to successfully complete the ritual. Pressing the wrong button or not pressing them in time will fail the ritual. All right, do normal. So this is one thing, game feel wise. Once again, spacing, right? Put some spacing between difficulty and the beginning. If you want the begin to be your action, then that should either be in the center of the screen or below these ones. So you follow a logical progression from top bottom, or you make it very clear this is the central thing you're supposed to do, and then difficulty is kind of like down here or off to the side or something. So the eye is drawn to begin. It doesn't have a soundtrack since I didn't know we were allowed to use samples if we didn't make them, so only drum sounds since I record them. That's great, Alex. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, bonus points for going out and recording your own instruments. I think that's super cool. This one was tough on hard. I couldn't finish it. All right, let's check it out. A. R. Darn it. R. T. I pressed T. O. Is that a... Whoa, ritual failed. I got super distracted by this thing. What is this thing? What happened there? L. H. E. B. Z. J. X. A. L. H. X. X. E. Oh, suck. B. A. Yay, ritual complete. The blood moon and everything. Incredible. Oh, and then it sticks around. That's kind of cute. I like that I really like it when the menu responds to what the player has done in the game. So that's cute. I like that it sticks around. Epic movie voice saying letters. Oh, shoot. V. What? K. What? What? S. Dang it. O. What? A. Hey, I hit A. I don't know. Is this a timing problem? I. V. Z? Too slow? Really? I need to be faster than that? I mean, I'm hitting it kind of as humanly quick as I can. You need lightning reflexes. Jiminy. The fact that I have yet to get one correct tells me that hard is maybe a little too hard. Like, that was immediate I hit S. Is it like reverse controls or something? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. So, if we take it down to normal again. One thing that I was unclear about is, and I was letting things expire, is this a rhythm game or is it a reaction game? Do I need to hit the key in a time, like in a time window, or do I need to hit it as like the beat comes down and lines up with something, right? I'm not seeing any movement, so I was starting to think it's just you have X amounts of milliseconds to hit the key. As Captain said, balancing is hard. Yeah, it's pure reaction. Okay. So I think having some more instantaneous feedback on that would be helpful. Because like if we hit begin and I'll just take hands off, there's a really slow fade into the red. I think if you had a more immediate feedback of like a boom sort of a thing, right? Like it explodes, turns white, really quickly instead of the slow of the color, then I think that would provide more feedback to the player of, oh, it's a hard time amount, right? Really wanted this game to have a sentence that you were typing out. A bunch of random phrases would have been cool. That would have been cool. But then you also could have started predicting which letter it was. So maybe they could do it anagram style where like it's, a bunch of word soup and then at the end it assembles into a sentence. That'd be cute. It's possible to do rhythm, but it's too big scoped. Yeah, absolutely. I totally get that. As you hit them, it writes the quote out. Cueless ritual. So, I think that would be a big thing for the game feel, is having that feedback a lot more immediate and a lot more apparent. And then another thing you could also do to indicate how much time you have left is have the letter start to get smaller, right? So while that timer is going down, it shrinks in size. And that will let you do different letters of different speed, and then the player can know which speed they need to be hitting things at, right? So you can see if we go into hard, oh, geez, it's like going down right like that. Like I gotta be super fast. Right now, I don't necessarily have an indicator of when is the time, right? We talked about the UI. I love this art. I actually truly do. I think this is really cool art. I love the pixel art dudes down here. I love the zooming in and the zooming out. Is this the main menu? It is. It is the main. I wasn't sure if there was a screen before this or not. I mean, within the restrictions of the 72 hours, I think this is really, really strong. The moon is a little bit odd. I mean, this is when I'm start getting into nitpicky stuff. The moon craters just being a bunch of same-sized circles, pockmarking things feels a little bit weird instead of being, how the moon actually is. There's a lot more organicness to it. There's craters of different sizes. They overlap in some spaces. They create odd shapes. But that's kind of one of the only things. Art style. So rocks are really hard to do. These read as rocks. These two up here did not read as much like rocks. I think because it feels too square. So being too much of a strict shape, I think, ruined the rock illusion there. But I'm struggling to find comments on this. Like the fire is really well done. I like the subtle animations there. I mean, you could have brought in maybe a highlight or something on this blue, but adding in maybe a light source here because it's all drawn in, right? You could have some sort of a orange gradient coming out from here for your object source lighting, but I think it's good. It's no moon. Yeah, I don't know. Alex, is there anything that you really wanted us to talk about? I think that it's a simple concept, right? But I think there are some ways that it could be better. And then if you get it right, then have a nice little sort of, I mean, you have the green, but like a particle effect or something popping off of it, or a shader of it wisping away into fire, it could be kind of cute. It could be that, once again, I know you didn't have time, but if you start getting more and more drum music going in the background with more and more successes, that could be cool. So it starts off quiet, and then when you do one, you start getting a piece of the track, and then you do another one, and you get a second piece of the track, and then you do the third one, you get a third piece of the track, right? And they'll start to layer on top of each other, and it swells up into the big thing. You get the big moment at the end. That would boost that feeling of accomplishment. Having health somewhere would be helpful, because I don't know if it's lose 3 in a row. I'm going to lose 2 and then get 1 right and then lose 1. Is that going to kick me out of the game? Yeah, ritual failed. So it would be good to have those 3 represented somewhere so I could track that, right? I'm feeling inspired from watching these critiques, and I think I'll be working a bit during the week on my submission after all. Okay, well, there you go, Queen Anne. I can't wait to see how it goes. You can look at the shamans. They represent the HP. Oh, that's a super subtle animation. I don't have to think about it. I would not have caught that if you didn't say something. I like the diegetic menu there. That is a very clever thing. I think it needs to be a little more explicit. Whereas Captain Coder's death animation maybe was a little bit too much. I would say this is too subtle, right? Because all they do is lose the staff, and those staffs are like in line with a bunch of stuff that you're probably not going to catch, and then they slightly bow their head. That's a very subtle difference. So have them like fall on the ground, be all sprawled out, have a falling sound effect, screen shake, something to really draw the player's attention to this has just happened. You could even have like little reaction text up here, like when one of them falls, "Oh no," pops up, and "Is he okay?" and stuff like that to really continue to sell that and communicate it and make it feel like a world. Made them fall to knees and clutch their heads with bloody eyes. I didn't get any of that. What I thought was happening, even after you told me, was they dropped their staff and then looked down. That was the only thing that I thought. So I think the gesture could be... Yeah, I'm not getting kneeling. I maybe get blood in the eyes, but it also just feels like it's kind of the skin tone. Maybe it's a little more crimson, but it's pretty close to that family. So when I'm in the moment and I'm trying to get the letters and everything, it feels like it blends in. So definitely work on the gesture drawings. Gesture drawings being, if I can whip out my incredibly rudimentary knowledge of figure drawing, a gesture drawing is you have your shape and then you do lines, right? Just to get the basic idea. And then you start roughing in, okay, so this is going to be their like helmet, and then this is going to be this part of their arm, that part of their arm, and then their hand, right? And then you start blocking stuff in. But that gesture, that fundamental spaghetti man approach, right? Because right now you have the staff, a head, and then kind of this sort of a thing. And then it goes to kind of a downward look. And this is what I would have assumed the gesture drawing was. And if you want like on their knees, then I think you can exaggerate in this smaller form where now you have head down, or even rotate them to the side a little bit so you can communicate things a little bit more, right? So you now have big curves that are very present, very big height difference being expressed. Lots of shifts in angles to draw the eye down. Then all of a sudden that becomes more visually clear, right? I think color needs more contrast, the skin in the ground. I think that's fair. Yeah. Are you critiquing projects or looking through gauntlet submissions? We're critiquing projects, and a lot of them happen to be gauntlet submissions. With this and Prime Ordeal, we are well on the way to having a collection of semi-educational games, one for math and one for typing. Yeah, that's a great point, Tiny Devil. If I upload an early version in time for next critique, I can quickly upload the changes on the same page for the final day. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the intention. That, yeah, if we see something in a critique, any future versions, we'd expect like some follow-up on it. Not necessarily following up exactly on what is discussed during the critique, but kind of taking those ideas and making progress. The people are so small, I thought they were candles. Oh, interesting. I mean, to me, they read as people, but I'm also playing the game, and it could be in the stream that's even harder. Like, if I zoom in, it would probably read better for people, right? Yeah, I just think there's not enough of a height difference is one of the main things. And then once again, allowing them to maybe turn a little bit to show more of that gesture, I think would be really good for that drawing. So I think because it's zoomed out, it's hard to discern what exactly is going on. Yeah, absolutely. When is critique day 2? The second critique is on... Let me bring this up. It is on the 12th, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern. So I believe that's Friday. Yeah, Friday the 12th. Even when I played it before, I didn't realize there were people. Oh, well, there you go. So there you go. Anything else on Duty of the Shaman you were hoping to kind of get thoughts or feedback on, Alex? If not, then we're going to move on to Incident Investigator. While you're answering, let's get to that. Web build is only there for the Foxhollow Jam. The intended experience is the downloadable version. Currently, demo only has main menu, documents, and test scene implemented. Okay. We're good. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to close that. Cool. Congratulations, employee number error. You've been promoted to job incident. Is this a sequel to the last game? Please proceed to your designated vehicle, located in garage 3, floor 0, and get yourself acquainted with your new role. When investigating incidents, remember to always keep your personal body camera on at all times. Areas of high risk require you to wear personal protection apparel at all times. Do not forget to wear your employee badge at all times, and never venture out of the office space without proper authorization. Once again, going back to what we learned about with like Stanley Parable, as soon as you say something like that, you're inviting the player to disobey, right? So I'm hoping I will be able to do that and like instantly lose or something, right? Remember, failure to comply leads to less than ideal consequences. Management in Liho we trust. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, art by 2D Fighters. Sound by Pixel and programming and art direction by Nalzarin. That's awesome. Super cool. Hey, this guy New Zealand. Good to see ya. Keeping well? Yeah, we're doing great. Thanks. We're doing critiques of people's work so far for the jam, and it's been an absolutely rad time. Absolutely rad time. Thanks for coming in, this guy. Hope you're doing well. Click anywhere. Nice sound effects, good gradients. It's all kind of communicating a message right now. I suggest full screen for this. Yeah, I can't. I can zoom in a lot, though. Can't do full screen, but I can zoom in. The following footage is highly classified, and this is probably where your shader is going in of your RGB desyncs and everything, right? I could definitely see that. Liho Corp. Incident investigation body cam footage. Investigator ID 99452. Incident report. Falling off the page. Cognito hazards have been redacted from the footage. Okay. Okay. Okay, WASD. WASD for controls. E? F? Q? Tab? Enter? Space? Whoa. Space. Okay, so there's no settings menu. Got it. Documents. Assignment. Oh, wow. It's like an actual doc. Look at that. Whoa. Huh. Critical reminders. Do not forget to wear, by the way, it's always good. People always read a PS. They always read like the big thing down at the bottom. They're going to read the top and the bottom. They're going to skim through the middle. Do not forget to wear your employee badge at all times. It is a little hard to read. Yeah, I mean, even if this were even bigger on my screen, this is taking up like a 1920 by 1080 space easy, if not more so. And it's still a little bit hard to read. So, you know, thicker fonts, maybe less words. I don't know. I like analog games. Yeah. Had a hard time fitting an A4 to this format. Yeah, that's very fair. And I think that's why you see a lot of people doing like the actual page and then like a text window next to it with the text on it, or they will like fold the page up so they can bring it up even bigger. I think those are both tricks to deal with that problem. If I see that in a game, I'm skipping it. Maybe have it scroll like a Star Wars intro. Yeah, and it's not going to appeal to every type of player, right, Jack? For me, I love this sort of stuff. I'm going to dive into this so hard and like try and get all the little juicy story bits. You can go straight to the game. You'll just be confused. Sure. Okay, yeah. Wear your employee badge at all times. Swift action and thorough investigation are essential to maintaining the operational efficiency and arcane interests of Liho Corporation. The integrity of the investigation far outweighs individual safety. Oh, boy. Okay. Incident log. Oh, scroll wheel closes it for some reason. Hold on. Sorry. I think... Okay, never mind. Someone got the door. Good. I'm going to try and get some work done. I'll see you all. Thanks so much for hosting this. Thank you, Queen Anne, for participating. I can't wait to see what you build. Best of luck. So we have... an automated alert was triggered due to a failure in mandatory check-in protocols by on-site personnel stationed in blank. The last communication was received at 2 a.m., indicating routine operations were underway. Subsequent attempts to establish contact have been unsuccessful. Given the classified nature of this location, immediate investigation is paramount. Immediate actions required. Deploy incident investigator, which I assume is us, to the scene. Ensure real-time monitoring and support from operations control room. Prepare containment and recovery teams for potential hazardous exposure protocols. Okay, I'm kind of getting what's that game that came out recently about being content creators and going into a horror world to film stuff and put it online? Kind of getting that sort of a vibe from this. Just more serious. Less silly. Oh, we have ads. Okay, hold on. Can I, oh shoot. We're going to refresh. We're going to go into the ads and we'll be right back. Content warning. Thank you. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Wait a minute. Excuse you, Captain Coder. Captain, did you misclick? Did you press a button you didn't mean to click? 6-month subscription. Thank you. That is exactly the sort of everything that you're doing for this community is incredible. Let me know if there's ever anything I can do to pay it back in some small way. Thank you, Captain. Just amazing. Still unsure if I'll have enough time this week to do the full version of the jam, but if I do, I'm making Primordia Ton Narasana 2 Ton Teltnuag. Not Gauntlet. I'm fully committed to the bit at this point. That's incredible. People always have had short attention spans. It isn't always fun to just read a chunk of text in the game they're not hugely invested in. It's sad that a lot of people develop short attention spans and that they don't enjoy taking their time with this stuff. You know, it's all about what they're getting out of it, right? Gauntlet was stressful. Would have been better if I didn't skip a day. Yeah, I hear you. different people are looking for different experiences. Captain. Ooh. Oh, that's amazing. I need to get the emotes on screen. I need to really amp up those Gigantifies because I think they're funny. While I wait for the automation finishes for this training, just popping in to say hi. Good to see a prodigal sign. Good to see ya. Okay. Great. Let's dive in here. So, I mean, you even got some cool, like, bit crushing shaders on here. So, is this right, Alex, that there's nothing in the game so far? This is just kind of like a staging area to experiment with things? Where are the channel rewards to add hats to Dev Jr.? We've thought about it. I'm not going to lie. We've thought about it. It just feels a little bit gross. We need options. I loved the gauntlet. Personally, would have been even more fun with just 2 days. Wow. Movement feel, ambiance, and atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, movement is standard and fine. Although, my mouse cursor isn't restricted to the space, so if I... like I have to keep, doing this in order to keep panning around. But I mean, it feels just fine. I mean, it feels basic. It feels like a walking horror game, right? I think the ambiance is cool. We saw this sort of bit crushed effect on SOS, Forgotten Planet, from Rusky Biscuit Games. And I think it really works for horror a lot of the ways if you're building out the ambiance correctly. I will say the stars are maybe a little big. Like, I don't think this guy should be this big, right? It makes it feel like everything's really zoomed in instead of just having a starry sky, right? 72 hours is the perfect amount of time to overscope a project. Oh, amazing. But other than that, I mean, the lighting is working well. The background noise is good, right? That gray noise in the background, it's good. It's really, first off, selling that idea of the footage, but also providing just a little undercurrent of tension, and that's good. Yeah, do you think so too? Did you like that too? There's a GDD2. Cool. Let's take a look at the GDD because I want to see kind of what is this intended to become. And this is exactly why the GDD is super helpful. Okay. Just download. Thank you. Okay, we got a docx. Your subscription expired. I never subscribed to you. I never would. Let me see. How do I... I'm going to have to make a new input source for this, aren't I? I don't think I have... Oh, I do have a word source. Good. There we go. Okay. Let's check this out. Okay. Little flickering on the stars. It's always so hard to get right. Yeah. You're not paying $2 for the GDD. Even if you tried, I don't have PayPal set up. There you go. Okay, dark and unsettling first-person horror experience. You are a nameless employee sent to investigate an automated incident report. Arrive at the incident location, investigate what happened, and return with a full report. I'm kind of curious, what is investigating? That's like where the game is. Investigation, it seems like. So that's what I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to. Key elements regarding the story and the twist are omitted. Okay. And that's okay because you're releasing this publicly and everything. For an internal jam, you would definitely not want to do that, right? For an internal project where you're not worrying about spoilering things, you'd 100% want all of that detailed out, but it's understandable given the situation. Who would like to build my GDD? I'll pay you $2. So inspiration games, we have Slender, ambiance setting and distorted camera, okay. Analog horror, camera footage, VHS and CRT visuals, okay. Player experience. The key emotion for this game will be the feeling of unease, unbelonging, and creepiness, and of course fear. So that unbelonging is an interesting emotion, right? That's a very interesting emotion. That is like we are going into something else's lair, and we don't belong here. So that's really interesting to me. It's kind of easy to build unease. It's kind of easy to build creepiness, fear, and all that. But unbelonging is an interesting one. So if I were saying, like, is this a marketable thing, I think that would be the thing to hit to be a market differentiator. Horror first-person walking simulator dinosaur. Oh, you trolls. Okay. Set in an alternate universe in the 80s, the player is a nameless employee of a mysterious company, themes of solitude, loneliness, being hunted. Okay. So we have these kind of different things, right? We have the player experience saying one thing and then the theme saying another thing. Late teenagers to adults. Okay. Walk around, collect clues, read reports, walk around. Collect clues and read reports. What is collecting clues? Move and walk around in a 3D environment, interact with objects or clues, live around in the incident area to read or examine them. Definitely the style has been updated since then. It's definitely not hand-drawn 2D pixel art. Low-res, grotesque, grimy, style inspiration of Doom 1 and 2. Cool, okay. Walking, occasional snapping of twigs. Okay, that's fair. Picking up paper, examining corpses. Corpses? Wow, okay. Everything should feel stressful and unsettling. Music should drive a feeling of unease, creepiness. I shouldn't be here. Chase music should be very fast-paced, blood pumping, and horrifying. Footsteps, owl hoots, twig snapping, occasional growls. Minimalistic UI. There will be an overlay of an analog camera footage with a date and employee ID as well as CRT scanline effect. When interacting with clues, objects that do not contain text but can be examined will show a text describing the object. For clues such as logs or reports, a separate UI with the text displayed will be shown. So, what I'm not seeing in this GDD, dinosaurs. What I'm not seeing in this GDD is what is the gameplay? Other than find clues and leave. I'm seeing hints of gameplay with like chase music, right? So there's going to be chasing, which means there's also going to be a way to avoid a chase as well as canceling out a chase, right? These would be good things to have in the GDD. When we, I want to, okay, collect clues. How do we collect clues? Do we just walk up to something and interact with it and it's now a collected clue? How do I know when I have successfully investigated it? Do I just collect clues until it says, great, you're ready to leave now, and the game will say you've resolved it? Or is there more to that? It's a walking simulator. Yeah, but there's more to it, right? There's chasing. So there's going to be there's going to be monsters that will find you, like being hunted, right? You're being hunted. So how is that monster behavior going to be? Are they going to react off of sight and sound, or just sight, just sound? Is it going to vary based on the monster? How big is their radius? How do you avoid being hunted? These would all be helpful things in understanding what is being accomplished here. And then, yeah, and even without all that, even knowing how many clues need to be found before something can be solved. If it is just a find the pieces of paper in the spooky forest, how many pieces of paper? How long is this expected to be? Would all be important things. My poor guy, you are teething so hard. I'm feeling that tooth coming up. I can see it a little bit. Yeah, a little white there. You got some teeth coming in, my guy. You may be hungry too. Let me go get this guy a bottle. Alex, let me know if there's anything that you're hoping for specific thoughts and feedback on while I go get this bottle, and we'll be right back. Okay. Thing is, I plan for the players to not collect all the clues, so it's not mandatory to collect them, okay? And that is one thing I was thinking of when I was getting the bottle, is like, if you're in this bit-crunched, really heavily visually obscured aesthetic, you better make darn sure that those clues are pretty easy to find, right? Because I could easily see it where it gets to the point where it's like, I'm just running around the level, I'm avoiding this monster, I'm looking for one clue, I have no idea where it is, I've been doing it for 20 minutes, I'm bored, I just want to move to the next level. That has happened to me in horror games in the past. If you notice in the task document, there is a reference to an incident report template. In the task document. Oh, okay, in the game, okay. So after you escape, you'll fill the report out, and if it's correct, you'll have a good ending, if not bad. And of course, if you don't escape, same thing. Okay, cool. So I kind of like that. So it's basically going to quiz you on if you got the right stuff, right? And so the more information you collect, the better you will perform on the final quiz. And so you stay in the game as long as you need to for you to feel comfortable that you know what happened, right? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm down for that. I can see how that's an interesting experience. It's also a little tricky with horror because, like, the player needs to be able to make a decision, I have enough, right? And I don't want to risk doing more. And a lot of horror kind of comes from jump scares. I mean, this is kind of low-hanging fruit horror. But jump scares, instant death, that sort of a thing. So is there going to be like a health style mechanic? Or are you going to just instantly die if you're caught? That's another thing that I'd want to know. Like if I were handed a GDD and said build this, that would be a question I'd be asking. I think I still have some questions around the specifics of the flow of this game. And we talked about being hunted and a chase music. So what's that expectation for how are those chase scenes going to play out? How is a player going to be able to deal with it? You know, etc. Or are they going to be able to do with it? And if they start getting chased, do they just lose? Essentially, it's just the monster's going to catch them. No health. So that's a little tricky. I don't want to spoil too much. Well, I mean, I hear you. That just means that, like, the feedback that we provide on the design is going to be pretty restricted, right? So those are the questions that I would have, is like, how are you going to create that feeling of risk-reward, of, oh, I don't know enough, I need to go back out there, versus I feel like I know enough, I can go back, while I can return and do the quiz now, versus maintaining tension with the monster. And that's kind of hard if it's instant death, right? Because you have this kind of singular monster walking around. I don't know. I did see a roguelike. I think it was Indie Buffet played it recently, where it was it was Dead by Daylight, the roguelike, and single player, and you were a person. You were one of the survivors. It was super fascinating. I don't know that it was an incredible game, but it was wildly interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Not Nightmare Race. Goodness, this was a while ago, wasn't it? Not Mirthwood. Not Wand Project. Goodness. Not Margoo's Lair. Shoot, what was it? For the purposes of the jam, the chase and the monster will be very limited, so no sophisticated AI. Okay. So that's stuff that, like, is important to detail out, right? Where is this? Son of a biscuit. Anyways, it was they turned being a survivor in Dead by Daylight into a roguelike. Like a Slay the Spire style roguelike. Not a deck builder, but with that map and everything. And it was absolutely fascinating. And that's kind of what I'm interpreting here, but just not in that roguelike setting, more in a kind of campaign, go out to discrete missions and levels type sort of idea. Man, I really wish I could find it. That's going to bug me. That's going to bug me so bad. Dang. Deeply frustrating. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out later. It's going to be very linear. Something that, like, something like that don't scream game in terms of actually being in danger of losing. Something like that don't scream game. Okay. Yeah, I'm not totally following, but I get the idea that it's more of a linear experience. It's a story that is being told. So I guess my main question would be, how do we maintain tension and suspense for the player throughout those events? Because walking simulators are commonly derided for being boring, right? And you don't want that with suspense. If, you know, a lot of those walking simulator horror games, to my understanding, they tend to be kind of like one level or so, right? And so if you're doing multiple levels, what are you doing to keep this formula fresh across those levels? Is kind of my main question. The tension is in the fact that the player doesn't know he is, in fact, in danger. I think it's pretty clear that you're in danger. Oh, that you're not in danger. Doesn't know that you're not in danger. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused about what the game is then. So these PT-like games, you never actually are in danger of losing. So you're not going to have a lost state in the world? It's going to be exclusively a lost state through the quiz. Okay. That can be a double-edged sword. So we talked about that with Still Wakes the Deep, right? Where the player has to enter into some sort of social contract with the game to say, I am going to trust you that I can get through this. I'm going to trust you that this isn't just going to murder me automatically and I'm going to have problems. We're talking about walking simulator horror games in general. Got it. I guess my big concern is pacing, right? Because yes, the player does... Either they don't know or they are accepting the fact that their character is in danger and that's enough. They're buying into the world, right? Verisimilitude. But we talk about horror being a roller coaster a lot of the times. There's emotional ups, high tension, low tension. So what will this game do to maintain tension? What will it do to... keep that tension across multiple levels? Because if you're walking around and you're reading things and you're doing that, and once again, we don't know what the clues are, right? Or what it's going to be like interacting with them. And that's a pretty big part of this thing. If they're papers you're picking up and reading, then that is going to be very slow paced. So you're going to have to find ways to maintain atmosphere and tension while the player is sitting there reading a letter to, Loretta. For my game, you will lose if you don't escape or don't fill out, but the beginning is more or less safe, is what I'm saying. Okay, the tension is in the fact that the player doesn't know that he is not going to be hunted yet. I don't know. That raises an eyebrow for me, Alex. You probably have a vision in your head that I do not have. In my mind, I don't see that playing out over multiple levels in a way that maintains tension. I think that, oh my gosh, are we being hunted or not? I think that goes away after a little bit. And I think you need to have more ways to keep the player guessing, right? If the player is able to figure out what the rules of the horror are, then the horror disappears. And so those rules need to be obfuscated and randomized and all that. There's only going to be one level. Okay. I thought there were going to be multiple levels. Gotcha. That changes things pretty dramatically for me then. Okay. So yeah, you're going to walk around, look for clues, get out of Dodge, fill out the form, and then you win or lose. And there is no thing past that as a final end loss state. Winning loss state. So then, I think it goes back to what are the clues, how do they get interacted with, and what is this chase idea? What is the vision for that? And I think those would be the big things in my mind to get detailed out in order to be able to like talk really meaningfully about this, if that makes sense. Hey, guy. Yeah, I don't know. Alex, is that making any sort of sense to you? Is there anything you want to maybe fill us in on that you'd like some feedback on? Or, you know, has this been helpful in any way? Has maybe this is enough for now? Fill me in. What are you feeling? And then after this, we're going to jump into Tiny Devil's critique. Man, my guy is teething like a velociraptor. I mean, he is just going to town. So the clues are going to be corpses and their causes of death. The items scattered around the location that point to what was happening before the incident. Okay. So you'll find corpses, and then you will have to... So there's items scattered around the location. You throwing me these questions is really helpful for refining the idea. I'm glad it is. Because that's the intention behind them. Or at least refining how to communicate about it. So either of those is awesome. So when you walk up to a corpse and you press E on it, what happens? Is it going to play an audio file of your character talking about it? Is it going to present, do a scan of the body and you get a visual like screenshot of, oh, look, this is the burn mark? Or is it just going to be like a text pop-up that you read through? Is that text pop-up going to be its own dedicated UI screen that you have to move through? Or is it just like a sort of pop-up floating in the world and you can walk around it sort of thing, right? E for eat. So what does that clue interaction look like? How does that work? Agent, why are you in despair? What's going on? It opens a small UI box with text describing the corpse. Can you walk around while you have that open, or is the player locked in to that? Oh, same thing for other clues. So they're all going to follow that same pattern of a text box pops up. So yeah, can the player still move? Can they still walk around when that is open, like Dark Souls style? Is it locking them in and saying, hey, this is your view now for a little bit? Yeah, Agent, what's going on? Oh, there you go. Oh, what do you think? More bottle? Yeah. Walking around would be better. Okay. So then, if that's the experience, I'm going to be expecting that the monsters are going to be trying to sneak up on me while I'm reading things. So I'm going to run over, tap on one of those clues, and keep moving while speed reading through it, and then trying to get to the next thing. And like, it's going to be very active, right? I'm going to have very little like, oh, what is this sort of time? I'm going to open it up and think, yes, I see. It's going to be way more like zoom from thing to thing, trying to pick out relevant details and like no downtime. That's how I would probably play that experience. Just like in Dark Souls, it will disappear if you move too far. Sure, that's fine. And that's a good constraint to have. I still think it's going to be really heavy ping pong, like pick it up, keep moving until you kind of get a feel for how long you can move, get to the edge, keep looking around, all that sort of stuff. Anyways, we're in ads. We'll be right back. Alex, let me know if there's anything else you want to talk about, or get any thoughts or feedback on. If that, and once we're done with that, then we'll jump into Tiny Devils. Okay, welcome back. I lost the rig to one of my original sprites, and it's been converted to a GIF, unable to be edited. Oh, I'm so sorry, Agent. Whenever you lose work, that is just distressing. That's why Git, as much as I hate Git, is really good. Sorry, Agent. That's a bummer. But the bright side is, if you have to redo it, then you'll be able to redo it a lot faster. And that's always the good thing about redoing old work. What you will do is stop to read a book and not get your buddy's insult into him. But Tiny Devil, it had the name of the game in it. You had to read it. How'd you know where to run to? Well, I mean, you'd be looking around, right? You'd be kind of using peripheral vision to scout around, especially making sure, hey, nothing is sneaking up on me, right? I think that would be the biggest behavior is I'm going to keep looking around, keep moving, so I make sure that I know that there's nothing sneaking up on me. What is that emote, Nurk? Waltz Jam? This is some invaluable stuff. I'm glad. Plenty of info for me to implement. Okay, very cool, Alex. Thank you so much for showing, and I can't wait to see what you, 2D Fighters, and Pixel come up with. I think there's a lot of potential there. I'm really excited. And I'm really excited to see a continuation of the universe there, of management. That's great. All right. Let's dive into Tiny Devil Games. Ice Station Primordial. Tiny Devil, is there anything you want specific feedback on? Anything that you are thinking, hey, I couldn't figure out how to have this come across to the player very well, or I'm concerned about X, Y, or Z things. Anything at all that we can focus in on in order to give you some more targeted feedback. Rave. That's amazing. So let's check out the GDD for this. Here we go. Here's the GDD. Scientists in Arctic trying to find origins of life. This is the second game that has primordial soup in it. That's amazing. Procedurally generated roguelite platformer, not really platforming. Player navigates through underwater caverns, searching for evidence of biogenesis. But scientists aren't the only thing beneath the ice. So our input randomness is procedural layout of caverns, potentially player stats, ? Okay. Just a general take on it, really. Plays best with controller. All music was played live and recorded. Incredible. Okay. Things I already know. I should have explained the aim is to fill the bar in the top right and leave. Okay. Upgrades that have already been used become available randomly after death. I'm sure that will make more sense once we get into it. Collect enough samples to fill the progress bar on the top right of the screen and discover the origins of life on Earth. Keys I and B disable the ice and blood effects respectively if you find them annoying. Okay. I made it run in a window for people who like to stream using ultra-wide monitors. Thank you. Oh, super cool. Okay. All right. So, my guy, I'm going to see if I can transfer him to his little rocker. Okay, let's check this out. This is Ice Station Primordial 1. Go check it out there. Okay, good opener. That musical beat is good. Mission, collect primordial samples from the fleshy growths in the waters below. That's disturbing. The ice is so cold here it damages your suit. Your HUD will appear in the top left corner indicating how much damage you have taken. D-pad or WAS to move. I'll use the D-pad. X to shoot. What am I shooting? Why do I... That is such a... Oh, man, that's so Commodore 64. What? That sprite looks almost exactly, especially with the pose of the legs and everything, looks exactly like another classic C64 game, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, D-pad, right, okay. A, space to equip map. I'm using a PlayStation controller. I don't have A or space. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. Wow, that's intense. Okay, so it's the thing combined with Flappy Bird. So I have to hit B a bunch of times while kind of hovering above it to collect samples. Oh, that's so disturbing. This is not Primordial Soup. This is Cthulhu Town. Okay, so circle is both collect and float. Okay. It's weird to me that I don't get to see it like end. It feels like it's the collection meter ends at like 25% instead of ending at 0. Come on. I love my little like potato gun. Bonk. Maybe the screen ice could be tweened between color slowly if you use Godot. Tweened in transparency. So this is actually made in GameMaker, Memphis. But yeah, I mean the point you're making is maybe you could ease the transparency in and out, right? Is what you're saying? Riazy, good to see ya. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, I love that. Oh, and the health bar. Oh dear. I don't want to fight. This guy's mean. Okay, I'm changing hand positions to a claw. I'm doing this now, whereas before it was the traditional thing, because I'm having to do the flapping. Oh, the health started look. So I was doing this before. Now I'm doing this. I'm getting serious about it. I like the radar up top. I don't know how much I can trust it. Like, is it going to tell me where the fleshy growths are? That thing is so unsettling. Collect. What am I collecting? Oh, replace map with damage? Ah. I think the ice is intentionally aggressive. Yeah. Only 16 colors, staying true to the color palette. Love it. Sleepy as my eyes have just cracked open and I've got 7 to 8 hours of sleep. I need coffee. This guy's so much faster than when I fought him. Did you update his AI? Okay. So that's a really interesting idea. Also, this little shine here adds so much to the screen. It makes it feel like a console instead of just a gray box. This shine right here is such a low effort way to make that happen. I think that's so good. So now we don't have a map. Dear. But we do like way more damage, I'm guessing? I don't know what 3 is. Is it 3 of my previous shots? Is it 3 more? Or did like my previous shot do 2 damage and now this one does 3? I don't have the information I quite need to understand that. Oh. This is those like don't touch. This is Operation, the board game, mixed with the thing, mixed with, mixed with what? The enemy gets more aggressive when hit. Okay. Should make ice continue to damage you when in the replace screen to give them less time to decide. Oh, I would hate that. It said 3 power. Yeah, but what does 3 power mean? 3 power doesn't necessarily mean anything in and of itself. Oh boy, I'm lost. I mean, I know roughly where I am, but I feel like I've gotten all of the growths. That's not a good spot to be in. Three additional damage above your original 1. Okay, so now we're doing 4 damage total. I'd love an operation game based on the thing. I think this is pretty much it. If only you didn't trade away your map. I know, right? So, like, now I'm wondering, like, I feel like I've explored the map pretty thoroughly. I'm sure there's a corner here or two that I've missed, maybe in the middle over here, but, I'm wondering at this point, am I supposed to go back before I've filled up the bar, or are there enough growths for me to fill up the bar? Because at the rate this is filling... Oh, return to base. All samples collected. Okay. So that bar is not going to get all the way filled out. Got it. I was thinking, I must be, like... I've only collected a 1/5 of what I need. At most, probably like an 1/8. And you're telling me that I've already explored the map this much? There must be a huge section I'm missing, or something else is going on. You'll know when you have all the samples. Okay. Make that horrible shrieking sound when you hit the edge. We need more samples still. Fill that bar up. Oh, okay. So now we can choose which one to do. Sure. We'll go with both of them. I don't know if it just swapped out my 3 power for the map, or if I have both of them now. I would expect that behavior to be, oh dear, the behavior to be, oh gosh, I'm very dying. Oh, your bullets are so low to the ground. Oh, jeez. I would expect the behavior to be that if I pick up an alternative power-up, that the old one will go back on top of the boxes. You only get 1. Okay. So yeah, then I would expect the 3 to go back on top of the old box. Hey, I don't think I get anything for killing you. I'm just gonna leave you alone. Do I get anything? Did I get the 3 damage power up from killing that one of these? I don't remember. I'm very dying. A scholar in grammar, I see. You know it, Agent. And this is easy, yeah. Oh, jeez. Come on. Oh, where are you going? Come back up. There we go. There's a green thing. What's the green thing? Is that health? Fire rate. Nah, I don't think that's really worth it. Like, I'd take it if it would unlock it for me, but if it's gonna unlock it for me either way, then I'm not gonna bother with it. Yes, yeah. Tiny Devil did submit in Captain Coder's jam, I believe, right? Oh dear, come on. All enemies can drop 30% chance. All enemies can drop. Okay. So then I'm being incentivized to kill things, but safely. And I'll probably want to do it. Get that bar filled up, Mr. Scientist. I'll probably want to focus on the small things then. There we go. Man, that damage up does a lot. I'm gonna leave you alone. Actually, your skin makes nice boots. Only unlocks if you equip. Okay, okay. Having some sort of like notification window saying, hey, you have unlocked this when you select to equip something would probably help communicate that a lot. I did, but unintentionally, I just contributed some assets. Oh, okay. Okay. The wind howling is very spooky. A little weird that we're hearing that wind under the water like this, but also I'm not understanding if there's like an incentivization for me to not die. Because it seems like if your health carries over between rounds, but you reset your health when you die at your last round, the slurping is killing me. Then it seems like you kind of just want to die every time you start a new level. Made that sound with my mouth. Awesome. Let's see, where else have we yet to explore? There we go. Oh, shoot. And is the ice sound effect the same sound effect, but just like really sped up? Come on. There we go. Sure, we'll get fire rate. Oh, I can hold the button in. Oh, that's huge. I didn't know I could hold the button in. Doing quadruple damage or one more fire rate. I think you take quadruple damage every time. Cool. I now have one fire rate instead of one fire rate. The ice is a tearing piece of paper. Super cool. Did I get everything? Or where'd my damage buff go? I don't unlock all of them? Ooh. Ooh. But you're not so warm in there, are ya? So yeah, I guess I'm confused. Did I get everything I was supposed to last time, or did I return early? For what it's worth, I think the idea of the like having some free safe space to do your loadout and then moving into the high intensity action scene works really well. I like that delineation there. I'm almost at the full bar, so I'm just not going to bother with enemies right now. It does kind of feel like with the current enemies, map is OP. Because then you can just avoid the enemies and go fill up your bar. Also, I think it's full. I haven't seen it go up for a little bit, but I haven't received any, like, notification saying, hey, it's full. So I guess we'll just head out and see if it's good. It's done? Okay. I keep on going back and forth on whether I like that there are some sections where you will be touching the wall. There's no getting around it. Like right there, you're gonna take some damage. And I kind of like that because it drives that feeling of suspense and horror a little bit more. Even though that is, you know, making it so that you're removing a bit of empowerment away from the player, but the mission was a success! Yeah! You've collected enough samples to prove the origin of life on Earth. The question is, should you release it? This information changes everything, and everyone isn't ready for change. Yeah! This feels like the end to an 80s action movie. This is great. I love it. Okay. So yeah, I mean, once again, this is one of the recurring themes. Balance is hard. Balance is really hard. And as satisfying as the quadruple damage was, having the map, when you didn't really need to engage with the enemies beyond getting power-ups and making it a little bit safer, like, you're constantly being in danger when you're engaging with the enemy. You're in danger of running into a wall. You're in danger of getting hit by them. Like, it seems far and away the better thing to do is just ignore them. That was the intention. Okay, cool. Okay, now actually hold on to it though, okay? Don't throw it. No! Okay. I think you got it. Which is interesting. If the intention is the map is the best thing to do. Oh, buddy, come on. Okay. If the intention is that the map is the best thing to do, and you need to, like, kind of learn that shooting is not really the best thing, I'm kind of curious about what that's trying to communicate, you know? I don't really know what the message is or what the experience is for the player that is intended in terms of a, like, emotional experience. I have a soft spot for platformers and for small palettes. This is probably my favorite submission so far. Such a cool game. I'd spend so much time on it if I had an NES as a kid. Love it. Yeah. And I think there's a lot to really enjoy here. It's a simple concept, but it works, you know? It feels like it is a jam game, right? It feels like more abilities and all that sort of stuff would help with that. And then the other thing was knowing when to, like, surface or not. That was always a question for me. I thought I had to fill the entire bar every time I went down below the surface. So I was kind of waiting for that bar to get filled up before I could go back up. And now, having played through it, I understand that's the overall you win bar, not you've finished this level. So is the idea you dive down, find any gross that you can, and then go up? Like, you don't have to get everything? With the procedural gen, there are times when conflict is unavoidable, depends on the dice roll. Sure, but it does seem like combat is kind of your last resort, right? It's not the thing that you default to. It's not, oh, an enemy, let's go fight it. It's, oh, there's an enemy over there, let's try and avoid it if we can, right? Which could be fine. I mean, that's what Silent Hill does, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just trying to, like, grok what is the intended experience. I started going down, peeking if there was a growth nearby. If not, go back out. It's really good feedback. Maybe I have a barrel on the surface that gets filled from the bar. Could be. So, you know what I'm realizing this basically is? Just kind of, like, flipped a little bit. Is Dome Keeper, right? You're diving down to get a resource, and you're trying to bring it up. And it seems like you get to choose when you go back up. Like, they say collect all the samples, but do you really have to collect all the samples? I don't know the keyboard keys. Control? Okay. I couldn't come up with a legitimate reason to prevent that. So yeah, can I just go back up now? I can! Oh! Okay. Cool. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to notice, right? Because yeah, you can just go down and then wait to see if you find what you need really quick. And then nope, okay, go back up. Because I know there was a time when I got a growth like right out of the gate. Interesting. So, I mean, this is a fascinating thing for me of like, what would happen if Dome Keeper had procedural generation every time you went down? It would probably turn into a system kind of like this. Unless you have some other constraint, like going down costs something, or going back up costs something. Or you could even do what we saw in Still Wakes the Deep, right? Where you start getting to the wrong place, which is going up too early, and the game can say, oh, I need to find the rest of the samples before I can leave. And then it just doesn't let you go, right? So there's a couple of different ways that could be approached. I think having a mechanically reinforcement, of like, it costs a certain amount of your blue bar to get your suit back up and running after being in the cold or something. Or you need to, I think something like that would be more gamify-y rewarding. But the I need to get all the samples does provide some good space for narrative. You know, you could have a Rennick-like character that says, hey, you can't leave yet. You don't have all the samples. Get back down there, you idiot, you know? Ooh, that's a new one. Knockback. Oh, interesting. So, Tiny Devil, anything that you wanted specific feedback on that we haven't gotten to yet? I want to shoot someone with knockback. I want to see what kind of knockback this thing does. Okay. That's a pretty good amount of knockback. I'm bummed that I can't combine things. Fire rate 3. Oh, they're randomized. Okay. Oh, that's way better than fire rate 1. Okay. So when I got damage 3, that was a really good roll then. Damage 3 was just a really good roll. Yeah, there's damage 1. Okay, got it. I was like, why would I ever not just take damage 3? Now I get it. Okay. Been some great feedback. Cool, well, hey, now I'm understanding the power-up system, and I see how that's input randomness as well. I like that. I like that a lot. Cool. All right. There you go. That is Ice Station Primordial. Tiny Devil, thank you so much for building that and for sharing it with us. Super duper cool. Awesome. Fire rate 3 is a harpoon machine gun? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. We have ads starting in about 40 seconds. If anyone is here and they are ready to have their game critiqued, let me know. We're at the point now, we're in the official critique section. So if people do not reach out, I'm going to just start going through the forum responses and tackling those as they come up. Thanks so much for playing. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can go first. All right, Mothman. Nice. Cool. Mothman, you submitted Fallen, and you're wanting general critique. You don't have anything specific you want us to look at. I'm going to zoom in on this a lot because, wow, that is just so itty-bitty. And we're going to load this up. in ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. It's garbage. Full screen might help. Quick preface, the bullet scenes and boss fight aren't included yet. Okay, cool. So you're just looking for general feedback. We can do that. And then Cubus will go after that. Okay, great. Great. Let's take a look at Mothman. Press select to start. Am I supposed to be using a gamepad for this? Didn't think I'd be this nervous to get it looked at. Oh, Mothman, no need to be nervous. No need to be nervous at all. Okay. Start. Okay. X. Oh, dear. Okay. Gamepad not going to work because the cursor is not constrained to the window. So that's not going to work. Keyboard and mouse. Okay. Yeah, because it said press select. Okay, so... Oh! Okay, I thought... I thought the wingtips were like mandibles, and that was the start of your character. So for a while I was like, oh, I like control where my back is facing. That's a weird input method. And then I realized, oh no, I'm an angel. I've got this like tiny little halo. Okay, and then we've got mythological angel going against biblically accurate angels. This is very interesting. Space would be better. Yeah. Okay. So it's a shmup. Okay. And I realized I didn't read any of the description before diving into this. I should have. Okay. So it looks like... Are the blue things shooting the yellow things? Or are they all just different enemies that are spawning in? I also... Okay, I was worried that these clouds were going to kill me. But it looks like not. They're just to give more of that illusion of scrolling. This is it for now. Enemies don't have health yet. Okay. Cool, Mothman. Awesome. So this is it. Okay. Okay. It's not a shmup, it's a shmdown. Okay. Okay, so where's the GDD? Is there one, Mothman? Or did you like send it to me on Discord? Yeah, you sent it to me on Discord. Let me boot up Word here. They're different spawns. Okay. Plan is to have different enemies with different pathing and bullet patterns. Okay, cool. Let's take a look here. Get rid of all these. We'll make this a bit bigger. And zoom in. Why did you do it? Why did you defy God? Now you're an angel alone being pursued by the heavenly hosts. My advice to you, run. Fallen is a shooter/bullet hell where you play a fallen angel fleeing and in search of nowhere safe. Or somewhere safe. Why did I read nowhere? Defeat the legions of enemies and their commanders as you travel through the spheres of heaven, the realms of purgatory, and the circles of hell. Okay. We've got some bullet hell inspiration, the divine comedy, okay? The goal is to provide a test of skill that leaves the player triumphant when they're successful and determined to try again when they fail. Okay. I'm curious how that's tying in with this theme of like an angel running away from God, right? Once you kill a certain number, a boss will spawn. Okay. So it's not even about distance traveled. It's about enemies killed. I think that's a great start. Spawning, parallax, shooting, dying, all the basics are there to begin with. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. With levels based on Dante's Divine Comedy, the game will have themes of fighting against hordes of enemies until their commanders show up for the boss fight. So this is a wave survival game. This is not a shmup. This is a wave survival game. That was too short. I'm not ready yet. Teenagers to adults. Shoot, don't get hit, keep shooting until the boss appears. I would actually amend this. It's shoot, avoid enemies, kill enemies, and then boss spawns, defeat boss, and continue to the next level. Because the killing of the enemy is the crucial thing that is spawning in the boss, right? So that's a pretty big deal. Should be in the core loop. Mechanics. Move with WAS, left click mouse to shoot, player projectile aims towards cursor location, K. Enemies will have different movement and bullet patterns the player will need to learn. Okay, cool. And then 2D hand-drawn pixel art. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's the beginnings, right? It's the beginnings. And that's visible. And I want to see more. This reminds me of a Brick Breaker roguelike I've seen on Retromation's channel, also angel-themed. I think I know which one you're talking about. I've seen a couple of different people playing that. It's like very red color palette, right? Henlo? Oh, hello. It took me a little long. Hello, Blades. Welcome in. In fact, that'll be great. Cubus, if you're not ready, then we could do Blades since he's here. And I know he kind of needs to step out for a little bit. Like, he's just here on a lunch break. But yeah, that really heavy red color palette. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about, even if I can't remember what the actual game was, which is super frustrating for me. Twitch app is borked. Oh no! Blades, are you ready for us? Or should we wait? Against Great Darkness. Yeah. That color palette immediately. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very similar feelings, especially thematically, right? So, Mothman, I think the only things that I'd be keeping attention for here is how are the enemies going to be different? And you have this vertical layout here, and you have movement. And so you're bringing in this concept of a shmup, but then it's not distance traveled, it's enemies killed. That is the key. So I might expand that out to a square, maybe. even if the world stays like this, but having some sort of information, I don't know, just this feels very much like you're traveling and that's the goal. As well, having some sort of counter on here somewhere of like enemies left would really help to indicate that's what's happening. That you are trying to hit the, you're trying to get a certain amount down, right? I do like that you are traveling downward, right? That's very thematically appropriate. It's kind of interesting. And then my other question is, if you're going to have this repeating through like kill a bunch of enemies, spawn a boss, kill a bunch of enemies, spawn a boss, what is it that I understand implicitly that there's going to be different enemy types. I'd like to see those detailed in somehow in the GDD, since they don't exist yet. What are those enemy types? What can we expect? What are the puzzles and challenges that they're going to represent? But then also, how is the player going to evolve over time? Is the player going to evolve over time? And if they're not, what is it that's going to keep the game interesting and exciting throughout the course of all of those different cycles of killing a bunch of stuff, spawning the boss, killing stuff, spawning the boss, until the game is over? What is it that's going to keep the player engaged? My mobile data sucks. Guess I'll catch the VOD and timestamp for my critique. Oh, Blades, what a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Mothman, is there anything specifically you wanted us to take a look at here that we haven't yet? This is your first game on itch, by the way. Mothman, congratulations. Congratulations on building something. That is incredible. This is better than my first thing I built, that's for sure. I was thinking about adding abilities when defeating bosses, like Mega Man. Oh, so you'd like swap between them? That would be interesting. Then you'd have to consider like what sort of constraints are on that. So, can you only hold one of them at a time? And then when you beat a new boss, you have to choose whether you do the old one. Are you going to have energy meters that you have to like refill with pickups? Or are you saying you can have access to anything you've beaten and they have unlimited ammo and you just go to town, and then the puzzle becomes less about managing those in terms of will I have enough, and then it starts to become picking the right weapon for the right environment. And then that's going to feed a lot more heavily into your enemy design and your level design of what's going to be the most appropriate or interesting or cool thing, right? So those would be the questions that I had. If we're doing Mega Man style power-ups, what are the constraints around it? And if there are no constraints, how do you keep that interesting? And then that's going to, certain enemies are going to be weak to certain types of energy, and you have to swap between them. Or this guy has a shield in front of him, so you want to use like the homing missiles that shoot out wide, and then they'll go around the shield and hit him, right? Type sort of stuff. Yeah, anything else, Mothman? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Cheese stays. For what it's worth, I agree with Tiny Devil. You've got the beginnings of something really cool. You've even got like the parallax going and everything. And that's rad. Taking notes. Thank you. Okay, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. All right. Cubus, are you ready? Are you ready? Because if not, we'll start going down through the form submissions. Almost. Okay, let's go do a couple more of these then. Okay. We're going to go to Saft, Alex, Mothman, Agent, Alex, Blades. I guess Blades is next. Blades is next. Let's dive in. What are you hoping to get feedback on? All of it. Okay. So Blades has submitted a GDD. We're going to take a look at this, and then we're going to look at what they're doing. Oh, that's right. They actually got something up and running here. Okay. No idea what to put here. Work in progress. Okay. So the GDD is not there. Let me grab it on Discord. There's our GDD. It's a doc file. Let's bring this up. Primordial Survival Roguelite. My inspiration is Risk of Rain 2 and Gatekeeper. Similar playstyle for what I wish to achieve. Meta progression between runs where you unlock items and playable characters. I want the player to feel more powerful as the run progresses, as well as when playing more runs. They will learn builds that synergize to make them even more powerful. Okay. Building for any platform. Okay. Unity 2D and Piskel for the art. I think that's supposed to be Pixel, right? I think it's KS. I may be wrong on that, though. Anyone who enjoys other roguelike games, like the ones previously mentioned, for the target audience, okay. Player will control a variety of microbes to fight off other microbes, collecting items to boost the player's stats. Defeating enemies will allow the player to move to the next level, okay. Theme is primordial, and the design principle is input randomness. This means the definition of primordial and input randomness being random things that happen before the player makes a choice, sure. Limit player inside of procedural terrain. Obstacles the player has to move around. Collecting items to boost stats. Fighting enemies. Okay. Very basic 2D art. Very minimal animations. Simple music. Basic sound effects for shooting, taking damage, enemy sounds. WAS to move. I like to have a control breakdown in here. Mouse to look around. Left click primary attack. Right click for secondary attack. Okay. We've got some flows diagrammed out. That's good. Procedural level generation, infinite levels, enemy scaling, permadeath, unlock new playable characters, get points for completing levels, collect items that make you more powerful. You have melee and ranged bacterium and microbes, and I think that's it. Okay, let's dive in. Gonna keep on zooming here. Okay, play. Select your character. Option A. Whoa. Oh, okay. Different shapes. All right, let's start with A. Whoa. Enemies remaining. Okay, that is really low contrast. Let's see. How do I... Wait, hold on. Where's the... Where are the controls? How do I do this? Save me. Where are the controls? WASD, mouse, left click, and right click. I'm not doing anything, though. It may be that it doesn't work yet. And that this is just, yeah, I think this is out of the level. Okay, so I think this is probably the end of it. Okay. So this is primarily a GDD discussion. We have the top-down view, enemies remaining, so you have to defeat all the enemies. I always like having progress. One quick thing for Blades is that the typography is rough. This is really low contrast, and you have a really noisy background. So either put all of this in a big box, or make this a higher contrast and a thicker typeface to make it a little bit more legible. Let's go back to our GDD here, and let's go over this. Moon, great to have you. Welcome in. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're doing critiques right now. The people have submitted for their Game Jam submissions. So there's a lot to be defined here, and this is a recurring theme, right? Documentation, as we talked about before, is a skill, and is something that needs to be practiced and refined. Players will control a variety of microbes, bacteria, viruses, etc. After playing through that prototype and reading the rest of the GDD, I think this is referring to the fact that you have multiple different characters that you can choose from to start with. When I first read this, I thought you were going to control a group of microbes and control that group of microbes to run around and do things. So that's that could use some clarification. Fighting off other microbes, I don't think it's really described how the fighting happens in here. Except for in the controls, we have primary attack, secondary attack, and then later on it says there's melee and ranged. But like, what is that? Is melee? You can kind of guess with melee, but like, what types of melee effects are there going to be? Ranged, is it going to be bullets getting shot out? You know, those sorts of details would be very helpful. It'd be great as well to have a detailed list of like, what are the different characters? What can they do? What are the different enemies? What can they do? What is the experience we want the player to have, right? As of right now, what I am getting is this is a bacteria-themed Vampire Survivors like, which is fine. I don't say that to be derogatory. I know sometimes people say stuff like that to be derogatory. That's not what I mean right now. You're excited. I am too, Moon. I am. First time I run the web build. Godot has a splash screen now. Yeah, Cubus. They've been doing a lot of updates for the web stuff. Which you know. You don't need me to say that. You unlock items and playable characters. How do you unlock those? These are the sorts of definitions that would be really helpful, like if you were to hand this GDD off to someone to have them then go build something. Microorganism game. Yeah, that's the idea, Moon. So this is kind of what it is. This is the prototype that Blade submitted. I will say I really like one thing that is done here, and I think it's a really good idea to show you can have variety without a tremendous amount of effort, is all of these options. You can see the shape is just changing for the character. And now these shapes have different sorts of personalities and effects. Like you would expect option C to be like a tank character, and option A to be like a roguey, stealthy, fast, damage dealer. B to be some kind of a hybrid character, and then D is kind of maybe a support or an all-around or something, right? The shapes communicate things, and you can bring a lot of that variety into your game really simply. So I think that's something that's really cool. Obviously, this is all placeholder UI and everything. Oh, wait, we had a bullet. Oh, the bullets are underneath the map. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's a bummer. So we get a little bit of recoil when we shoot. That's kind of fun. The bullets are underneath the map, so we can't see them, unfortunately. And there's no enemies, so it doesn't really matter. But just kind of funny. Oops. Yeah, I think that's kind of all the feedback that I can provide on this right now. I want to see more. I want to see more of it detailed out in the GDD. I want to see more in the prototype. I want to see it get built. That's kind of where it is for this. Oh, it's like launching it. You seeing that? It's on an arc. That's cool. Wait, hold on. Now that I know how to like see stuff, I want to check out the other characters. Option A, start run. Okay, they're all going to be an arc. Okay, got it. Cool. Hey, Foxhollow, try to listen in for the next while if I want to take a look at my game. Great, let's jump over to Dark Doombringer. This was Primordial Survival Rogue Extra Light by Blades of Doom. Very excited about it. Thank you so much, Blades of Doom. Okay, let's go to Neuroba Gauntlet. Love it. This, what are you hoping to get feedback on? What would help the game be the most fun? I have the basic mechanics in place and definitely have some bugs to work out. I know about that. What I really want to know is where you could see this game going. I have some ideas about how to polish it with particles, sound effects, visual cues, and such, but what I really want to have some feedback about is what could keep the player engaged and whether it is fun at all. Do you, as a player, enjoy figuring out how to defeat different kinds of enemies? Do I need to give more explicit instructions on the goal and how to achieve it? What do you wish the game was like after playing it? Okay, all right, sounds great. Let's do it. Cubus, thank you so much. We'll get to you right after this. Games are the maker's imagination, and imagination is endless. There's like infinite amount of game ideas. There definitely is infinite amount of game ideas, 100%. Neuroba knows it is better than the other Amoebians. With a quick dash and a quick wit, Neuroba will finally prove its superiority. Discover and exploit the weaknesses of Neuroba's inferiors and absorb their life-giving primordial goo. Wow! Press the left mouse button to move toward your cursor, right mouse button to dash. Okay, let's take a look. Cool. Cute little beginning game. It reminds me of World of Goo, maybe? There's a couple of things. Like, you've got this gradient here, which is really good. The slightly spinning amoeba. Like, this is very close to a very artsy title screen. Oh, and the little guy kind of coming in. Cute. Limbo was another inspiration. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think if you pick the right typeface and you get the right sizing for this, then you're like 9/10 of the way to a very pretentious indie game. I love it. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, this big landmark is important because I didn't really feel like I was moving before. Wait, I lose? Okay. Dash? Am I supposed to eat these things? Am I supposed to get, like, bigger? Can I eat these? No. Who has time for beautiful UI? Hey, dude, I think, honestly, you're using some good design sensibility to have a really strong start. There's a lot more that could be done. Is this the edge of the world? Am I not supposed to progress beyond that? Is this the petri dish that we're looking into? Generally don't touch things, okay? We got a hot dog amoeba over there. Oh, that looked like food. No, don't go. You looked delicious. Reminds me a bit of Blackthorn Prod art style. Interesting. So the spiky things I can imagine I'm not supposed to eat. Right? Spiky is danger. Oh, I still lose. Okay. I really like the characters. I do too. I like the style. It's very simple, but surprisingly expressive. So Demon Hot Dog is funny. Everything is danger. Okay. So in your feedback form, you said, do you as a player enjoy figuring out how to defeat different kinds of enemies? Oh, with a quick dash and a quick wit. And everything is danger. Okay. So it would be helpful to have some sort of indicator of state, right? I do not know as a player how much health I have. I don't know when it's going up or down. I need feedback on that, and that will communicate with things. Aha, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, we got to get them to defeat themselves. With the quick dash and a quick wit, was like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to... Okay. So that guy doesn't seem to be taking damage from the poison. Maybe I want to find a spiky thing because he's spiky? Oh, bummer. Okay, so maybe not that. Or he just has 1 trillion health. Can they eat each other? Oh, the brambles, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is a puzzle game. You need to match up the different amoebas with their different weaknesses. Okay. Okay. This is clever. I think having, like, this guy be a little more expressive and a little more dangerous would help as well. Maybe even bigger in size, right? And then having some sort of background texture, because this gradient is a global thing. It would be helpful to have that background texture to say, look, you are actually moving in a direction when there's a big expanse of nothingness. Makes so much more sense. I was running around trying to eat stuff for 10 minutes, then gave up. Yeah, I was just about to dive into the GDD when I realized, wait a minute, maybe it's something else. Okay, so you're not weak against spines. This is a little weird. I have to kind of like leash on them. Let's try spiky spikes. No? Okay, what about fungus? Like, you have a big mouth. Eating fungus is bad. So I've identified 4 different hazards I can get them to run into. Okay, so it's not that. So it's got to be this, like, upper right one, right? Enemies need to go a lot faster and have a longer leash radius. Yeah, both of those things. Both of those things. So this is a lot more of a puzzle game than anything else. And it's one that rewards patience. Where are the other hazards? Okay, there's spiky spikes. But that's only 3 types of hazards, and I got Teeth McGee over there on all 3 of them, and he didn't care about any of them. Eat the hot dog. I should like to. Get the mouth to eat the hot dog? That would be hilarious. If that were the case, that'd be freaking funny. All right, I don't think that's the case, unfortunately. Here we go. Here's the last one. All right, guys, come on. Let's try and get 2 of you. Hot dogs, body blocking. Come on, come on. No, hot dog. Okay, that's a frustrating thing. Oh, man, still nothing, huh? Okay, there's toxic ooze puddle, maybe? Come on, come on, come on. Right over here. Okay, so you don't care about that. Let's try and get Teeth McGee. Come on, bud. Let's go. You and me are going on a trip. Want to know something funny? Those aren't 2D sprites. They're Bezier curves I made in Blender. Stick to what you know, right? I may make them into sprites if it impacts performance too much. Wow, that's crazy. So they're Bezier curves I made in Blender. So they're like 3D objects, technically? That's crazy. I don't know how to kill the mouth. Wow, that's wild, dude. That's outrageous. That is super clever. And yeah, I mean, I think that's a great response to which engine should I use? Like, whichever one you feel you want to learn. Another problem is when I played, I would sometimes just spawn in the middle of nowhere and I thought the game was glitching or something. Yeah, I think that goes to what I was saying of the... It's a little hard to tell if you are moving or not sometimes. Now I've kind of come to trust that, yes, I am moving, but that has not always been the case. Hey, can you eat maybe one of these things? Like, I am really struggling to figure this guy out. Yeah, and these move way too fast for him to glomp onto, which makes me think maybe no. The pods kill the little fuzzy pods. Yeah, it's really hard to get him to eat one of those. Come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, they're so much faster than he is. Gosh. Over here. Come on. No, that's not going to happen. It kind of feels like it's mostly chance-based for that. All right, is Hot Dog going to get poked? No. Okay. So, I think this is taking a little too long for me. There's like too much space to run around in, and it's really finicky trying to get things to be hit. And I don't feel like I have enough clues to know where they're supposed to go. When I first figured out, oh, I'm supposed to get them to like kill themselves, very clever. And then just it's really slow, really big, really hard to get this stuff to actually impact. Which is a bummer, because there's a lot of charm here, which is weird. Like, these little eyes add a lot to the charm, and the shape language that you're using is very cute. Need to limit speed on the pods and speed up the chomper. Yeah. Or give the chomper phases of sprinting after you. Yeah, that could also, potentially be a thing. Okay, and I don't think this kills you. We tried that earlier. We need the projectile or the fungus. Here we go. Come eat some fungi. Okay, you don't care about that, so we need... Whoa! Hi. Jeez. Can I, like... No. Okay. What about ooze? No, I don't think either of you are going to die from ooze. Yeah. And neither of you are gonna die from that. We need brambles for Mr. Needle, which I think the brambles were up here. Here we go. There we go. I also don't know what happens when I collect the ooze. Can I just, like, ignore the ooze? I understand that's the goal of the game is to eat the ooze, but I don't get any feedback that what I've done is, like, a good thing, right? I shouldn't have to read Sun Tzu Art of War to know the premise of the game? What? Tomatoes cannot be trusted. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing well. All right. Does the fungus kill you? No. Does the ooze pool kill you? Oh, come on, get it, get it. Yeah, we got him. Ooze triggers the win state. Okay, yeah, I would have thought, I mean, I've been thinking that this is just another environmental hazard, right? What will kill the hot dog? I need one of the spike shooters. Oh, there's the spike shooters way up there. Okay. Come on back, hot dog. Let's go. Is there anything that happens if you get all of them? Oh, you're talking about the ooze that you pick up when they die. Got it. That ooze triggers the win state. So if you get enough of the ooze, then you win. Okay, understood. Not the puddle of ooze that was on the ground. Understood. Okay. Hot dog? There we go. There we go. Okay. So we've gotten those squared away. We have Mr. Conehead over here. What could... I mean, you're not affected by fungus, so it's got to be this, right? Suck. What will kill the hot dog? Joe 2024. Still better than the presidential debates. Man, what other hazards are there? Oh, there's this one. Yeah. Get over here, Conehead. I think this might be the last one? Question mark? Okay, good. So not... Oh, we still haven't figured out that one. And maybe we haven't done the fungus yet either? Who else have we yet to kill? Ah, this guy. Yes. Squiggly eye. This is a very upsetting one for me. Like, it gets me spooked when it starts swimming over to me. Add a stamina bar, and you can also submit this one to the Souls-like jam. Light and dark theme. There you go. Hey, where'd you go? Get back over here. No, wait. Hey. Hey. Coward. What are you doing? Come on. Don't you run away from me. I will send you to your room. The assassin may be a bit broken. Okay. I think this is the answer to your question. I don't want to redo all of this in order to get the ending, which bums me out. But that's where I'm at with it right now. The spoopy, yeah. So I think polish would help a lot, but I think the biggest problem for this is just speed. It's just how fast can you get this done if you know what you're doing? And then it's possible you could do some visual communication on this stuff a little bit better. Like, I mostly was just doing trial and error for a lot of it instead of, oh, I bet you are going to be this. Chompy with the teeth, I did get the idea, oh, I should have him eat something. But I didn't understand those pollen balls were, like, not one of the amoebas I needed to eat, right? It's just a you win screen. Okay. So I think shrinking the map a lot, making everything faster, and then introducing some sort of random obstacle for the player to overcome, right? Like if we bring this over to Octalysis. Oh, God. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go grab him real quick. Oh, friendo. Now with some of the the saddest crying. All right. Okay. There we go. I think that's good. Pacifier wins. Okay. Pacifier does not win. I was deeply mistaken. Epic meaning is, I would say kind of low, but you bring some character into it, right? In your description. In the description, there's some character. If that were more communicated in the game than Joe the Pacifist, then I think you'd have a lot more of that, right? Empowerment? Oh dear, my guy. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna drop him off real quick before I can deal with him. We'll finish up this Octalysis and then I'll go deal with this. Okay, thanks for your patience there. The idea of our character being an underdog in the amoeba landscape ups this, right? Empowerment, you're very low in empowerment yourself. But you're smarter than the other ones, so you can trick them into killing themselves. So it's kind of in this weird space. The dash is good. You can kind of dart around a good amount, and you can pretty easily stay out of reach. You're not really, once you figure the game out, you're not really in danger at any point, right? Which is kind of what I'm going to bring over here, like in scarcity. I feel like there's not enough scarcity in terms of what is available to the player. They can kind of just take as much time as they want. They can deal with everything on their own timetable. Things are only barely seeking you out to knock you down. Like, it's just a very chill sort of experience. Social influence, I mean, the most you get out of it is like, it's a cute story right now in its current incarnation. Unpredictability, there's not a whole lot, to be honest. I'm struggling to understand what the input randomness, I guess it's a randomly generated level, but since there's very little constraints around like your access to different things, it doesn't even feel very randomly generated, Because you can just instantly fly around to everything. There's no impediments to them, right? Avoidance, you're definitely avoiding hitting anything. Ownership, not a whole lot. Accomplishment does feel good when you figure out, oh, this one matches with this one. It does feel good. So this is kind of my gut reaction of a shape. Don't worry, you can play mine mouse only for the most part. Interesting how low scarcity for how scarce things are. I know, right? And you're right. That is a little weird. Like, there's a lot of open, empty space, and there's not a lot of tools available to the player, and there's not a lot of amoebas either. But scarcity is a lot more about options available to the player, right? So, in a sense, like having all the time in the world, all the movement in the world, nothing is really chasing after you, you feel very safe, which is kind of the opposite of scarcity. You're not needing to worry about, oh, I've got to manage my ammo. I need to manage my health. I mean, there is health, but you're never really in danger of losing it outside of just, not noticing one of these guys or something, right? So it feels like there needs some more drama injected into this, some more antagonistic behaviors, or go in the opposite route and just go full cozy, right? This is a cozy game about tricking cell organisms into murdering themselves. What a cozy game. The randomness doesn't matter. I'd agree. Yeah. Did you add drag and drop just to flex on Joe? So as far as the questions in the critique, what could keep the player engaged? Once again, shrinking it down, speeding things up, having things be a little bit more antagonistic to the player. And then instead of having just this big, broad, empty petri dish, you can segment this into different areas, right? So you have to gate things a little bit. You have you're basically trying to fit round pegs into round holes and square pegs into square holes. That's what this game is. Lure the square pegs into the square hole. But when you have that all available to you, you can just look at it and put the square peg in the square hole. And what would make it a more compelling experience is if you had to like go out looking for the square peg. Or you found the square peg and it's chasing you. Oh crap, I need to find that square hole now. And you start running through, your series of levels, right? Some way to present that more dramatically would be helpful. And that goes to the scarcity. I think amping up the scarcity a lot would help things pretty dramatically in this. And then, having a little bit more of an indicator of what gets hit by what. So that you don't have to do quite so much trial and error. I think maybe some trial and error is fine, especially if it can be fun and interesting to have to like dodge around if they're shooting out bullets in a bullet hell pattern and you're, dodging all over the place. Like, oh no, that wasn't it. Let's go to the next one, But Joe needs line tool and fig jam for these graphs. There actually is a line tool, and I just don't tend to use it. Like this hot dog guy feels like he could be hit by the spike, and you have two different spikes. You have a spike launcher, and then you have the brambles. And it's like, well, why does he die to the brambles and not the spike launcher? Because they're both like spikes. I don't get it. So that would communicate that a little bit better too. Like if there's either create similar shapes, go to similar shapes, or have, for the bramble, you gotta have like a big, puffy, big in the cheeks sort of guy. Creating a consistent language would be very helpful. The wobbly egg talus. What I wish the game was like after playing it. Do I need to give more explicit instructions on the goal and how to achieve it? I figured it out, but discover and exploit the weakness of their inferiors. Discover and exploit the weakness. I think having some sort of meter, maybe, this is how much goo you have out of how many you need. You'll have the hunter run away from the spikes, but not the brambles. Okay. I think I'm trying to think of any other example games we could use that have a top-down isometric view like this, where you're kind of leading things around. Struggling to come up with anything. I'm sure they exist, but at the end of the day, it just feels very low tension. I have this guy, he's aware of me, he's pathing onto me, but like, I can just stand here. I can just leave him. Be like, hey, I'm gonna go do something else. Hey, assassin, come get me. Are you gonna hit the goo? And like, it's hard to keep them with you, All Survivors games, I guess. Spore. Yeah, I mean, you could take lessons from other cellular evolution games. Definitely could. They feel like different games. They feel more about like getting something that's a smaller size than you, or kind of RPG-esque sort of stats of knocking their health down. This is more puzzly. It's more intentional. So maybe even something to look at would be an adventure game. Go look at Machinarium or anything like that to see what sort of mechanics do the puzzle games leverage, and how do they create interesting puzzles over a space that is a constraint for the player, right? The hunter was also supposed to stop and dash. Didn't have time to implement that properly, then he would dash into the thorns. Okay? I think I'd like to have a lot more danger. Yeah. That's really what my brain keeps coming back to, is how do you present this in a more dangerous manner? Or how do you kind of take lessons from other genres that can then apply to this, right? Because if we look at Machinarium, and that's coming to mind because it has a similar sort of monochromatic color palette. Like, each room has a lot of puzzles in it, but you can usually only do like one or two in each room, and then you have to go into a new room to do something else, and then come back later when you have some item or you've changed the state of the world somehow. So to take that sort of an idea, maybe these hazards are not active yet, and you have to go exploring around the world in order to activate the hazards. And in the exploration of the world, you get people chasing after you, and oh crap, that hazard I just turned on isn't the one for this guy, so now I have to get away from them. I have to find a way to hide, and then we start incorporating kind of like a hiding mechanic, right? So some way to just inject a little bit more into it. I don't know. Is that helpful at all, Dark Doombringer? I feel like I'm talking a bit in circles here, but is this helpful at all? Is there anything else you wanted to really focus in and zoom in on? Or I'd go for opposites shapes destroyed, then there's a little bit more mystery. I could see that. Especially if like this discovering the weakness is a big deal, right? Call the game Petri Dash. That's amazing. Pixelated, hey, good to see you, friend. How are you? But I think that's kind of where I'm landing here, Dark Doombringer. This is a good conversation. I think I have a good idea of where to go with it. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it. I hope something, that we've talked about here has sparked an idea in you. And it sounds like that's the case. And that's awesome. Perfect. Okay, Dark Doombringer, thank you so much. Naroba, love it. Thanks for trying out my game. Thank you so much for building it and submitting it. Incredible. Absolutely rad. So, with that, where are we at with ads? They coming up soon? They're coming up in a couple of minutes. I gotta go check on the baby. I dropped it off with mom. I gotta go rescue mom. We're gonna run some ads a little prematurely, but that means an extra long time without ads after that. So, there's that. What's the design term when something almost lines up but not quite? A tangent, like a visual tangent, where if we have like a circle and then a line, and it gets to like there. Ooh, doesn't that just feel bad? Doesn't that just feel awful having that little 1 pixel of space? It would be so much better if it were like over here or over here, right? You don't do just like a almost. Nomskis, you can see your game. Nice. There you go. Okay. I don't think we have anyone else geared up. If anyone is in chat and they want to see their game critiqued, we have the form. Oh, Cubus is next. Because Cubus, I think you got yours submitted, right? Tangent is something that actually touches the thing. It can be. So you can have your circle and then your line. Ooh, whoa. Your line, and then it's like that, right? Like it's barely touching. Once again, better to be in or out, but it's the same idea, right? submitted the form, not the game yet. Okay. So if that's the case, then if you are in chat, you want your game critiqued, looked at for the next little bit, let me know, and we will dive in. I'm going to go take care of this baby. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you all of you who have been submitting things, and these discussions have been fantastic. They've been teaching me about so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. We'll be right back. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to be back in just a little bit. Okay, let's dive in. Woo! Where are we at here? Submitted the form, not the game yet since it's in draft. Okay. Well, that term is so painful. Okay, so sounds like there's no one in the chat who is ready to have their game critiqued. We're going to go through some of these ones that are not in the chat yet. On number 7, Starry's submission. Mostly feedback on difficulty and balancing. Okay. Pong, Crucible Edition. Let's do it. Whoop. Keep getting forgot about? No, you're not getting forgot about. You said that you don't have the game published yet, right? Are you ready? That's what I was asking. Work with Nalzarin on Liho Corp as a composer. It's not for the Gauntlet though. Yeah. I saw that, Pixelated. We did that a little bit earlier. Is there no way to look into the form submissions? I don't follow. Oh, okay, gotcha, Cubus. From your earlier comments, it sounded like you were saying like you were still in progress. Okay, I'm in it. Got it. So let's pull this up. No, you don't need to be sorry at all. It was just, we were just on different wavelengths. It happens all the time. It's totally fine. Okay. The real goal of the game is unclear. I'm searching for something to work towards. Unless the Dwarf Romantic way works, I'm not sure it can pull all the weight. Okay. So let's pull up your GDD here. Oh, come on. Trying to resize my window. There we go. Excalibur. Okay. Love me a good whiteboard. Love it. Okay. Intro. You are the creator. You have used almost all of your power to cause the Big Bang and create everything. Now it is time to assemble this mess to pave the way for life, which may keep you alive or carry your legacy on. Control celestial objects in a grid by merging them into larger ones until life can inhabit it. Cool. Like it. Not all life is the same, though. Some prefer moons. Some prefer hotter ringed planets. Cool. I like this already. Good constraints. Each of them will do their parts to keep you alive by giving you their energy. A little spooky, a little weird. Not sure if we're the good guy. Inspiration. A little bit of Dwarf Romantic. I'm not entirely sure where the idea came from. Okay. So this is less like, where is your idea coming from? And more around, what are some things that will inspire you throughout development? Player experience. Building their own universe and keeping it alive is the central interaction of the game. This builds on accomplishment and ownership. Okay, so I'm going to be expecting a lot of, like, this is my universe. I built this, and it is different from everyone else's universe. Puzzle, God Sim Space, target audience, puzzles, and optimizers. Okay. The loop. New tiles appear, merge tiles, place life, buy new merge life cards. Minute to minute is fulfill and upkeep conditions. Fulfill and upkeep conditions. As in, like, check the box, yes, it has this, but then maintain what they need in order to stay. That it feels like maybe that could be rewritten a little bit, but that's fine. It's whatever, it's the GDD. For life to exist, distance from sun, planet type, neighboring life, avoid destroying the ecosystems you built up, stop incoming comets, etc. Hour to hour, admire your creation. Primary, place cards, buy cards with energy. Die when energy equals 0. Secondary, level tiles up, fulfill life conditions, survive by getting energy from life. Okay. Different stages of objects, starting at dust, combining into comets and then moons. Multiple moons create a planet. Adding moons to a planet upgrades the planet. Many planets create a sun. Many suns create a black hole. Okay. Okay. Cool. We have WAS. We can rotate the cards with Q and E or scroll wheel. Place life on planets and moons once they fulfill the conditions. I'm curious about placing life. We don't have that kind of discussed in here yet, what that is. Let's take a look. And the real goal of the game is unclear. Unclear as in you don't know how to communicate it, or unclear as in you don't know what it is? Based off that GDD, I'm going to guess you don't really know what it is yet, right? Used upkeep as a verb, yeah. Okay, so we have these. I don't know what these are. I would have expected stuff like this as a card. This looks like directions. Oh, okay. Okay, so we can like do... Ooh. So stuff is happening, but I don't know what stuff is. Okay, so this is good. So I'm getting like, we're going to get 2 meteor trails if we combine everything in. If I do it here, then it'll create like a moon, right? Okay. It feels like a lot of the times I might not have what I need in order to make stuff. Okay, so we can do that. It's like I almost want to just throw stuff down in order to get stuff to spawn. Whoa, we just ate the sun and it turned into tiny meteors, okay? Make a planet. A double moon. Move the planet up. So how do I put life on it? Move the planet over there. Can I... Oh, that's a 3. Okay, so there's the 4. Got it. Current state, you can combine things but not place any life, and there's no cost to get new cards. Gotcha. Don't eat the sun. Okay. Oh, hey, look, we've got a thing. Oh, okay, so this isn't attached yet. Okay. I really want a discard this hand and get new cards, because yeah. Oh, so we're making a black hole? We're getting all blackety holity? Shift that down. Move this up. Combine. It just makes a black hole. Is a black hole just like objectively bad? Like it just eats things, it doesn't actually grow into anything? Kind of feels like that might be the case. So now we have a planet with a moon. We have 2 planets with moons. Don't forget about rotate. Oh! I did forget about rotate. I absolutely forgot about rotate. That may be a good, like, tooltip to have present of, Q and E to rotate or something. Because I totally forgot about that. Puzzle game? Yeah. It would be nice to have arrow keys on these too. That's like a total stretch goal, but still. Okay. So now we have the sun, and then we okay, so we do this. And then we could start scooting this over to the sun. No, we don't want to turn that into a black hole. Oh, let's make another sun. Why not? So yeah, there we go. There's a planet. Let's get a planet with moons on it. Oh, shoot, that's going to turn into a sun. Son of a biscuit. And then we got another black hole. Can I combine black holes? Yes, but it doesn't do anything. Tooltip was intimate, then GDD hit. Yeah, for sure. Is there any threat in the game? Seems like 2048, but you can't lose. Yeah, it feels very similar to 2048, but instead of like swiping, you have a limited amount of cards. I almost don't want to be able to rotate them. You know, I feel like I can kind of just do whatever I want to most of the time. And I feel like rotating gives a bit too much control to the player. Not gonna lie. So playing cards will cost you something, and each turn you get more of that something from the life you keep alive. Yeah. So I think to get to the point that you asked about in your feedback form, what is the goal of the game? What is the goal of the game? If you are losing energy every time you're placing these tiles down, then one victory could be surviving long enough, right? Play 80 cards. And if you have played 80 cards, then you have created enough life that is sustaining you, and you are now galactusing your way through the universe, and everything's fine. It could be create X number of civilizations. I think it depends on what is the narrative? What is the experience you want to push? Is this a benevolent god that is creating because of the joy of creation, and they want to have things exist for the sake of existing? Create civilizations. That's how much you need to do. Or create a diverse set of civilizations, right? In different life forms. If it is, I am making this stuff so that it will feed me, then length of time is good. Or having a big enough feed base, which is essentially the same thing as the amount of life that you're creating. It could be create specific layouts. So you could get a victory card dealt out at the top. And like, you need 2 different solar systems, each with 3 planets in them. Go. And that's what you're trying to build towards. And you can have a random victory condition each time, right? I don't know. Is any of this ringing for you, Cubus? Probably too many dust tiles right now. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we've been playing for a really long time, but it kind of feels like I can never run out of things, right? So if we took it to an octalysis, like, scarcity is next to nothing, right? A few things, okay. I have another channel suggestion for the Discord. Okay, Pixelated. Yeah, feel free to chuck it into, like, general or something. I think tiles moving on their own to merge will also spice things up. Yeah. And I mean, you could even start getting a little wacky. You could start having gravitational pull, right? So if you build a black hole, you push too hard and you make a black hole, now everything starts getting sucked in within like a 2-tile radius. And oh no, I have to like rescue this planet from out of there. And, you know, then you have to find ways to communicate that and have it be clear what is going to happen when you place your tile, right? If I place a tile here, oh shoot, this is going to eat this. I didn't realize that. Oh no, what do I do, right? So you'd have to find a way to very clearly make that communication. Thing is that everything is turn-based, so that's weird. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Like, I think there's very much a space for turn-based, like, gravitational pull and everything. You could have, let's see. we do this, then if I'm dragging a card down, it has the same indicator that you currently have, right? Let me actually do that. Got that turn indicator. But then we could also have this. Oops, wrong direction. There we go. Like this is going to go here. And we're going to make it a yellow color to say this is gravitational pull, right? This is going to go here. And these are going to go into the sun. So when you make your decision, recognize these things are also going to happen. It probably might be important to even have order of operations in there somewhere. You may need to have like a 1. I don't quite know how the rules would shake out, but you know, you do. You would know if, you know, it would be important to have like a 1 and then a 2 and then, you know. Maybe the lose condition is if you have antimatter that automatically merges and when it collides with normal matter, it deletes both so you're under pressure to be efficient. Could be. Could be. The real logic for upgrading things is also not in yet since only moons should affect planets and only multiple planets should be able to create a sun. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So you can't throw together like 80 meteors at once and make a sun. Like they have to go through the stages. Full-on intergalactic battle against the forces of nature sounds cool. Oh, that's awesome, Cubus. I can feel the excitement. I can feel it. I don't know, Cubus. Is this helpful? Is there anything else you were hoping to kind of bring up or talk about? So yeah, I mean, I think you've got like an interesting base mechanic. I think you're right that you need to build some trappings around it. Around how does this matter? So we can do all this. We can make these black holes. We can make suns. We can make planets, make moons. Why? Think this works for me? Okay, cool. And then, yeah, the whole life stuff is a whole another thing, right? That's a whole extra layer of complexity to go on top of this that would be really interesting to see exactly how that gets implemented, you know? Love the art. Yeah, the art is super cool. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not, you know, mind-blowing full production art, but it's evocative and it communicates an idea and it works. Better than me doing real art. Okay. Works well, though. I definitely think it works well. Yeah. Okay. Lost my rig, guys. It's only a GIF file now. I can't touch any of the parts. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ty. That's such a bummer. There should be an LFG channel for general collaboration on games. Could be. Yeah, maybe. Could see that. Need a vacuum for all that dust. It's very Baba is you. Make a vacuum. Oh, shoot. Create life. Ascend that civilization until they create vacuums. Take a vacuum. Go vacuum your house. That's what Space Dad does. Okay. Awesome. Cubus, thank you so much for submitting that. That was awesome. Let's see. I have 2 submissions here from Blades of Doom. Did it just get repeated? I think so. Yeah. Perfect game loop. I think we only have 1 critique left, actually. 1 critique left, which is Starry on the Discord, who sent me a GDD, and they have built something and submitted it. Where can I find this? Also, there's Primordia 2. Incredible. That description. Oh, that's hilarious. Where is Starry's submission? Right here. Okay. Cubus, feel free to reach out if there's anything else you wanted to talk about or anything. Let me know. And if there's not, we'll jump into Pong Crucible Edition. I hope that was helpful. Hope that was helpful in some way. Okay. Here we go. New take on a classic game. What are you hoping to get feedback on? Difficulty and balancing. Okay. We'll keep that in mind. I tried playing that one. It looked cool, but couldn't get the screen resolution to work. I've been hearing some people having some problems with it. Supposedly, Starry figured out the problem on Chromium. It had to do with an itch.io page setting, so I did not have to re-upload game files. Okay, all right, let's check it out. Multiplayer? You have multiplayer in this? Okay. WASD. Okay, WASD. Excellent. What is this? What does this symbol mean? What? Yes. What was that? I'm kind of waiting for... It feels like there's a twist coming. Oh, dear, my controls are swapped. These are round modifiers. So it's spinning now? It's spinning and we're flopped. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's the twist. Okay. It's a life lesson. The real enemy was yourself all along. So it's a little weird that the 0 becomes the modifier. I wouldn't have expected that. This is genius. Yeah, just little mutators every round. Super cute. Of the primordial thing comes here as in ancient software. Yeah. Like the beginning of video games, right? We actually had 2 Pong submissions for that, which I love. So now it's spinning. I don't know if the spinning is like affecting how we're hitting it or not. It's certainly flashy at least. Darn it. Pong, but with roguelike modifiers. Yeah. And weirdly difficult. Why is it so hard? Why am I so bad at this? Oh, God, it's so hard. Why am I so bad at this? Like, there's not even any sliding on it. Oh, gosh, it's... No. Oh, man. What if each time you score, there's a bad modifier for your side or a good one for the other? I like that. You play to 5 points? I like that a lot. Now it's boing, not pong. Cubus, I like that a lot. I really like that. And then each of you by the end has your own, like, set of modifiers that you're struggling with to try and make something happen. I think that would be super clever. And it would make it a little more... Because I really want to see what happens as you keep going. Is it going to split? Oh, no, I'm a ball! Okay. So, I was wondering if they were going to stack. It looks like they don't stack, which is a bummer. I really want them to stack. Oh my gosh, I'm a rocket! This would be an incredible party game. I need to try this with the multiplayer. I need to do multiplayer against myself. That's the rounds philosophy. Though things like ball spin affect both. Yeah. Okay. How do I get to multiplayer? Okay, WASD and up and down. There we go. You broke it. Yeah, I want them to stack. I want the modifiers to stack. I'm getting lustful after these modifiers. I want things to get wacky. This is not enough. I need more. Also, putting the modifier in the middle, much better. Much better. Oh gosh. Also, maybe change up who gets served too. Feels like player 1 has a huge advantage. Just because of that. I love this. This is so cool. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, okay, so the ball could go a little bit slower, right? There's a lot of times where we're getting to this point of... the ball has transcended time and space. There's a lot of times where it just, like, it flies off. There's no back and forth, right? That's happening a little too frequently. So maybe slow the ball down a little bit. Whose submission is this? This is Starry. This is Starry's submission. By the way, you can play that right here. Right there. Oh, man. This is fantastic. I'm a big fan of this. So maybe slow down the ball a little bit. But overall, I don't think balancing is what's needed here. I like what... it was either Cubis or Zaf said. I don't know. But allowing the game to continue after one round of loss, however that ends up happening, would be huge. And allow the modifiers to stack. It'd be fun. Very fun. Or include more and more modifiers as the round goes on. So you can do a new set of modifiers, but like swap them out every point, right? So the first one, there's no modifiers. Second one, there's one modifier. Second one, there's 2 modifiers, 3 modifiers, 4 modifiers. Dang it. So it is weirdly hard. Oh, man. That's Pong. Pong question mark Crucible. I think this is a strong content. I mean, this is just really well done. And there's a lot of way to extend this and keep on making something really neat and exciting. It's got the von Restorff principle going for it. I think it's great. I just think it's awesome. I want to see more. That's my biggest problem with this, is it's not letting me see enough of it. Wow. Cool. And I believe that is all the critiques. Y'all, we've been doing this for 7 hours. Oh my gosh. I promised the fam that I would do my best to go to the museum with them. I gotta head out, but what a joy this has been. Thank you to all of you for being here. I know I've learned a whole lot. I hope you have as well. I hope this was helpful for the people that submitted for critique and the people that were watching. It's certainly been helpful for me to just kind of see, oh yeah, these are important things to be keeping note of. And oh, in this situation, this is something to be watching out for. Really helpful, and I loved everyone's thoughts in the chat as well. How do I feel about the Gauntlet? I really like the Gauntlet. As far as an organizer perspective goes, I think it did a lot to keep momentum really strong for the event over the first few days. I really like that. And it got a lot of people coming in and participating who wouldn't have done a longer jam. There's definitely ups and downs to both sides of doing a short jam and a long jam. And this is kind of like a best of both worlds. The thing that I'm most worried about is how do we keep people honest on their jam submissions? We have to figure out a good set of rules for that. Poor Captain Coder was messaging me like, hey, like, can I prove to you that I didn't actually update the game files? And like, oh no, dude, you're fine. It's like, you're good. You are the last person I would ever expect of gaming the system. And I think it has a problem of like, now we get like Primordia Tonracinid 2 and Primordia Tonracinid 1. And so I'd like to figure out a way to kind of get things organized a little bit better and to have those rules be a little more clear. But if we can do that, I'm really a big fan of this. It is really giving people a lot of energy and excitement early on in the jam, which I love, and shows people, hey, look, you can do really cool, incredible things with a short amount of time. So I love it. Thank you, Endo. Thanks for hanging out. Also, active modifiers, so we have more stuff to do. Second point to the enemy can get you a slam. Yeah, Cubis. I think that's a great point for Starry. Yeah. Thank you for organizing. Thank you, Zach, for participating. Thank you to all of you for making this reality. My heavens. This was really cool. I'm so glad. Stream it all. Stream what all? I mean, I'm going to be streaming everything up from my end. I think for next time creating a oh, you have to stream all of your gauntlet progress. Okay, I think that's what was meant. Sundown, when he did his game in 4 hours in the previous jam, he did record himself doing it. He sent the file to me. It was just 4 hours of him staring at a screen with the screen capture. For next time, creating a second jam is probably easier. We could, but then you get like people splitting up the signups. It's really good to consolidate that. It creates a lot of momentum. Like having one jam with 55 people in it is a whole lot better than one jam with like 20 people in it and another jam with 30 people in it, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Have everyone join the long one, then submit to the gauntlet jam? Maybe. I mean, that's a good point. Maybe you could do that. I don't know. Watching the critiques helped me learn something myself. I'm glad, Agent. And thank you again for submitting for critique. I'll be back next stream for the grand jam critique. Sun started the game into existence. Dude basically did try jam in a 1-week jam. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Yeah. So that's critique day 1. We're going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to keep on building out my game. Would watch 4 hours of screen staring. Well, when you're as handsome as Sundown is, you know. We'll be back tomorrow with more jamming. I'm going to keep on building out Moon Hollow. We're going to bring in the element system and build some cards and enemies based around the elements. We're going to try to get the grid working again. Hopefully maybe look at drag and drop, maybe. I don't know. And we'll keep going from there. For my jam project, we're going to keep going on that until the 12th, in which we will have another critique day. I'm going to get the critique forum out tomorrow for the 12th. And we will keep going from there. Drag and drop, let's go. You're all fantastic. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. Absolutely incredible. Oh, man. All right, we got to raid out. We got to raid out to somewhere special. Somewhere special. We can raid in a tomato. He's never on when I'm on. Holy cow. I think we got to raid into tomato. Yeah, we're going to raid into Too Much Tomato. Too Much Tomato, incredible developer, has multiple released games. He's, you know, the role model for all of us here on Twitch. Idjacat, thank you so much for the follow. He's working on Forklift Flower Pot right now, which is just as incredible as it sounds. I made Torso Tennis, which is coming out soon. Thank you, Pixelated. Appreciate it. And with that being said, we'll be back tomorrow. As a reminder for all of you who are new, Fox Hollow Games is a charitable enterprise helping people enter the game industry. If that sounds like a good ride to you, we do game jams every quarter with prize pools provided by our sponsors. We have interviews that we do with developers. We do debates on game design. We do analysis. We do all sorts of stuff. We do game development, all sorts of things. I invite you to like, follow, and subscribe on whatever platform you're on. Thank you for being here. We'll catch you. Monkey King Twitch, thank you so much for the follow. And that got us at 580. That was the goal for this stream. Thank you, Monkey King. Appreciate you. Let's go hang out with Too Much Tomato. I know, where's the Don't Trust Tomato guy? I was hoping he'd speak up. All right. See you next time.